Chapter 2141. As for the inn, General Li has already ordered the soldiers of the Bing province barracks to surround the area 1 li around the inn. All the entrances and exits have been heavily guarded to prevent the Turkic spies from coming out and causing trouble. At the Taiyuan courier station, Iron Egg cupped his hands at MOY and replied, It's good to seal it off. Otherwise, these Turkic spies will stir up trouble in the city again and cause chaos in the city. Mochue nodded and praised. He knew that a portion of the people in Taiyuan City had been looting the official rations yesterday afternoon. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Qingke, how is Qingke now? Is there any news? No. Iron Egg shook his head and said, Yesterday afternoon, I was using binoculars to observe the inn from the south gate. Perhaps it was because it was too far away or because Qingke was staying in the guest room on the north side of the inn, so I didn't see her through the binoculars. Moreover, the inn is surrounded by Turkic spies. It's very difficult for General Li's men to get close. We can only act according to circumstances. Mochue's face became worried. Privately, Li Tai was one of the most outstanding students in Yanhuang College. As a teacher, he naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. Publicly, Li Tai was the Great Tang's King Wei, and one of Li Tai's most beloved princes. He naturally didn't dare to let anything happen to Li Tai. After a moment of silence, Mochue sighed and said, It's good that there's no news now. As long as the leader of the Turkic spies is still in the hands of the officials, Qingke will be safe. We can only slowly wait for an opportunity. But this way we don't know how long Taiyuan City will have to seal the city gates. Also, we don't know if the rations in the city can last until we rescue Qingke. Sir, you don't have to worry about the rations. Iron Egg cupped his hands and said, According to what this student knows, the rations in the city's official storehouse are still sufficient. When the rations are running low, we can use the telegraph to ask the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce to help mobilize rations from the nearby counties to reinforce the city. Iron Egg, you're right. When the time comes, we can still borrow the strength of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Ingchue recalled that they still had the telegraph to send news to the outside world, and they also had the huge resources of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to make use of. In addition, General Li also caught 2 Turkic spies who tried to break into the prison last night. These 2 were the leaders of the Turkic spies. One was in the Guru realm and the other was at the peak of the Qi refining stage. Now, the strength of the Turkic spies in the inn has been greatly reduced. Seeing Mochue heave a sigh of relief, Iron Egg told Mochue another piece of good news. Hearing this, Mochue was overjoyed. What? Last night, General Li even captured 2 leaders of the Turkic spies? Wait, are you saying that someone broke into the prison last night? After the pleasant surprise came the horror. Mochue did not expect that someone would attempt to break out of the prison last night. He knew that Zhao Dian was imprisoned in the state capital's prison. Just think about it, if Zhao Dian was taken away, then wouldn't Li Tai's little life be in danger? Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Mochue's back. Iron Egg smiled and said, Mr. Mochue, there's no need to be nervous. The other party failed to break out of the prison and even lost themselves. You'd better ask my father about the details. It's getting late. I have to go to the provincial governor's residence. Iron Egg caught a glimpse of the redness in the eastern sky. Only then did he remember that he was going to find Li Junxian. He hurriedly excused himself from Mochue and rushed out of the courtyard. Tongfu Inn Heavenly Guest Room. Li Tai had also woken up early. Most importantly, he had gone to bed early at night, so his sleepiness had long disappeared. If this was the academy, the little fatty would definitely still be snoring away. There was no other way. The academy had the evening self-study, and the dormitory was crowded and lively. The students generally slept relatively late, and Li Tai was no exception. That fellow still hasn't returned? After getting out of bed, Li Tai subconsciously went to the outer room to search, but he didn't see Xianyi. His heart thumped and he couldn't help but mutter. That's right, I didn't see Xianyi or Tianying last night. Did the 2 of them not return last night? Li Tai's face was covered in pleasant surprise. His mind whirled as he muttered to himself, For the 2 of them to disappear last night is definitely abnormal. They can't be up to anything good. But since the two of them still haven't returned, there's an 80% chance that they've been trapped or captured by the soldiers. Ha! In that case, aren't these Turkic spies a bunch of dragons without a leader? This king is saved. After being held hostage by the Turkic spies for several days, Li Tai had basically figured out the personnel structure here. He knew that this group of people was led by Zhao Dian, and Xian Yi and Tianying were Zhao Dian's most capable generals. Not only were the two of them powerful in martial arts, they were also above average in terms of intelligence. They were extremely difficult opponents to deal with. With the two of them around, Li Tai could only obediently be an obedient child, not daring to make any small movements. This was because he knew that his small movements wouldn't escape the eyes of Xian Yi and Tianying. However, it was very likely that the two of them would not be able to return. Didn't that mean that Li Tai's opportunity had arrived? Let's go out and see if they really didn't return last night. After thinking for a while, Li Tai looked in the direction of the door, hesitated for a moment and then walked out. In my opinion, we should capture King Wei and negotiate with the soldiers to have them release the two leaders. Otherwise, we'll slaughter that little fatty. As Li Tai approached the door and was about to open it, he heard a rough voice coming from the hall on the first floor of the inn. Li Tai recognized this voice. It was none other than Twilight Flood Dragon, who had been guarding his door last night. Li Tai's heart tightened. It turned out that this group of Turkic spies had been having a meeting early in the morning to discuss how to deal with him, but he soon relaxed because Twilight Flood Dragon's words just now had confirmed his conjecture. Xian Yi and Tianying really were in trouble. Oh! Chapter 2142. Smack! Are you an idiot, kid? If the officials were really so obedient, why didn't they use Wei Wang's life to threaten them to release the guardmaster when Xian Yi and Commander Sky Eagle were still around? Although the officials really want to save Wei Wang, they aren't so stupid as to let us go. Just as Li Tai's thoughts were racing, Cloud Scorpion's angry rebuke came from the first floor hall. Speaking of which, the characters of these two brothers were really different. One of them seemed careless and impatient, and he often threatened to kill the little fatty Li Tai, but in fact, his brain wasn't very nimble, and he could even be said to be simple-minded. The other one, on the other hand, was calmer and more clear-headed. However, this was only when compared to his brother Twilight Flood Dragon. If compared to Xian Yi and Sky Eagle, he was simply not enough. What do you think we should do, big brother? Something must have happened since the two leaders didn't return last night. The inn is surrounded by soldiers now. We can't even send someone out to scout for information. We can't just hide in the inn and wait for death, can we? Twilight Flood Dragon rubbed the back of his head, but he wasn't angry. However, one could tell from his voice that he was very anxious now. Something must have happened since the two leaders didn't return last night. However, they might not have been captured by the officials. If we go out rashly, we will only walk right into their trap. Cloud Scorpion was silent for a moment. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up as he spoke. Smack! Are you an idiot, kid? If the officials were really so obedient, why didn't they use Wei Wang's life to threaten them to release the guardmaster when Xian Yi and Commander Sky Eagle were still around? Although the officials really want to save Wei Wang, they aren't so stupid as to let us go. Just as Li Tai's thoughts were racing, Cloud Scorpion's angry rebuke came from the first floor hall. Speaking of which, the characters of these two brothers were really different. One of them seemed careless and impatient, and he often threatened to kill the little fatty Li Tai, but in fact, his brain wasn't very nimble, and he could even be said to be simple-minded. The other one, on the other hand, was calmer and more clear-headed. However, this was only when compared to his brother Twilight Flood Dragon. If compared to Xian Yi and Sky Eagle, he was simply not enough. Big brother, what do you think we should do? Something must have happened since the two leaders hadn't returned for an entire night. Now that the inn is surrounded by soldiers, we can't even send someone out to scout for information. We can't just hide in the inn and wait for death, can we? Mu Jiao rubbed the back of his head. He did not get angry. However, from his voice, one could tell that he was very anxious. Something must have happened since the two leaders didn't return last night, but it's not necessarily because they were caught by the authorities. If we go out rashly, we'll only be walking right into their trap. Cloud Scorpion was silent for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Smack! Brat, are you stupid? If the officials were really so obedient, why didn't they use King Wei's life to threaten the officials to release Lord Wei when Xian Yi and Sky Eagle Commander were still here? Although the authorities want to save King Wei, they are not stupid enough to let us go. Just as Li Tai's mind was racing, Cloud Scorpion's angry rebuke came from the hall on the first floor. Speaking of which, the characters of these two brothers were really different. One of them seemed careless and impatient, and he often threatened to kill the little fatty Li Tai, but in fact, his brain wasn't very nimble, and he could even be said to be simple-minded. The other one, on the other hand, was slightly calmer and more clear-headed. However, this was only when compared to his brother Twilight Flood Dragon. If compared to Xian Yi and Sky Eagle, he was simply not enough. What do you think we should do, big brother? Something must have happened since the two leaders didn't return last night. Now that the inn is surrounded by soldiers, we can't even send someone out to scout for information. We can't just hide in the inn and wait for death, can we? Chapter 2143. And Shunshan, you old bastard. You're a two-faced person, yet you dare to slander this prince. How dare you? In the corridor on the second floor of Tongfu Inn, Li Tai leaned against the railing as he cursed at Shunshan, who was in the hall on the first floor. Shunshan had just been ruthlessly humiliated by Li Tai yesterday afternoon, so he was already harboring a grudge. Therefore, in a moment of desperation, he had pushed the blame to Li Tai to preserve his life. Now that he had been scolded so badly by Li Tai, how could Shunshan maintain his composure? New and old grudges surged in his heart as the old man pointed at Li Tai and said to everyone, "Leader Cloud Scorpion, did you see that? That punk was hiding in the shadows and eavesdropping on our conversation. Who knows, when I was discussing matters with the two leaders Xian Yi and Skyhawk, this punk might have been hiding in the shadows to eavesdrop." Then, he secretly informed the authorities of the news, which resulted in Lord Xian Yi and Lord Skyhawk being ambushed by the authorities. The old man's move could be considered a quick-witted move. He wanted to use this opportunity to beat Li Tai to death. Indeed, upon hearing that, Cloud Scorpion narrowed his eyes slightly. The hot-tempered Twilight Flood Dragon stepped off the ground and flew towards where Li Tai was standing. Then, like an eagle carrying a chick, he lifted Li Tai from the corridor on the second floor to the hall on the first floor. Then Twilight Flood Dragon glared angrily at Li Tai and said, "Speak! Did you betray Xian Yi and the leader of Sky Eagle?" Li Tai was a pampered prince to begin with. When had he ever been lifted down from the second floor like that? Fatty was immediately enraged as he pointed at Twilight Flood Dragon's nose and cursed, "Do you have any ***king brains? Do you have to follow whatever that guy says? Why don't you try touching this king again? At most, this king will bite his tongue and commit suicide. I'll make all of you, including your Lord Guard, accompany this king to the grave." Twilight Flood Dragon was also a person accustomed to being tyrannical. After being scolded by Li Tai while pointing at his nose, the anger in his heart could not help but surge. He went forward and pinched Li Tai's nose. "And Shunshan, you old bastard. You're a two-faced person, yet you dare to slander this prince. How dare you?" In the corridor on the second floor of Tongfu Inn, Li Tai leaned against the railing and looked over, cursing at Shunshan, who was in the hall on the first floor. Shunshan had just been ruthlessly humiliated by Li Tai yesterday afternoon, and was already harboring a grudge in his heart. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he had pushed the blame to Li Tai in order to save his own life. Now that he had been scolded by Li Tai, how could Shunshan maintain his face? The old man pointed at Li Tai and said to the crowd, "Don't worry. Cloud Scorpion leader, do you see that? This brat was hiding in the dark and eavesdropping on our conversation again. Who knows, when I was discussing matters with the two leaders Xian Yi and Skyhawk, this brat might have been hiding in the dark and eavesdropping." Then, he secretly informed the authorities of the news, which resulted in Lord Xian Yi and Lord Skyhawk being ambushed by the authorities. The old man's move could be considered a quick-witted move. He wanted to use this opportunity to beat Li Tai to death. Indeed, upon hearing this, Cloud Scorpion narrowed his eyes slightly. The hot-tempered Twilight Flood Dragon stepped off the ground and flew towards where Li Tai was standing. Then, like an eagle carrying a chick, he lifted Li Tai from the second floor's corridor to the hall on the first floor. Then Twilight Flood Dragon glared angrily at Li Tai and said, "Speak! Did you betray Xian Yi and the leader of Sky Eagle?" Li Tai was a pampered prince to begin with. When had he ever been lifted down from the second floor like this? Fatty was immediately enraged as he pointed at Twilight Flooddragon's nose and scolded. Do you have any **king brains? Do you have to follow whatever that guy says? Why don't you try touching this king again? At most, this king will bite off his tongue and commit suicide. I'll make all of you, including your Lord Guard, accompany this king in death. Chapter 2144. You mean that the government noticed our plan and set up an ambush in the provincial governor's residence, leading to the capture of Commanders Xianyi and Tianying? In the hall on the first floor of Tongfuan, Wuxia looked at Li Tai with a gloomy gaze and asked in a deep voice. Before Li Tai could answer, Shenzhan hastily interjected. Impossible. Impossible. When Thissen bribed the officers and jailers of the provincial governor's residence, Thissen was extremely cautious, and all of the people he chose were greedy individuals. Thissen only gave them 40% as a deposit. If they want the remaining 60%, they must help Thissen save the guard lord. Thus, these people can't possibly sell me out. Dusk Flood Dragon and Cloud Scorpion found Shuanshan's words reasonable and nodded. Li Tai looked at Shenzhan like he was an idiot, and then he said in a mocking tone, although it's not very likely that these greedy individuals would sell you out, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Do you think that your little tricks could escape the eyes of the 100 horsemen? Don't forget that besides the 80,000 soldiers of the Bing province, Taiyuan City also has the 100 horsemen under Li Junxian. The 100 horsemen are extremely skilled at investigating, and the provincial governor's residence is where Zhao Dian is imprisoned. Do you think that the 100 horsemen wouldn't have planted spies in the provincial governor's residence? The 100 horsemen. Cloud Scorpion and Dusk Flood Dragon couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The two of them glanced at each other, and Cloud Scorpion couldn't help but say, this means that the 100 horsemen might have noticed that Shenzhan bribed the officers and jailers. You mean that the government noticed our plan and set up an ambush in the provincial governor's residence, leading to the capture of Commanders Xianyi and Tianying? In the hall on the first floor of Tongfuan, Wuxia looked at Li Tai with a gloomy gaze and asked in a deep voice. Before Li Tai could answer, Shenzhan hastily interjected. Impossible. Impossible. When I bribed the generals and guards of the provincial governor's manor, I was extremely cautious. Furthermore, the people I chose were all greedy people. I only gave them 40% as a deposit. If they want the remaining 60%, they have to help me save Lord Guard. Therefore, it is impossible for these people to betray me. Twilight Wyrm and Cloud Scorpion felt that Shuanshan's words made sense, and they couldn't help but nod inwardly. Li Tai looked at Shenzhan as if he was looking at an idiot. Then with a slightly mocking tone he said, although it is unlikely that these mercenary people will betray you, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Do you think that your little actions will be able to escape the eyes of Baichi? Don't forget that besides the 80,000 soldiers of the Bing province, Taiyuan City also has 100 cavalry led by Li Junxian. Baichi is most adept at investigating information, and the provincial governor's mansion is an important place where Zhao Dian is imprisoned. Do you think Baichi will not place spies in the provincial governor's mansion? Baichi! Cloud Scorpion and Twilight Wyrm couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The two of them glanced at each other, and Cloud Scorpion couldn't help but say, if this is the case, Baichi might have already noticed that Shenzhan bribed the generals and guards of the provincial governor's mansion. You mean to say that the government noticed our plan and set up an ambush in the provincial governor's mansion, leading to the capture of Commanders Xianyi and Tianying? In the first floor hall of Tongfuan, Cloud Scorpion gloomily stared at Li Tai as he sternly asked. Before Li Tai could answer, Shenzhan hastily interjected. Impossible. Impossible. When I bribed the generals and guards of the provincial governor's mansion, I was extremely cautious. Moreover, all the people I chose were greedy people. I only gave them 40% as a deposit. If they want the remaining 60%, they have to help me save Lord Guard. Thus, these people will never betray me. Chapter 2145. Ask for help from the steppe and coordinate from the inside. Before the other Turkic spies in the inn could react, Cloud Scorpion's face suddenly paled. Before Zhao Dian had been captured by the authorities, he had sent a messenger pigeon to the steppe, requesting Xieli to dispatch elite wolf cavalry to secretly infiltrate Taiyuan City and coordinate with the Turkic wolf guards inside the city to capture Taiyuan City in one fell swoop and capture Li Tai and the other Yanhuang College teachers and students back to the steppe. Even among these spies, this was a top-secret plan. Only 4 people knew about it, and Cloud Scorpion just so happened to be one of these 4. Even Twilight Flood Dragon didn't know about this plan. Of course, the reason why Zhao Diyan didn't let Twilight Flood Dragon know about this top-secret plan was mainly because Twilight Flood Dragon's IQ was a little worrying. Zhao Diyan was worried that Twilight Flood Dragon would accidentally tell others about the plan after knowing about it. That would spoil his plans. What Li Tai had just said was actually highly consistent with the top-secret plan that Zhao Diyan had formulated long ago. This caused Cloud Scorpion to feel incomparably shocked. He couldn't help but wonder if Li Tai already knew about their top-secret plan. Don't you know something? Cloud Scorpion stared at Li Tai's face. If the latter's expression showed the slightest hint of evasiveness, he would not hesitate to take Li Tai and engage in a life-and-death struggle with the authorities. This was because the only reason they were not willing to use Li Tai's life to threaten the authorities to release Zhao Diyan, besides the fact that this method was likely to result in mutual destruction and could not be used unless absolutely necessary, was that they still had one last thing they could rely on: the reinforcement from the steppe. They needed time, needed to mediate with the authorities. Before the steppe reinforcements arrived outside the city, they needed Li Tai to ensure Zhao Diyan's safety. Once the steppe reinforcements arrived, they would launch an attack inside the city and coordinate with the reinforcements outside to capture Taiyuan City. At that time, the entire city would be theirs. It would not be difficult to rescue Zhao Diyan and capture the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. But the premise of all this was built on the premise that the Tang Imperial Court was not on guard against their plan. If the Tang Imperial Court had already known about their plan, they would have deployed a large number of troops at the border, especially the area near Taiyuan City. At that time, even if Xieli had sent out the elite wolf cavalry, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to infiltrate outside Taiyuan City without anyone noticing. If that was the case, there would be no need for them to continue negotiating with the government. Since they couldn't escape death, they might as well drag Li Tai along with them and fight with the government. Perhaps they might be able to find a way out. Therefore, it was fine if Li Tai's words were unintentional. But if they were, then as the leader of the wolf guards in the inn, he would have to change his plan and take a risk. What do you know? What do you want this prince to know? Li Tai's eyes were clear. Facing Cloud Scorpion's aggressive gaze, his eyes did not evade at all. He said, "This plan is the only feasible plan that this prince came up with after racking his brains and putting himself in your shoes. How about it? Are you impressed by this prince's extraordinary wisdom?" With that said, Li Tai proudly raised his chin at Cloud Scorpion. He had a narcissistic look on his face, as though he did not realize the danger and even killing intent in Cloud Scorpion's words. Of course, it had to be said that Little Fatty's performance was at the level of a best actor. It was as though he really did not know of Zhao Diyan's top-secret plan. Be it his expression, gaze, or words, there were no flaws. Cloud Scorpion, who wanted to find clues from Li Tai's expression, ultimately failed to see any clues. Perhaps this little fatty was really a blind cat that came up with this plan by chance? Cloud Scorpion could not help but mutter to himself when he saw Li Tai's clear eyes, and his expression did not seem to be fake. With this in mind, the killing intent in Cloud Scorpion's heart could not help but dissipate. As long as the government did not know of their top-secret plan, there was still hope for them to escape Source Peak City. They did not need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the government. When he saw Cloud Scorpion's gaze ease up, Li Tai couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart. Actually, before he spoke those words just now, he'd already expected Cloud Scorpion's next reaction, and he'd made sufficient mental preparations. That was why his performance was so flawless and flawless. What sort of good plan is this? Although he had relaxed his guard against Li Tai, Cloud Scorpion did not plan on being merciful with his words. He snorted coldly and said, "Now that Lord Guard, Xianyi, and Skyhawk have fallen into the hands of the government, they will definitely press on and attempt to rescue you. It's too late for us to seek help from the grasslands now. It's too late to seek help now. We could have sought help 2 days ago." Cloud Scorpion silently added in his mind, At the same time, he could not help but feel immense admiration and joy for Zhao Dian's move. Based on the time, not only had the grasslands received their request for help, the wolf cavalry Xieli had dispatched had probably already infiltrated the Great Tang. As long as they could hold on for a few more days, they would definitely be able to receive reinforcements. With this thought in mind, Cloud Scorpion's gaze turned resolute. The only thing he could do now was lead the people of the inn to guard Li Tai and wait for reinforcements to arrive. What's there to not be in time for? With this king in your hands, the government won't dare to make any moves. All you need to do is guard the inn and completely pin down the government until reinforcements arrive. Li Tai chuckled as he spoke. Big brother, what he says seems to make sense. Why don't we just do as he says? On the side, Twilight Flood Dragon could not help but be tempted. In truth, he did not know about Zhao Dian's top-secret plan, but after hearing Li Tai's description, he also felt that this was their only feasible plan, which was why he was so tempted. Cloud Scorpion unhappily glared at this blockhead, thinking to himself, just whose fucking side are you on? Cloud Scorpion then turned to Li Tai and sternly said, you're probably looking forward to being rescued by the government, right? Why would you be so kind as to help us come up with a plan? Speak. Just what are you planning? Twilight Flood Dragon immediately came to his senses. He glared at Li Tai with a fiendish expression and gruffly said, Big brother is right. You're on the same side as the government, so why are you helping us come up with a plan? There must be some shameful scheme. Speak. Oh. Chapter 2146. The intelligence of you two brothers is far inferior to Xianyi and Skyhawk. It's no wonder the two of you can't be the boss. Faced with Cloud Scorpion and Twilight Flood Dragon's questioning, Li Tai shook his head and mocked them in an eccentric manner. The duo's expression changed, and just as they were about to flare up, they heard Li Tai continue. Who said that this king is wholeheartedly helping you? In fact, this king is also helping himself. Cloud Scorpion's gaze froze as he asked in a deep voice, King Wei, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? I mean it literally. Li Tai threw up his hands and lampooned helplessly. If this king didn't come up with a perfect plan for you, wouldn't you be grabbing this king and taking him to the authorities? If any random swords or arrows were to injure this king, who would this king seek justice from? Although this king isn't afraid of death, this king doesn't wish to die in such a cowardly manner. Therefore, to a certain extent, we are now in the same boat. In the same boat? Twilight Flood Dragon scratched his head in puzzlement. Although he could not find any loopholes in Li Tai's words, he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Li Tai was clearly a hostage they had taken, so how did he end up in the same boat as them? This turn of events was too sudden, so Twilight Flood Dragon was momentarily unable to wrap his head around it. Cloud Scorpion's eyes flashed. Li Tai's words had made him suddenly think of something. He seemed to realize something as he thought to himself. So that's how it is. This punk is pretending to be smart to stall for time. One has to know that sending a messenger pigeon from Source Peak City to the grasslands to request for reinforcements would take a few days in addition to the time needed to send the message and dispatch the troops. This punk wants to use these few days to make a comeback? Dream on. Little does he know that our reinforcements have already set off. They might even be approaching Source Peak City by now. They will arrive outside Source Peak City by tomorrow. I want to see how you can make a comeback in a short day. If Li Tai had fabricated some other reason, Cloud Scorpion might have continued to be wary of Li Tai because he felt that Li Tai had other motives. However, not only did Li Tai admit that he had done so partly for himself, the reason he gave was reasonable. Cloud Scorpion, who believed that he had seen through Li Tai's scheme, once again lowered his guard against Li Tai. He felt that everything was within his grasp. The reinforcements that would arrive outside Source Peak City in a few days were his greatest support. Speaking of which, when he learned that Xianyi and Celestial Eagle had been captured by the government, Cloud Scorpion had been somewhat flustered. He had even almost forgotten about his greatest support, Zhao Dian's secret plan. If not for the fact that Li Tai had just reminded him of this plan, he would probably have been egged on by Twilight Flood Dragon's group to take Li Tai out and fight to the death with the soldiers. Since Your Highness King of Wei doesn't want to die, then please cooperate with us for the next few days. Don't cause any trouble. Once the Turkic reinforcements arrive, We will take you out of Source Peak City and ensure your safety. Otherwise, Cloud Scorpion faintly smiled as he warned Li Tai. Humph. There's no need for you to teach this king how to do things. Li Tai coldly snorted, and then he arrogantly waved his sleeve and walked up the stairs with his hands behind his back. He knew that he had fooled Cloud Scorpion and Twilight Flood Dragon. There were many times when a perfect and flawless lie was more likely to arouse the wariness of others, especially at the juncture of life and death. Thus he had intentionally given Cloud Scorpion a flaw, so that he would believe that he had seen through his plan. This way, not only could his plan be carried out smoothly, he could also lower his foe's wariness of him. Ever since Li Tai had been dragged down the stairs by Twilight Flood Dragon, this confrontation had begun to brew in his mind. On the surface it seemed like Li Tai had lost, but in reality, he had completely defeated Cloud Scorpion. The Imperial Court was now on guard, and the garrisons of the border provinces had been ordered to be on high alert. The steppe reinforcements would not arrive as quickly as Cloud Scorpion had predicted. This gap in time was the chance that Li Tai had bought for himself to be rescued. Oh. Chapter 2147. Iron Egg, you also want to participate in the plan to rescue King Wei? In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence, Li Junxian gave Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting a few more instructions on stabilizing the city. Just when he was about to leave, Iron Egg suddenly arrived. Upon learning of Iron Egg's intentions, Li Junxian asked in surprise. In his plan, all the participants had to be top-class experts because each of them would have to deal with several, even 10 some Turkic spies. Without sufficient skill, let alone completing the mission, they wouldn't even be able to protect themselves. Thus, he had made an exception and allowed Wang Chenggu to lead several top-class experts from the Wang clan's shadow guards into this plan. But compared to Wang Chenggu, Iron Egg's martial arts were lacking. Even though Iron Egg was the disciple of Li Zishuan and had an above-average talent amongst the younger generation, he was still young. Qing Ke was kidnapped because of me. I must save her. Iron Egg firmly nodded. Li Junxian could naturally sense Iron Egg's resolve, but after a few moments of hesitation he shook his head. No. My plan is too dangerous for you. Moreover, I've already gathered enough strength, and am very confident that I can rescue His Highness. There's no need for you to participate. Li Junxian had refused partly because he did not want Iron Egg's participation to affect his plan, and partly because he wanted to protect Iron Egg. After all, Iron Egg was Li Zishuan's disciple. If something happened to him, Li Junxian wouldn't be able to answer to Li Zishuan. Generally, although Iron Egg, you also want to participate in the plan to rescue King Wei? In the main hall of the provincial governor's residence, Li Junxian gave Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting a few more instructions on stabilizing the city. Just when he was about to leave, Iron Egg suddenly arrived. Upon learning of Iron Egg's intentions, Li Junxian asked in surprise. In his plan, all the participants had to be top-class experts because each of them would have to deal with several, even 10 some Turkic spies. Without sufficient skill, let alone completing the mission, they wouldn't even be able to protect themselves. Thus, he had made an exception and allowed Wang Chenggu and several other top-class experts of the Wang clan's shadow guards to participate in his plan. But compared to Wang Chenggu, Iron Egg's martial arts were somewhat lacking. Even though Iron Egg was a student of the younger generation, and Iron Egg's talent was above average among the younger generation, he was still young. Qing Ke was kidnapped because of me. I have to save her. Iron Egg firmly nodded. Li Junxian could naturally sense Iron Egg's resolve, but after a few moments of hesitation he shook his head. No. My plan is too dangerous for you. Moreover, I've already gathered enough strength, and am very confident that I can rescue His Highness. There's no need for you to participate. Li Junxian had refused partly because he did not want Iron Egg's participation in his plan to be affected, and partly because he wanted to protect Iron Egg. After all, Iron Egg was Li Zishuan's disciple. If something happened to him, Li Junxian wouldn't be able to answer to Li Zishuan. Generally, although Iron Egg, you also want to participate in the plan to rescue King Wei? Chapter 2148. Oh, Li Junxian agreed, and he even requested that our Wang clan send 4 Peak Chi transformation experts to help him rescue His Highness? In the Wang clan residence, Wang Yu had just gotten out of bed when Wang Chenggu returned from the provincial governor's residence to report to Wang Yu. When Wang Yu heard that Li Junxian had accepted the Wang clan's goodwill, he raised an eyebrow and smiled in delight. Yes, Patriarch. Wang Chenggu cupped his fists and bowed. After a moment he continued, however, General Li requested that the people sent by the Wang clan must not be in cahoots with the Turk spies. Furthermore, the people sent must obey his orders unconditionally. Oh, it seems like Li Junxian is on his guard after last night's incident. Wang Yu was a shrewd and astute man, and he was able to deduce Li Junxian's intentions from Wang Chengwu's words. It was clear that after what had happened last night at the provincial governor's residence, Li Junxian no longer dared to hand over such an important mission to the Bing province barracks. In comparison, the Wang clan seemed to be more trusted by Li Junxian. Wang Yu couldn't help but smile at this thought. He turned to Wang Chenggu and said, I leave this matter to you. This old man has been away from the ancestral residence for many years, so I am not as familiar with the situation of the clan's shadow guards as you are. In a little while, you will follow Li Junxian's request and select 4 experts from the clan's shadow guards. Remember, these 4 people don't have to be the best, but they have to have a clean background. They can't be colluding with the Turks. This matter not only concerns whether we can rescue His Highness King of Wei, but also concerns the fate of the Wang clan. No mistakes can be allowed. Wang Chenggu trembled in shock and hurriedly clasped his fist. Your subordinate understands. Wang Yu was still a little worried and said, how about this, after you've decided on the candidates, present the name list to the old man and let him check it. If he says there's no problem, you can take those 4 people to the provincial governor's mansion to report. From the information Wang Chenggu had sent back, Wang Yu could guess that Li Junxian was about to make a major move, and this major move was probably to rescue Li Tai. In this case, the reliability of the reinforcements sent by the Wang clan was extremely important. After all, if one of the reinforcements sent by the Wang clan were colluding with a Turkic spy and switched sides at the crucial moment, they could completely ruin Li Junxian's plan. The Wang clan, which was already a sinner, could not afford to bear such a crime. Therefore, this matter was both an opportunity and a challenge for Wang Jia. If they grasped it well, the Wang clan could atone for their crimes. If they didn't grasp it well and messed it up, it would be adding to their crimes. If they didn't do it well, Li Er might directly destroy the Wang clan in a fit of anger. Just like the Chui clan back then. Oh, Li Junxian agreed? And he even proposed that our Wang clan send 4 Peak Chi transformation experts to help him rescue His Highness? In the Wang clan residence, Wang Yu had just gotten out of bed. Wang Chenggu had returned from the provincial governor's residence to report to Wang Yu. When Wang Yu heard that Li Junxian had accepted the Wang clan's goodwill, he raised an eyebrow and smiled in surprise and delight. Yes, Patriarch. Chapter 2149. Your Majesty, an urgent report from Taiyuan. In the western courts of the Imperial Palace, Li Er had just woken up and was getting dressed under the care of Empress Zhongsun and a group of palace maids. At this moment Zhao Song walked in and bowed. Oh, an urgent report from Taiyuan? Li Er trembled and immediately turned to Zhao Song, a hint of reproach in his eyes. Everyone knew that Taiyuan City was in the middle of a storm, and what he feared the most was that bad news from Taiyuan City would cause the already weak Empress Zhongsun to suffer another blow. Thus, Li Er had always ordered Zhao Song not to speak of any reports from Taiyuan City in front of Empress Zhongsun. But why was Zhao Song acting so recklessly today? As expected, Empress Zhongsun, who was in the middle of tying Li Er's belt, couldn't help but tremble. She hurriedly shoved the belt into the hands of a palace maid and walked up to Zhao Song. An urgent report from Taiyuan. Is there news from Qingke? Zhao Song raised his head and met Li Er's slightly reproachful gaze. For the time being, he could only pretend that he did not see it. Speaking of which, his actions today were not because he did not know the severity of the matter. The main reason was that the urgent report contained good news. Your Majesty, this urgent report was sent from Taiyuan early this morning. At the time, Your Majesty and His Majesty were both resting, so this old servant acted on his own initiative and suppressed the telegram. Although it is not news from His Highness King Wei, it is related to His Highness. Your Majesty, please take a look. Zhao Song took a piece of paper from his sleeve and presented it to his forehead with both hands. This telegram was from last night, no, in the early hours of this morning, when Li Junxian had captured Xianyi. Your Majesty, an urgent report from Taiyuan. In the western courts of the Imperial Palace, Li Er had just gotten out of bed and was getting dressed under the care of Empress Zhongsun and a group of palace maids. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in and bowed. Oh, an urgent report from Taiyuan? Li Er's body trembled. He immediately turned his head to look at Zhao Song with a hint of blame in his eyes. Everyone knew that Taiyuan City was in the midst of a storm. Furthermore, he was most afraid that bad news from Taiyuan City would cause Empress Zhongsun, who was already in poor health, to suffer another blow. Therefore, Li Er had specially instructed Zhao Song not to speak of any information regarding Taiyuan City in front of Empress Zhongsun. Sure enough, when Empress Zhongsun, who was tying Li Er's belt, heard this, her hands could not help but tremble. She hurriedly stuffed the belt in her hands into the hands of a palace maid beside her, then quickly walked in front of Zhao Song and asked anxiously, Taiyuan emergency report? Is there news about Qing Ke? Zhao Song raised his head and met Li Er's slightly reproachful gaze. For the time being, he could only pretend that he did not see it. Speaking of which, his actions today were not because he did not know the severity of the matter. The main reason was that the urgent report contained good news. Replying to Your Highness, it was an urgent report from Taiyuan early this morning. At the time, you and His Majesty had already gone to bed, so this old servant acted on my own initiative and suppressed the telegram. Although it is not news about His Highness King Wei, it is related to His Highness. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please take a look. Zhao Song took a piece of paper from his sleeve and presented it to his forehead with both hands. This telegram was from last night, no, early this morning, when Li Junxian had captured Xianyi. Your Majesty, an urgent report from Taiyuan. The Imperial Palace, the Western Court. Li Er had just gotten out of bed and was getting dressed under the care of Empress Zhongsun and a group of palace maids. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in and bowed. Oh, an urgent report from Taiyuan? Li Er's body trembled. He immediately turned his head to look at Zhao Song with a hint of blame in his eyes. Chapter 2150. Beep beep beep. In the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers had already woken up and were doing morning exercises. Li Zishuan didn't do morning exercises with the soldiers of the 5th Battalion because Bao Lin came to inform him that the telegraph had rung. Thus, he quickly returned to his tent to receive the telegram. It's little Ku. Li Zishuan originally thought that it was Iron Egg who sent the telegram, but after confirming the identity of the person on the other end, he realized that the person who sent the telegram was actually Li Ku. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel curious. Why would Li Ku send a telegram at this time? Could it be that something happened at the bank? Beep beep beep. Forcefully suppressing his curiosity, Li Zishuan calmed himself down and focused on the code sent by Li Ku. Speaking of which, he didn't need to take notes when receiving telegrams. He completely listened with his ears and translated it in his mind. Chang'anhu merchants in Shunkai, Kongfuyang, and others are willing to pay a huge sum of 50,000 strings of cash to purchase the rights to the Strange Taste Pavilion's products and the western regions from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Since Mr. isn't in the Chamber of Commerce, Boss Lin, Boss Chow, and Faubert don't dare to make a decision on their own. They specially sent a student to ask if Mr. would like to cooperate with these Hu merchants. After listening to the telegram, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sneer. I was planning to settle the score with you guys after the Taiyuan incident, but I didn't expect you guys to come knocking on my door so quickly. And Shunkai, does this in Shunkai have anything to do with in Shenzhen? In the telegram sent by Iron Egg last night, other than describing Xianyi and Tianying's failure to break out of the prison, he also roughly told him about the chaos in Taiyuan City in the past few days. This included Kong Chu colluding with the Kong merchants to hoard food, inciting civil unrest, and in Shenzhen colluding with the Turkic spies to wreak havoc in Taiyuan. These Hu merchants had relied on the fact that they had been operating in the Central Plains for many years and had vast resources and influence to dare to play dirty tricks and oppose the authorities. Whether they had done it intentionally or not, they had directly or indirectly helped the Turkic spies and made it very difficult for Li Zishuan to rescue Li Tai. One could say that Li Zishuan hated these people to the bone. Li Zishuan was now in the military camp, and Li Tai hadn't been rescued yet, so he didn't have the heart to retaliate against the 9 families of Zhaowu. But he didn't expect that those people would actually deliver themselves to his door. How could he let them go? Others might be afraid of the 9 families of Zhaowu, but Li Zishuan had the backing of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, Curious Pavilion Workshop, Yanhuang College, and the Yanhuang Bank. Strictly speaking, his current power and the financial resources he could mobilize were no less than the 9 families of Zhaowu. More importantly, his mind was filled with the knowledge of the 21st century. Knowledge was priceless, and with this advanced knowledge, he could casually create many products that the people of this era would scramble for. For example, the glassware and bicycles produced by the Curious Pavilion Workshop, electric lamps, toilet paper, and so on. In the future, perfume, soap, radios, and other must-make products for transmigrators would also be created by him or his students. Each of these products would bring in a massive amount of wealth. But what about those merchants of the 9 families? As the Sut region was located at the throat of the Silk Road, the 9 families of Zhaowu, the Suts, naturally became a people with a tradition of doing business. To put it bluntly, they were hereditary middlemen. They sold China's silk to the West, and the West's gems and wine to the Tang dynasty. These people only knew how to buy and sell, and they had no skill to speak of. They would eventually be eliminated by the times. Perhaps this was why they were willing to spend so much money to buy the right to market the products of the Curious Pavilion Workshop. They could see that the products of the Curious Pavilion were irreplaceable, and that there was a massive business opportunity behind them. Beep 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 beep. Tell them that it's impossible for us to work together. Not only that, from now on, the Yanhuang Bank in the Tang dynasty will no longer provide any services to the merchants of the Kong Kingdom and the Yin Kingdom. Chapter 2151. In modern times, financial sanctions were the most severe form of economic sanctions. The United States often imposed financial sanctions on other countries, and it was very unilateralist. Ever since World War II, the US dollar successfully defeated the British pound and became the global currency overlord. In modern times, the US dollar circulating in the world was issued by the United States Congress, but Congress never had to pay it back because it was impossible. Moreover, the world's oil settlement was unified in the US dollar, so the US dollar had the power to set the price of oil. In addition, the US moneybags had operated for hundreds of years around the world to establish a cash flow channel. Through the US dollar, they could almost achieve remote control of the global economy. When Li Zishuan introduced Tang Yuan and established the Yanhuang Bank, his original intention was to make it convenient for the Yanhuang College's teachers and students to spend money in the college. When this currency system matured, he would promote it to the entire Lantian County, and then to the entire Tang Empire. His ultimate goal was to let Tang Yuan replace the copper coin and become the official currency of the Tang Empire. In the end, he would use the Tang Empire's prestige in the world to promote Tang Yuan to other countries and become the world's currency. In this way, the Tang Empire's financial system would affect the entire world. At the same time, some of the inflation and economic crisis in the country could be transferred to other countries. In this way, even if the other emperors after Li Er were muddle-headed and incompetent, at least with a strong financial system, they would not be as poor as the Chongzhan dynasty at the end of the Ming dynasty. Therefore, it could be said that once Li Zishuan's financial system was established, the foundation of the Central Plains dynasty would become even stronger. In layman's terms, even if there were a few prodigal emperors in the future, the Central Plains dynasty would not be in danger of being destroyed by foreign races easily, because the family's foundation would be strong. In Li Zishuan's initial expectation, a complete and even global financial system would not be successful without the efforts of several generations, especially in ancient times when there was a lack of financial talents. Fortunately, Tang Yuan and the Yanhuang Bank received the full support of Li Zishuan and the imperial court as soon as they appeared. This starting point was much higher than what Li Zishuan had expected. In addition, with the elites of Yanhuang College, led by Li Ku, assisting Li Zishuan in establishing the Yanhuang Bank and promoting Tang Yuan, the progress of establishing the Tang Yuan currency system was much faster than Li Zishuan's initial expectations. Today, almost all of the Tang dynasty's 360 states were covered by the Yanhuang Bank, and the Tang Yuan, a new currency, was being accepted by more and more people. Not only that, last year with Li Zishuan's efforts, Li Zishuan decided to establish a department of commerce to develop sea trade and started frequent sea trade with the various countries in Nanyang. In the process of trade, the lack of a unified currency brought about a lot of trouble for the merchants of various countries. The merchants of various countries either exchanged gold, silver, and jewelry for goods or bartered directly. However, these two methods of settlement were not accurate and were even more inconvenient, resulting in some disputes and friction. The appearance of the Tang Yuan completely solved this problem for the merchants of various countries. This was because this currency was not only convenient to carry around, but it was also endorsed by the Tang dynasty's imperial court. The Tang dynasty was vast and rich in resources. With the Tang Yuan, they could purchase all kinds of goods in the various states, counties, and cities of the Tang Yuan. Moreover, all the goods were clearly priced and settled with the Tang Yuan. Both parties would not be at a disadvantage, unlike in the past where they directly gave each other gold beans, gold leaves, and the like. That way of settlement was not accurate at all. Chapter 2152. Bosun, do you think the Marquis of Yong'an will agree to our request? Sell us the rights to market the Curious Pavilion's products in the West? In the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion, in the reception room of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, 9 uninvited guests had arrived early in the morning. These people were of different shapes and ages, but the only thing they had in common was that they were dressed in luxurious clothing. Their faces were rough, and their facial features did not resemble those of the Central Plains. However, the clothes they wore were of the Central Plains, and they were all made of high-quality silk. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting on the left asked the white-robed elder sitting at the head of the table. The white-robed elder was called Shun Kai. His name only differed by one word from Shun Shan's. In truth, the two were related by blood. Shun Kai and Shun Han belonged to the same family, and Shun Kai was Shun Shan's cousin. However, in terms of business ability, Shun Kai was far from Shun Shan's. Hence, the family's businesses in the Central Plains were mainly managed by Shun Han, while Shun Kai only helped Shun Han manage the businesses in the Chang'an region. The Marquis of Yong'an is a smart man. He knows how to weigh the pros and cons. The rights to market the western regions are of little value to him. If he sells it to us, not only will he get 50,000 strings of cash, we will also help the Curious Pavilion's products expand the market. I believe that the Marquis of Yong'an will make the right choice. Hearing Kong Fuyang's question and seeing the gazes of the other people in the room on him, Shun stroked the small beard on his chin and analyzed for everyone with a face full of confidence. Furthermore, before this, I have already sent people to investigate. In this year, the Marquis of Yong'an has established the academy, repaired the roads, expanded the city, and built some sort of power station. Each of these projects cost a huge sum of money. Even if the Curious Pavilion under him earns a lot of money every day, it will definitely not be able to withstand his expenditure. Hence, I speculate that the Marquis of Yong'an should be very short on money. Otherwise, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce would not have held a donation gathering in Lantian County to raise military funds for the imperial court. Now we are willing to offer 50,000 strings of cash for the rights to market the western regions. The Marquis of Yong'an will not reject such a good deal. Bosun, do you think the Marquis of Yong'an will agree to our request? Are you going to sell us the rights to sell your products in the West? In the new workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, in the reception room of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's headquarters building, 9 uninvited guests had arrived early in the morning. These people were of different shapes and ages, but the only thing they had in common was that they were all dressed very luxuriously. Their faces were rough, and their facial features did not resemble those of the Central Plains. However, the clothes they wore were of the Central Plains, and they were all made of high-quality silk. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting on the left cupped his hands and asked the white-robed elder sitting at the head of the table. The white-robed elder's name was Shun Kai, and his name only differed by one word from Shun Shan's. In reality, the two of them were related by blood. Shun Kai and Shun Han belonged to the same family, and Shun Kai was Shun Shan's cousin. However, in terms of business talent, Shun Kai was far from Shun Shan's. Hence, the family's businesses in the Central Plains were mainly managed by Shun Han, while In Shunkai only helped In Shunshan manage the businesses in the Chang'an region. The Marquis of Yong'an is a smart man. He knows how to weigh the pros and cons. The rights to market the western regions are of little value to the Marquis of Yong'an. If he sells it to us, not only will he get 50,000 strings of cash in one go, we will also help the Strange Interest Pavilion's products expand the market. This old man believes that the Marquis of Yong'an will make the right choice. Hearing Kong Fuyang's question, and seeing the gazes of the other people in the room on him, and Shunkai stroked the mustache on his chin, and confidently analyzed the situation for everyone. Chapter 2153. What? In the reception room of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce headquarters, everyone's expressions changed after hearing Li Ke's words. Before Li Ke had arrived, they had all thought that this cooperation was in the bag. Who would have thought that they would receive such an answer? Li Zishuan had actually rejected them. Your Highness, you're saying that the Duke of Yong'an does not agree to sell the rights to the Curious Pavilion's products to us in the West? And Shunkai hesitated for a moment before standing up and asking Li Ke. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. That's right. Li Ke nodded, his words as precious as gold. Ever since he had heard from Li Zishuan that there were merchants from the An and Kong kingdoms in Taiyuan City who wanted to harm Li Tai, Li Ke had begun to dislike these 9 surnamed Hu merchants. Although they could bring substantial benefits to the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, under these circumstances, he still had to make do with money. May I ask your Highness, why did Marquis not agree? Is it because the price is too low? Or does he have other concerns? We have come with sincerity. If Marquis is dissatisfied with anything, we can discuss it further. Hearing Li Ke's confirmation again, and Shunkai and the rest could not help but look at each other. Their hearts chilled. After taking a deep breath, as the representative of the 9 surnamed Hu merchants, and Shunkai cupped his hands and asked again. He had to understand the reason Li Zishuan had rejected them, and whether there was any room for negotiation. He was not afraid that Li Zishuan had rejected them because the price was too low. If that was the case, they could have increased the price even more. And Shunkai felt that it was worth it even if they doubled the price. This was because the Curious Pavilion's products were all extremely profitable. After they obtained the rights, they could earn back their capital within a year. What In Shunkai was truly afraid of was that there was no room for negotiation. Kong Fuyang and the others clearly understood this. At this moment, their eyes were all fixed on Li Ke. Li Ke's next words would determine whether their future business would be smooth sailing. As for Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, they were all extremely happy. This was because if Li Zishuan did not work with these Hu merchants, then the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce members would not be able to reduce their share of the goods from the Curious Pavilion. Moreover, when their power grew, they could sell the goods from the Curious Pavilion to the various countries in the western region. Who said that they could not expand their business to other countries? At that time, they might even be able to completely annex and replace the 9 surnamed Hu merchants. They were the 9 families of Zhaowu, famous for their business. It was said that some of the Hu merchants had businesses in more than a dozen countries, and their wealth was enormous. When they thought that they would have a chance to surpass and replace these Hu merchants, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the others were all excited. They were secretly glad that they had followed the right boss. Sir, the matter of cooperation is absolutely impossible. Not only that, from today onwards, the Yanhuang Bank within the Great Tang's borders will no longer provide any services to the merchants of the Kong and In kingdoms, including lending, storing, and exchanging Tang dollars. This will continue until the king of the Kong and In kingdoms give the Great Tang a satisfactory explanation. Li Ke's eyes were like lightning as he stared straight at In Shunkai. The majesty of a king was unknowingly revealed as he spoke in a low voice. Chapter 2154. Boss Lin, please wait. Li Ke stormed off. Chao Wendong, Feng Zhihua, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce followed closely behind. Lin Wenyuan was the last to leave. At this time, In Shunkai, who had recovered from his shock, hurriedly chased after Lin Wenyuan and shouted at him. Lin Wenyuan paused and frowned. Without turning his head, he said, I do not know the reason for His Highness' anger. It is useless for you to ask this old man. The matters of the Chamber of Commerce and the bank are all decided by Marquis. Since you have offended Marquis and His Highness, no one can save you. After saying this, Lin Wenyuan did not linger and hurriedly left. He did not want to have anything to do with these sinners, not to mention that there was a competitive relationship between them. He had already done his best to say this. Besides, even if he wanted to help in this matter, he could not. This was because Li Zixuan had decided on this matter. What ability did he have to change Li Zixuan's mind? Therefore, it was more important to cut ties with Shen Kai and the others as soon as possible. Hey! Boss Lin! Boss Lin! Shen Kai panicked and wanted to chase after him. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Wenyuan had already left the room. Clearly, he could not wait to avoid him. Sigh. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Shen Kai looked at Lin Wenyuan's departing figure, and could not help but let out a long sigh. He stood where he was and beat his chest. He had come here excitedly today because he thought that he would receive good news. However, he didn't expect that instead of good news, he would receive 2 pieces of bad news. He could still accept the first piece of bad news, but the second piece of bad news was fatal to him. It was no different from a devastating blow. From what the King of Shu said, our cooperation with the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce is completely lost. The reason for this matter is because of the merchants from the Kong and in Kingdom who wanted to murder the King of Wei in Taiyuan City. Bossin, do you know any merchants from the In Kingdom who happen to be in Taiyuan? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a light blue robe asked. This person was not from the Kong Kingdom or the In Kingdom, but from the Stone Kingdom of the 9 families of Zhao Wu. His name was Shernanshou. Boss Lin, please wait. Li Ku flicked his sleeves and left. Chao Wendong, Feng Zhihua, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce also followed closely behind. Lin Wenyuan was the last to leave. At this time, Shen, who had recovered from his shock, hurriedly chased after Lin Wenyuan and shouted at him. Lin Wenyuan's footsteps paused. He furrowed his brows and said without turning his head, I don't know the reason for His Highness' anger. It's useless for you to ask me. The matters of the Chamber of Commerce and the bank are all decided by Marquis. Since you have offended Marquis and His Highness, no one can save you. After saying this, Lin Wenyuan did not linger and hurriedly left. He did not want to have anything to do with these sinners, not to mention that there was a competitive relationship between them. He had already done his best to say this. Besides, even if he wanted to help in this matter, he could not because this was Li Zixuan's decision. How could he, Lin Wenyuan, have the ability to change Li Zixuan's mind? Therefore, it was more important to cut ties with Shen and the others as soon as possible. Hey! Boss Lin! Chapter 2155. Bossen, you said that you wanted to mediate, but the Marquis of Yong and has already ordered that the Yanhuang Bank will no longer provide services to merchants from our 2 countries. How can we mediate this? Not long after Li Ke left, Shen Kai and the rest also left the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, they were chased out. After Faubert learned of Li Zixuan's instructions, he had already listed Shen Kai and the rest as unwelcome in the Strange Taste Pavilion. Shen Kai and the rest did not chat for long in the guest room before they were escorted out of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce by someone sent by Faubert. On the carriage back to Chang'an, Kong Fuyang asked worriedly. On the sanctions list of the Yanhuang Bank, there were only merchants from the Kong country and the In country. Therefore, Kong Fuyang and Shen had become fellow sufferers. When they returned, they rode in the same carriage. As for the other 7 people, they rode in their own carriages. Brother Kong, although the Marquis of Yong and founded the Yanhuang Bank, from what this old man knows, the Yanhuang Bank does not belong to the Marquis alone. Since this path does not work, let's find another one. Shen Kai had already regained his composure and wisdom. His gaze was deep as he spoke. Kong Fuyang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Oh, brother, do you have other connections in Chang'an? Shen Kai stroked his beard and said in a low voice, Not really, but this old man still knows some people in Chang'an City. But this matter has already involved King Wei. If we want to mediate, we will have to pay a hefty price. It is not something that the 2 of us can solve. How about this? When we return to Chang'an City, We will gather all the reputable merchants from the Kong and in kingdoms in Chang'an City to discuss this matter together. How about that? When Kong Fuyang heard this, he immediately understood. Indeed, this matter involved the princes of the Tang Empire. If they wanted to get through the various joints, they would probably need to spend a lot of money. It was true that he and Shun were rich, but their money did not come from nowhere. The sanctions of the Yanhuang Bank affected all the merchants from the Kong Kingdom and the Yin Kingdom who did business in the Tang Empire. The two of them did not need to be the big shots and spend money to resolve this matter alone. Bossen, you just said that you wanted to find a way to mediate, but the Marquis of Yong has already given the order for Yanhuang Bank to no longer provide services to the merchants of our two countries. How can this matter be mediated? Not long after Li Ke left, and Shun Kai and the rest also left the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Strictly speaking, they had been chased out. After receiving Li Zishuan's instructions, Faubert had already listed Shun Kai and the rest as unwelcome in the Strange Taste Pavilion. And Shun Kai and the rest had not chatted in the guest room for long before they were escorted out of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce headquarters by someone sent by Faubert. On the carriage back to Chang'an, Kong Fuyang asked worriedly. On the sanctions list of the Yanhuang Bank, there were only merchants from the Kong country and the Yin country. Therefore, Kong Fuyang and Shun had become fellow sufferers. When they returned, they rode in the same carriage. As for the other 7 people, they rode in their own carriages. Old brother Kong, although the Marquis of Yong founded the Yanhuang Bank, from what this old man knows, the Yanhuang Bank does not belong to the Marquis of Yong alone. Since this path does not work, we will find another one. Chapter 2156. Master, what should we do now? Where are we going to gather so much cash in a day? Furthermore, I heard that not only will the Yanhuang Bank not lend us any more money, we can't even exchange for Tang Yuan or deposit money in the future. If that's the case, I'm afraid that our business will be greatly affected. In the Yin residence, the old housekeeper bowed and asked Shun Kai worriedly. The Yin family had dozens of shops in Chang'an City, which involved various industries such as cloth, jade, pawn, and so on. For consumer shops such as ready-made clothes shops and jade shops, the ban of Yanhuang Bank would not have an obvious impact on them because they usually collected money from consumers. Even if they sometimes needed to give change, they could use the money from consumers to maintain the balance. However, shops like the pawn shop that gave out money had to give out large amounts of Tang Yuan every day. Now that Tang Yuan was widely popular and accepted by the majority of people, after getting used to the convenience of Tang Yuan, would those who came to the pawn shop to pawn their belongings be willing to accept a basket of copper coins or a stack of Tang Yuan? Therefore, without the support of the Yanhuang Bank, shops like the Yin family pawn shop would soon be in dire straits. Bring some people to check how much cash is in the accounts of each shop. If it's not enough, I'll think of other ways. And Shun Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking to the old housekeeper. He knew in his heart that this was just a temporary measure. Master, what should we do now? Where are we going to gather so much cash in a day? Furthermore, I heard that the Yanhuang Bank will not lend us any more money. In the future, we can't even exchange for Tang Yuan or deposit money in the Yanhuang Bank. If that's the case, I'm afraid that our business will be greatly affected. In the Yin residence, the old housekeeper bowed and asked Shun Kai worriedly. The Yin family had dozens of shops in Chang'an City, which involved various industries such as cloth, jade, pawn, and so on. For consumer shops such as ready-made clothes shops and jade shops, the ban of Yanhuang Bank would not have an obvious impact on them because they usually collected money from consumers. Even if they sometimes needed to give change, they could use the money from consumers to maintain the balance. However, shops like pawn shops that gave out money had to give out large amounts of Tang Yuan every day. Tang Yuan was now widely popular and was accepted by the majority of people. After getting used to the convenience of Tang Yuan, would people who came to pawn their belongings be willing to accept a basket of copper coins or a stack of Tang Yuan? Therefore, without the support of Yanhuang Bank, shops like the Yin family pawn shop would soon be in dire straits. Take some men with you and check how much cash is in each shop's account. If it's not enough, this old man will think of another way. And Shun Kai frowned and muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke to the old butler. He knew in his heart that this was only a temporary measure. Master, what should we do now? Where are we going to get so much cash in one day? Furthermore, this old servant has also heard that not only will Yanhuang Bank not lend us any more money, we won't even be able to go to Yanhuang Bank to exchange for Tang Yuan or deposit money. If that's the case, I'm afraid our business will be greatly affected. Inside the inn manor, the old steward bowed and asked in Shun Kai worriedly. Chapter 2157. Your subjects congratulate your majesty. Seeing Qin Qiong take the lead, the officials did not want to dampen Li Er's spirits. They all stopped their private discussions and cupped their hands to Li Er. Among them, Cheng Yaojin was the one who shouted the loudest. Li Zixuan was the junior he valued the most. Now that the Turks were experiencing frost in midsummer, Li Zixuan's wondrous plan was more than half successful. This was a crucial factor that could decide the outcome of the war between the two countries. In this way, Li Zixuan could be said to have performed another meritorious service for the Great Tang. As a senior, he naturally shared in the glory. This old fellow's voice had always been loud, and now that he could raise his voice, it caused the entire Taiji palace to hum. The generals standing beside him almost suffered internal injuries from old Cheng's voice. However, there was no lack of old foxes in the imperial court, such as Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling. Although they did not know of the plan that Li Zixuan had proposed to divide the Turks, they could tell that Li Er's words seemed to be concealing something and had not told the entire truth. This was because this method of using worldly phenomena to spread rumors and bewitch the hearts of the people required the right time and place. Yesterday, frost had descended on the steppe, and Li Er had only just sent someone to inform Tang Jian to use rumors to incite the tribes of the steppe. It was probably already too late. They believed that as an emperor who had been born on horseback, Li Er would not make such a low-level mistake. But since Li Er was so certain that the Turks would fall into internal strife, this meant that Li Er definitely had some tricks up his sleeve that they did not know of. Mao Gong. Li Er nodded at this moment, looked at one of the generals and said in a deep voice, "This old subject is here." A slightly plump middle-aged general walked out and cupped his hands to Li Er. "Your subjects congratulate your majesty." Seeing Qin Qiong take the lead, the officials did not want to dampen Li Er's spirits. They all stopped their private discussions and cupped their hands to congratulate Li Er. Li Zixuan was the junior he valued the most, and now that the Turkic Khaganate was in the middle of summer, Li Zixuan's wondrous plan had mostly succeeded. This was a crucial factor that could decide the outcome of the war between the two countries. In this way, Li Zixuan could be said to have performed another service for the Great Tang, and as his senior, he naturally shared in the glory. This old fellow's voice had always been loud, and now that he could raise his voice, it caused the entire Taiji palace to hum. The generals standing beside him almost suffered internal injuries from old Cheng's voice. But there was no lack of old foxes in the imperial court, such as Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling. Although they did not know of the plan that Li Zixuan had proposed to divide the Turks, they could tell that Li Er was concealing something and had not told the entire truth. This was because this method of using worldly phenomena to spread rumors and bewitch the hearts of the people required the right time and geographical location. Yesterday, the plains had fallen in the middle of summer, and Li Er had only just sent someone to inform Tang Jian to use rumors to incite the tribes of the plains. It was probably already too late. They believed that as an emperor who had been born on horseback, Li Er would not make such a low-level mistake. But since Li Er was so certain that the Turks would fall into internal strife, it meant that Li Er definitely had some tricks up his sleeve that they did not know of. Mao Gong. Li Er nodded at this time, looked at one of the generals and said in a deep voice, "This old subject is here." A plump middle-aged general walked out and cupped his hands to Li Er. Chapter 2158. Being a nameless hero, Li Zixuan did not suffer a loss. This was something that only he knew in his heart. Although Cheng Yaojin was unwilling, he could only be anxious. This was because he was also very clear that if this matter was made public, many halos would be added to Li Zixuan's body. Li Zixuan's edge was too bright, and it was bound to attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. The tallest tree in the forest would be the first to be destroyed by the wind. This saying was not without reason. There are 3 open sentries at the northwest corner of the inn, and 1 hidden sentries at the 3rd and 5th trees to the west. There are 6 open sentries at the back gate of the inn, 2 hidden sentries at the tea house across the street, and 1 hidden sentries at the first tree to the east and west of the tea house. There are 4 open sentries at the northeast corner of the inn, 1 hidden sentries at the firewood pile to the west of Fenghe Street, and 1 hidden sentries at the butcher shop to the east. There are 4 open sentries at the east side of the inn, and 1 hidden sentries at the first, third, and fifth trees to the north. On a roof 1 li away from Tongfu Inn in Taiyuan City, Iron Egg was using his binoculars to carefully scan the surroundings of Tongfu Inn for any suspicious characters. Whenever he saw someone with a sword or saber standing in one place for a long period of time, he would put down his binoculars and record that person's position on a map. Of course, this map of Tongfu Inn's surroundings had also been drawn by Iron Egg, and it was so detailed that it even detailed every blade of grass and tree. It was far more detailed than the maps of the government. Iron Egg also did not stay in one place. Whenever he could not find any useful information at one location, he would switch locations. This was truly a case of changing locations with every shot. This was primarily because there were no particularly tall buildings around Tongfu Inn. Even if Iron Egg stood on the roof of someone else's house, there would still be many blind spots. Ever since he had received the order from Li Junxian in the early morning, Iron Egg had already switched 7 or 8 observation points. His movements were very careful, and no matter where he observed, he would always be 1 li away from Tongfu Inn. This way he could ensure that he would not be exposed. We have to change locations again. Iron Egg carefully searched the field of vision with the binoculars. After finding nothing, the Iron Egg put away the binoculars and planned to go to the next observation point. He first looked around, and when he found that there was no one around, he lightly jumped down from the roof, and then walked south along the street as if nothing had happened. The mission Li Junxian had given him was to spend the morning cleaning up Tongfu Inn. As a nameless hero, Li Zishuan was the only one who knew whether he had suffered a loss or not. Although Chang Yaojin was unwilling to accept this, he could only be anxious. He knew very well that if this matter were to be made public, Li Zishuan would be given a lot of glory. Li Zishuan would be too outstanding, and would inevitably attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. This saying was not without reason. There are 3 open sentries at the northwest corner of the inn, and 1 hidden sentries at the third and fifth trees to the west. There are 6 open sentries at the back gate of the inn, 2 hidden sentries at the tea house across the street, and 1 hidden sentries at the first tree to the east and west of the tea house. Oh. Chapter 2159. What? You want to investigate the area around the inn? When Li Junxian heard that Iron Egg wanted to personally investigate the area around the inn, he couldn't help but be alarmed. Without much hesitation, he hastily refused. No, this is too dangerous. His Highness is still in their hands, so even though the soldiers have surrounded the area around Tongfu Inn, they have not dared to do anything excessive. They fear that the Turkic spies in the inn will act out of desperation. If you go alone and they discover you, they will first capture you, and second, they might try to harm His Highness. This is too risky. I don't agree. Just as Li Junxian had said, although the provincial army had surrounded the area 1 li around Tongfu Inn to prevent the Turkic spies from going out and causing trouble, they only dared to surround the inn and not attack. This was because if they did anything excessive, the Turkic spies in the inn might try to harm Li Tai. In this chaotic battle, Li Junxian was not completely confident that he could safely rescue Li Tai, and there would be many variables in the rescue operation. Thus, the government and the Turkic spies were still maintaining a relatively restrained attitude. If the Turkic spies discovered that someone was investigating the area around the inn, not only would that person be in trouble, the Turkic spies might even try to harm Li Tai. Iron Egg solemnly clasped his fist to Li Junxian and said, General Li, although I don't know the exact details of your plan, I can guess that the positions of the Turkic spies outside the inn are critical to the success of your plan. If I had missed even one, it might have affected our final rescue plan. Thus, I must personally make a trip to the inn. What? You want to investigate the area around the inn? When Li Junxian heard that Iron Egg wanted to personally inspect the area around the inn, he couldn't help but be alarmed. Without much hesitation, he hastily refused. No, this is too dangerous. At present, His Highness was still in their hands. Therefore, although the officers and soldiers had surrounded the Tongfu Inn, They did not dare to do anything excessive. They were afraid that the Turkic spy in the inn would act out of desperation. If they find out that you're going alone, they'll capture you. Secondly, they might harm His Highness. This is too risky. I don't agree. Just as Li Junxian had said, although the provincial army had surrounded a li around Tongfu Inn to prevent Turkic spies from going out and causing trouble, they only dared to encircle but not attack. This was because if they did anything too extreme, the Turkic spies in the inn might attack Li Tai. Li Junxian did not have absolute confidence in his ability to safely rescue Li Tai, and there would be many variables in the rescue operation. Thus, the local authorities and the Turkic spies were still restraining themselves. If the Turkic spies discovered that someone was inspecting the area around the inn, not only would that person be in trouble, the Turkic spies might also take extreme action against Li Tai. Iron Egg solemnly clasped his fist to Li Junxian and said, "General Li, although I don't know the exact details of your plan, I can guess that the positions of the Turkic spies outside the inn are critical to the success of your plan. If I had missed even one, it might have affected our final rescue plan. Thus, I must personally make a trip to the inn." Oh. Chapter 2160. Sirs, please do me a favor and let me go in to beg for something to eat. In front of the Tongfu Inn, the little beggar stumbled to the front of the guard at the entrance, bowed and begged. In addition to being a place to stay, the inn was also a place to eat. Beggars entering the inn to beg for food was a normal thing in the past, but now? Is this little beggar crazy? He dares to run to the Tongfu Inn now? I heard that something happened at the Tongfu Inn 2 days ago. A group of unknown ruthless people occupied the inn. Not only did they drive out the innkeeper and staff of the inn, but they also drove out the guests who stayed inside. I heard that many people died in the process. Yesterday, the soldiers surrounded the entire residential area. I think it's because of this matter. This little beggar is going to the inn to beg for food now. I'm afraid he's going to suffer. A few people who liked to watch the fun couldn't help but whisper after seeing the little beggar's action. Is the stinky beggar blind? Now the inn is not open to the public. Beggar, go elsewhere. The guard at the entrance of the inn glared and lifted his foot to kick the little beggar's chest. Bang! The little beggar clutched his chest as he was sent flying. After landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a "wuh" sound. Get out of here! The person who kicked the little beggar fiercely glared at him. He looked as if he would take the little beggar's life if he didn't know how to appreciate kindness. Sirs, spare me. I'll leave now. The little beggar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fled in a hurry. Sirs, please do me a favor and let me go in to beg for something to eat. In front of the Tongfu Inn, the little beggar stumbled to the front of the guard at the entrance, bowed and begged. In addition to being a place to stay, the inn was also a place to eat. Beggars entering the inn to beg for food was a normal thing in the past, but now? Is this little beggar crazy? Now you still dare to run to Tongfu Inn? I heard that something happened at Tongfu Inn 2 days ago. A group of ruthless people of unknown origin took over the inn. Not only did they chase out the innkeeper and staff of the inn, but they also chased out the guests. I heard that many people died in the process. Yesterday, the soldiers surrounded the entire residential area. I think it's because of this matter. This little beggar is now going to the inn to beg for food. I'm afraid he's going to suffer. A few commoners who loved to watch the commotion couldn't help but whisper to each other after seeing the little beggar's actions. Is this beggar blind? Right now, the inn is not open to the public. If you want to beg for food, go elsewhere. The guard at the entrance of the inn widened his eyes and lifted his leg to kick the little beggar's chest. Bang! The little beggar clutched his chest as he was sent flying. After landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a "wuh" sound. Get lost! The person who kicked out glared fiercely at the little beggar, looking as if he would take his life if the little beggar didn't know what was good for him. Spare me, sir. I'll leave right now. The little beggar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fled in a hurry. Sirs, please do me a favor and let me go in to beg for something to eat. In front of the Tongfu Inn, the little beggar stumbled to the front of the guard at the entrance, bowed and begged. In addition to being a place to stay, the inn was also a place to eat. Beggars entering the inn to beg for food was a normal thing in the past, but now? Is this little beggar crazy? Now he dares to run to Tongfu Inn? Chapter 2161. Old Master Ma Zhanshe requests to see you. Chang'an City, Chongren Lane, Zhangsun Wuji's residence. Zhangsun Wuji, who had just returned home from the morning court assembly, was welcomed by an old servant. Ma Chang? Why is he here instead of assisting the crown prince in the East Palace? Zhangsun Wuji got down from the horse carriage and frowned when he heard the words. He was old and his body wasn't as healthy as Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong. Thus, he couldn't ride a bicycle to the morning court assembly every day. However, he actually liked the novelty of riding a bicycle. It was convenient, fast, and he could go whenever he wanted. However, his body condition didn't allow it. Thus, after experiencing the initial novelty, Zhangsun Wuji returned to riding a carriage to the morning court assembly. Ma Chang was the newly appointed Crown Prince Zhanshe. The previous Crown Prince Zhanshe was Li Zishuan. However, with Li Zishuan's continuous promotion over the past year, the small Crown Prince Zhanshe became a marquis and was conferred as the provincial governor of a state. With such a status, it was obviously inappropriate for him to be the Crown Prince Zhanshe. Furthermore, Li Zishuan didn't have the time to go to the East Palace to carry out Crown Prince Zhanshe's duties. Thus, about a month ago, under Zhangsun Wuji's recommendation, the newcomer Ma Chang was appointed as the Crown Prince Zhanshe. Ma Chang was originally a scholar under Zhangsun Wuji. He came from a poor family. Fortunately, Zhangsun Wuji recognized him and recruited him. Thus, he was able to establish himself in Chang'an City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Ma Chang's literary talent was outstanding and he was knowledgeable. Most importantly, he was loyal to Zhangsun Wuji. Thus, Zhangsun Wuji recommended him as the Crown Prince Zhanshe to accompany Li Changqian in his studies. As the imperial uncle of the current dynasty, Zhangsun Wuji wanted Li Changqian to become the true heir apparent and the future emperor of Great Tang more than anyone else. Even though Li Tai was also the biological son of Empress Zhangsun, since ancient times, it had always been the elders and not the young. Zhangsun Wuji didn't want to break this rule set by his ancestors, because once he took the lead to break the rule, there would be countless people following behind him who wanted to break the rule. Master Ma Zhanshe requests an audience. Chang'an City, Chongren Lane, Zhangsun Wuji's residence. Zhangsun Wuji, who had just returned home from the morning court, had not even entered the house when an old servant came up to him and bowed. Ma Chang? What is he doing here instead of helping the crown prince in the Eastern Palace? Zhangsun Wuji said with a frown as he got off the carriage. He was old and his body wasn't as healthy as Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong. Thus, he couldn't ride a bicycle to the morning court every day. However, he actually quite liked the novelty of riding a bicycle. It was convenient, fast, and he could go whenever he wanted. However, his body didn't allow it. Thus, after experiencing the novelty at the beginning, Zhangsun Wuji returned to riding a carriage to the morning court. Speaking of Ma Chang, he was the newly appointed Crown Prince Zhanshe. The previous Crown Prince Zhanshe was Li Zishuan. However, with Li Zishuan's continuous promotion over the past year, the small Crown Prince Zhanshe had become a marquis of the current dynasty, and was even conferred as the provincial governor of a province. With such a status, it was obviously inappropriate for him to be the Crown Prince Zhanshe. Furthermore, Li Zishuan indeed didn't have the time to go to the Eastern Palace to carry out Crown Prince Zhanshe's duties. Thus, about a month ago, under Zhangsun Wuji's recommendation, the newcomer Ma Chang took up the position of Crown Prince Zhanshe. Chapter 2162. Why would Li Ku suddenly go against the merchants from the Kong Kingdom and the Yin Kingdom for no reason? In the side hall, Zhangsun Wuji put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Ma Chang and asked in confusion. I don't know about this. However, the Yen Huang Bank had specifically targeted the merchants from the Kong Nation and the Yin Nation. They were probably only after profits. Elders should know that the 9 families of Zhao Wu have been doing business in the Central Plains for many years. They are strong and have many shops. Perhaps the king of Shu wants to use this to suppress the 9 families of Zhao Wu. With this, the merchants from the Yen Huang Chamber of Commerce will gain a greater advantage. Ma Cheng's eyes flashed as he clasped his hands and said to Zhangsun Wuji. He naturally knew a little about the reason why the Yen Huang Bank had banned the merchants from Yin Kingdom and Kong Kingdom. However, he could not be too clear with Zhangsun Wuji at this moment. Otherwise, after Zhangsun Wuji knew the truth of the matter, his plan would fail. Secondly, if he told the reason why the Yanhuang Bank had banned the merchants from An Kingdom and Kong Kingdom in detail, wouldn't it mean that he was very clear about the inside story of this matter? At that time, with Zhang Sun Wuji's intelligence, it would be hard for him not to think that he was one of the parties involved in this matter. He could only be an outsider and tell Zhang Sun Wuji such news so that Zhang Sun Wuji wouldn't be suspicious. The Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce? You're saying that Li Ku is secretly helping the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce? Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes narrowed and his expression turned ugly as he asked in a deep voice. The Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce had been developing vigorously for more than a year, and its power had gradually grown. Its fame wasn't inferior to the 9 families of Zhao Wu. People like Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and the others all had shares in the Strange Taste Pavilion because of their relationship with Li Zixuan. The dividends they received every month weren't a small amount. Originally, because they were relatives of the royal family, the Zhangsun family was considered a wealthy family. However, because of Li Zixuan, the Qin and Chang families were almost richer than the Zhangsun family. It wasn't that Zhang Sun Wuji was greedy for money. It was just that every time he thought of this he couldn't help but feel angry. Now that he knew that Li Ku could possibly use the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to suppress other merchants and raise the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Sun Wuji was even more unhappy. Hearing that, Ma Cheng hurriedly stood up in fear and trepidation and said, This is just my personal guess. I don't have any evidence. Elder, you don't have to take it seriously. Why would Li Ku suddenly go against the merchants from the Kong Kingdom and the An Kingdom for no reason? In the side hall, Zhang Sun Wuji put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Ma Cheng, who was seated below him, as he asked in confusion. I don't know about that. However, the Yanhuang Bank had specifically targeted the merchants from the Kong Nation and the An Nation. They were probably only after profits. Elder, you should know that the 9 families of Zhao Wu have been doing business in the Central Plains for many years. They are strong and have many shops. Perhaps His Highness, the King of Shu, wants to use this to suppress the 9 families of Zhao Wu. In this way, the merchants of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce will gain an even greater advantage. Ma Cheng's eyes flashed as he clasped his hands toward Zhang Sun Wuji and said. He naturally knew a little about the reason why the Yanhuang Bank had banned the merchants from the An Kingdom and the Kong Nation. However, at this moment he couldn't be too clear with Zhang Sun Wuji. Otherwise, after Zhang Sun Wuji knew the truth of the matter, his plan would fail. Secondly, if he told the reason why the Yanhuang Bank had banned the merchants from the An Kingdom and the Kong Nation in detail, wouldn't it mean that he was very clear about the inside story of this matter? At that time, with Zhang Sun Wuji's intelligence, it would be hard for him not to think that he himself was also involved in this matter. Chapter 2163. Golden-Robed Guards. After Ma Cheng left, Zhang Sun Wuji sat alone in the side hall. After a long time, his old face sank as he muttered to himself, This Li Ku is proficient in both literature and martial arts. His intelligence is extraordinary, and he has some of His Majesty's style back then. Heh. Speaking till here, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly laughed coldly, and his face gradually turned cold. Zhang Sun Wuji didn't really care about the Yanhuang Bank. After all, those merchants from the Kong Nation and the An Nation had nothing to do with Zhang Sun Wuji. Even if those merchants lost their families because of this, Zhang Sun Wuji wouldn't bat an eyelid. What he really cared about was Li Ku's ability to control the Yanhuang Bank from this incident. Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't a short-sighted person. He could see the potential of the Yanhuang Bank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out almost all of the Zhangsun family's money to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Although the Yanhuang Bank was just a small yamen under the Ministry of Revenue, this small yamen had only been established for less than a year, and it had already affected the citizens of Great Tang's 360 states. Furthermore, it had almost completely replaced the position of copper coins as a currency. In the future, this Yanhuang Bank would definitely become an existence that wouldn't be weaker than any of the 6 ministries in the imperial court. This yamen controlled the economic lifeline of Great Tang. But Li Ku, despite being a prince, was in control of such an important office. Not only that, he had even developed a guard force. The Golden Clothed Guard, an elite force that Li Junxian had personally assisted in creating. At that time, Li Ku wasn't just rich, he also had soldiers. Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but think, If he didn't handle it well, there might be another Xuanwu Gate incident a few years later. In Zhongsun Wuji's heart, such a terrifying thought suddenly popped up without any reason. Men, prepare the carriage. This old man wants to make a trip to the palace. After a long silence, Zhongsun Wuji raised his head and shouted at the door. He couldn't allow Li Ku to continue developing like this. Otherwise, in the future, Li Ku would definitely become the biggest threat to Li Chengqian's position as the crown prince. He couldn't allow such a variable to appear. Yes, old master. The old servant guarding outside the door was shocked and hurriedly replied. Not long after, a carriage drove out of the Zhongsun estate, heading in the direction of the imperial palace. At the corner of the alley, a man looked in the direction of the carriage with a meaningful smile on his face. A moment later, the man turned around and left. Gold-robed guards. After Ma Cheng left, Zhongsun Wuji sat alone in the side hall. After a long time, his old face sunk as he muttered to himself, "This Li Ku is proficient in both literature and martial arts. His wisdom is extraordinary. He does have some of His Majesty's style back then." Heh. Speaking up to this point, Zhongsun Wuji suddenly sneered, and his expression gradually became somewhat gloomy. Zhongsun Wuji didn't really care about the Yanhuang Bank. After all, those merchants from the Kong Nation and the An Nation had nothing to do with Zhongsun Wuji. Even if those merchants lost their families because of this, Zhongsun Wuji wouldn't bat an eyelid. What he was really concerned about was the power that Li Ku had over the Yanhuang Bank. Zhongsun Wuji was not a short-sighted person. He could see the potential of the Yanhuang Bank. Otherwise, he would not have taken out almost all of the Zhongsun family's money. Chapter 2164. Just as I expected, Duke Zhao is already suspicious of King Wei because of this matter. He must have already reached the palace and reported this matter to His Majesty. In a tea house in Chang'an City, Ma Cheng held the teacup in his hand as he spoke calmly. There was even a trace of pride on his face. Sitting opposite him was a slightly plump and boorish-looking old man from the Hua mansion. Judging from his appearance, who else could he be but the An Kingdom's merchant, and Shun Kai? Ma Zhanshe is truly a genius. I admire you. Hearing this, and Xuansai's eyes lit up. He saw that Ma Cheng didn't even bat an eyelid after hearing his flattery. He immediately understood and hurriedly took out a stack of $100 bills from his sleeve and handed it to Ma Cheng. He said, "This is a small gift from An Shun Kai and the other merchants. I hope Ma Zhanshe can accept it." Ma Cheng's eyebrows twitched. His right hand that was holding the teacup couldn't help but tremble. Such a thick stack of bills, even if it wasn't 10,000 strings of cash, it was at least 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash. More importantly, before he visited Zhongsun Wuji this morning, this An Shun Kai had already given him 3,000 strings of cash. He didn't expect him to give him so much more now. It's really easy to earn money from these barbarian merchants, Ma Cheng thought to himself. After all, this matter involves King Shu and King Wei. We can only take it slowly. If we act too hastily, only death awaits all of you. Now that Duke Zhao has entered the palace to meet His Majesty, let's wait patiently for news from the palace. Although he was extremely excited, Ma Cheng's face remained calm. He was the crown prince, an official of the Tang Empire. The person in front of him was just a barbarian merchant with some stinky money. As the existence at the top of the food chain, Ma Cheng wasn't willing to lose his composure in front of An Shun Kai. Oh, just as I expected, Duke Zhao is already suspicious of King Wei because of this matter. He must have already reached the palace and reported this matter to His Majesty. In a tea house in Chang'an City, Ma Cheng held the teacup in his hand as he spoke calmly. There was even a trace of pride on his face. Sitting opposite him was a slightly plump and boorish-looking old man from the Hua mansion. Judging from his appearance, who else could he be but the An Kingdom merchant, and Shun Kai? Ma Zhan is really a genius. I'm impressed. Hearing this, and Shun's eyes lit up. He saw that Ma Cheng didn't even bat an eyelid after listening to his flattery. He immediately understood and hurriedly took out a stack of $100 bills from his sleeve and handed it to Ma Cheng. He said, "This is a small gift from An Shun and the other 9 merchants. I hope Ma Cheng can accept it." Ma Cheng's eyebrows twitched. His right hand, which was holding the teacup, couldn't help but tremble. Such a thick stack of Tang Yuan, even if it wasn't 10,000 strings of cash, it was at least 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash. More importantly, before he visited Zhongsun Wuji this morning, this Inshun had just given him 3,000 strings of cash. He never expected that Inshun would give him so much more now. It was really easy to earn money from these barbarian merchants. Ma Cheng thought to himself. After all, this matter involves the king of Shu and king of Wei. We can only take it slowly. If we act too hastily, only death awaits you. Now that Duke Zhao has entered the palace to meet His Majesty, let's wait patiently for news from the palace. Chapter 2165. Greetings, Your Majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhongsun Wuji walked in and bowed to Li Er. There's no need to be so courteous. Li Er raised both his hands and smiled. In the previous dynasty, Li Er was already good friends with Zhongsun Wuji. After that, Zhongsun Wuji followed Li Er to conquer the world. After experiencing the change of dynasties and the change of Xuanwu Gate, the two of them had already established a deep friendship. In addition to their relationship with Empress Zhongsun, the two of them could be said to be even closer. Li Er was naturally quite satisfied with this brother-in-law of his. Not only was he knowledgeable and had outstanding ability, but he also knew how to judge the situation and observe the situation. He wasn't like Wei Zheng, that old fellow, who always made him angry to death. The morning court just ended. Why did you return? Is there something important? Li Er put down his brush and sat up straight. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji and asked. On the way to the palace, Zhongsun Wuji had already prepared a draft. Now that he heard Li Er's question, he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, after I left the morning court, I heard that something strange happened in Chang'an City today. The Yanhuang Bank in the city suddenly announced that they would no longer cooperate with the merchants from An Kingdom and Kong Kingdom. As for the money that they had already lent out, the Yanhuang Bank ordered the merchants from An Kingdom and Kong Kingdom to pay it all back within 3 days. If not, they would hand it over to the authorities for investigation. I wonder if Your Majesty has heard of this? So he was here for this matter. Li Er's eyes flashed, and he instantly understood. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji expressionlessly and said, I heard about this from Zhao Song previously. Why? Could it be that this is the reason why the auxiliary aircraft is here? Greetings, Your Majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhongsun Wuji walked in and bowed to Li Er. You don't have to be so courteous. Li Er raised both his hands and smiled. In the previous dynasty, Li Er was already good friends with Zhongsun Wuji. After that, Zhongsun Wuji followed Li Er to conquer the world. After experiencing the change of dynasties and the change of Xuanwu Gate, the two of them had already established a deep friendship. In addition to their relationship with Empress Zhongsun, the two of them could be said to be even closer. Li Er was naturally quite satisfied with this brother-in-law of his. Not only was he knowledgeable and had outstanding ability, but he also knew how to judge the situation and observe the situation. He wasn't like that old fellow Wei Zheng, who could always anger him half to death. The morning court assembly has just ended. Why did the auxiliary aircraft return? Is there something important? Li Er put down his brush, sat up straight, and asked Zhongsun Wuji. On the way to the palace, Zhongsun Wuji had already made up his mind. When he heard Li Er's question, he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, after I left the court, I heard that something strange happened in Chang'an City today. The Yanhuang Bank in the city suddenly announced that they would no longer cooperate with the merchants from An Kingdom and Kong Kingdom. As for the money that they had already lent, the Yanhuang Bank ordered the merchants from An Kingdom and Kong Kingdom to pay it all back within 3 days. Otherwise, they would be handed over to the authorities for investigation. I wonder if Your Majesty has heard of this? So that's why he's here. Li Er's eyes flickered, and he understood immediately. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji expressionlessly and said, I have heard about this from Zhao Song. Why? Is this the reason why the auxiliary aircraft is here? Greetings, Your Majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhongsun Wuji walked in and bowed to Li Er. The auxiliary aircraft isn't here. Chapter 2166. In the morning, a horse carriage drove out of the palace and headed towards Chongren Lane. The horse carriage was the second generation Don't Touch Me, from Strange Interest Pavilion. Regardless of speed or comfort, It was much better than the ordinary horse carriages in the market. However, the person sitting in the horse carriage wasn't in the mood to enjoy. He frowned and his old face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. Could it be that I was wrong? Could it be that the king of Shu really didn't have the intention to fight for power? The person sitting in the carriage was Zhongsun Wuji. Previously he had a conversation with Li Er in the palace, and in the end they naturally parted on bad terms. However, Li Er's last words were deeply engraved in his mind. Nobody knows a son better than a father. I know these few sons of mine better than you. Kerr loves the way of the economy, and has no intention of fighting for power. We are only 30 years old. We advise you not to get too involved in the battle for the throne. Recalling the words that Li Er had said in the Ganlu Hall, Zhongsun Wuji couldn't help but have self-doubt. Impossible. I can't be wrong. The horse carriage moved forward at a moderate speed. The conversations of the pedestrians and the cries of the peddlers didn't seem to reach Zhongsun Wuji's ears. He sat on the soft leather sofa in the horse carriage in a daze. After an unknown period of time, Zhongsun Wuji shook his head violently. His eyes gradually regained their vigor and he muttered to himself. Holding an important position, having money and soldiers, plus the royal bloodline of 2 dynasties, how can he not have ambition? Even if he doesn't have it now, he will have it in the future, just like His Majesty back then. Other than Zhongsun Wuji, there was no one else in the horse carriage. Obviously, his words were for himself to hear. He wanted to confirm the thoughts in his heart. He wanted to tell himself that he didn't do anything wrong. In the end, he still didn't believe that Li Er wouldn't have the intention to fight for power when he was in control of the Yanhuang Bank and the gold-robed guards. Putting himself in Li Ke's shoes, Zhongsun Wuji asked himself honestly. If he was Li Ke and was in Li Ke's current situation, he definitely wouldn't have the slightest bit of ambition. Zhongsun Wuji had gone through ups and downs in the officialdom for more than 10 years. Not only was he wise, but he also had a sharp eye. He had seen too many people, so he was confident that he wouldn't be wrong this time. Master, we're here. Just like that, amidst Zhongsun Wuji's self-doubt and self-resistance, the carriage stopped after a while. The coachman jumped off the carriage and bowed to Zhongsun Wuji through the curtains. Yes, Zhongsun Wuji finally regained his senses from his chaotic thoughts. He stood up, opened the curtains and jumped down from the carriage. When the servant in front of the Zhongsun residence saw the familiar carriage stop at the entrance, he quickly went up to welcome it. At this moment, Zhongsun Wuji suddenly thought of something and said to the servant who was about to greet him, "Call Ma Chong to the main hall to see this old man." His voice clearly contained a trace of anger. "Yes, master." When the subordinates heard this, they were instantly shocked. They could also sense that Zhongsun Wuji was angry, so they quickly responded. Zhongsun Wuji nodded and stepped into the mansion, heading towards the main hall. Obviously, he wanted to settle the score with Ma Chong. If Ma Chong hadn't come over this morning to bewitch him, he wouldn't have rashly gone to the palace to impeach Li Ke, and he wouldn't have been beaten by Li Er. Ma Chong pays his respects to cabinet elder. After Zhongsun Wuji returned to the main hall and drank half a cup of tea, there was a series of footsteps outside the house. Shortly after, Ma Chong appeared in front of him and greeted him with a bow. Zhongsun Wuji placed the teacup in front of his mouth and used the teacup cover to rub the teacup. He looked like he was seriously tasting the tea, but he was secretly observing Ma Chong from the corner of his eyes. As expected, when he saw Ma Chong bowing to him, he was also secretly observing him. Observing one's expression. Obviously, Ma Chong wanted to observe some clues from Zhongsun Wuji's expression to determine the results of Zhongsun Wuji's trip to the palace. Zhongsun Wuji retracted his gaze, but his heart was moved. He placed the teacup on the coffee table beside him and looked at Ma Chong with a smile. "Zhongming, you don't have to be so courteous." Zhongming was Ma Cheng's courtesy name. Seeing the smile on Zhongsun Wuji's face, Ma Chong instantly felt relieved. When he greeted Zhongsun Wuji previously, he saw that Zhongsun Wuji was expressionless, neither happy nor angry. He thought that Zhongsun Wuji's trip to the palace didn't go smoothly. Now it seemed like Zhongsun Wuji definitely had a fruitful trip. Therefore, Ma Chong hurriedly stood up and couldn't wait to cup his hands and ask, "Cabinet elder, Did you just return from outside? Although Ma Cheng was anxious to know the results, it didn't mean that he had lost his rationality. Of course, he couldn't directly ask Zhang Sun Wuji what Li Er said in the palace. If he did that, wouldn't the fact that he was secretly monitoring Zhang Sun Wuji be exposed? Therefore, at this moment, he had to feign ignorance and pretend that he didn't know that Zhang Sun Wuji went to the palace previously. Hearing that, Zhang Sun Wuji narrowed his eyes, but he quickly chuckled and said, "Haha, that's right, I just returned from the palace." Speaking up to this point, he deliberately paused. Indeed, he saw a flash of joy and eagerness in Ma Cheng's eyes. Therefore, he continued, "After I heard about the news of the Yanhuang Bank from you, I immediately went to the palace and informed His Majesty. After His Majesty heard the news, he was furious. After all, the Yanhuang Bank is an official yamen under the Ministry of Revenue. How can King of Shu suppress whoever he wants? In the long run, where will the prestige of the imperial court be? Where will His Majesty's prestige be?" Speaking up to this point, Zhang Sun Wuji's expression became agitated and even faintly contained a trace of anger. In Ma Cheng's opinion, Zhang Sun Wuji was angered by Li Ke's reckless actions, but in reality, His Majesty is brilliant. After all, the Yanhuang Bank belongs to the imperial court and not King of Shu alone. Ma Cheng hurriedly licked his lips and echoed. Following which, he finally asked the question that he had always wanted to ask. "Cabinet Elder, I wonder how His Majesty intends to deal with this matter?" This was the question that he was most concerned about. Because if he could really help Shunkai and the rest get rid of the sanctions of the Yanhuang Bank, Shunkai and the rest would definitely not lack benefits for him. After all, before this, Shunkai had already given him 10,000 strings of cash. Who knew how much benefits Shunkai would give him after this matter was settled? Another 10,000 strings of cash? Or 20,000 strings of cash? Thinking up to this point, Ma Cheng's breathing suddenly became hurried. Speaking of which, before this, he had never thought that he would one day have a wealth of 10,000 strings of cash. If it was in the past, he might have felt that 10,000 strings of cash was a lot, and that he would never be able to spend so much money in his lifetime. But now his greed had been aroused. In his opinion, since he had the chance to earn more 10,000 strings of cash, why not go for it? Of course, the higher the benefits, the greater the risk. Ma Cheng, who was blinded by greed, did not realize that danger was approaching him step by step. King of Shu used his authority to suppress the merchants of An country and Kong country for no reason. His Majesty has already urgently ordered King of Shu to return to the palace. I believe that it won't be long before the Yanhuang Bank welcomes a new manager. Zhang Sun Wuji snorted and said. At this moment, Ma Cheng's heart was about to jump out of his chest. If not for the fact that he knew that the current situation wasn't right, he would have jumped 3 feet high in excitement. He forced himself to calm down. A huge fortune was right in front of him and could even be obtained easily. He would have endless glory and wealth for the rest of his life and enjoy it endlessly. At this moment, he had to be steady and develop wretchedly. He definitely could not be reckless and let Zhang Sun Wuji see through the clues and become suspicious. "Zhongming, you have done well in this matter. I called you over because I want you to continue to keep an eye on the Yanhuang Bank. Once there is news from there, immediately report to this old man." Zhang Sun Wuji continued at this moment. Ma Cheng thought that he had hidden it well, but in terms of foresight and expression management, how could he, a small fry, who had just entered the officialdom, be a match for Zhang Sun Wuji, who had been in the officialdom for more than 10 years? Although he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart, his tightly clenched fists had betrayed him. Zhang Sun Wuji could see through the clues at a glance. However, Zhang Sun Wuji did not expose him. "Thank you for your praise, Cabinet Elder." Hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's praise, Ma Cheng's taut face could finally reveal a smile. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Zhang Sun Wuji, saying, "Cabinet Elder, I am indebted to you for recognizing my worth. Zhongming is willing to go through fire and water for Cabinet Elder. I will go to the Yanhuang Bank to keep an eye on it for Cabinet Elder now." Go." Zhang Sun Wuji nodded with a gratified face and waved towards Ma Cheng. Ma Cheng cupped his hands towards Zhang Sun Wuji, then turned around and left. The moment he turned around, Ma Cheng's face could no longer be taut. From the original smile, It turned into an extremely exaggerated laughter. However, he held it in and did not make a sound. After all, he had not gone far. Stepping out of the main hall's door, Ma Cheng seemed to be able to see countless Tangyuan waving towards him. At this moment, he really wished that he had a pair of wings and could instantly fly to Enshuancai's side. It was not because he loved Enshuancai, but because he could immediately obtain a lot of money from Enshuancai. With this money, he could totally establish his own household. Why would he need to continue being a guest in the Zhongsun residence? Qinghe. In the main hall, seeing that Ma Cheng had already walked far away, Zhongsun Wuji hurriedly shouted towards the door. Your subordinate is here. Very quickly, a warrior holding a saber walked in from outside the house. This person was the Zhongsun family's guard leader, Zhongsun Qinghe, an expert at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Immediately bring a few astute men to follow Ma Cheng. If he did not go to the Yanhuang Bank and went to meet someone, bring him and that person back for me. Remember, I want them alive. Zhongsun Wuji said coldly with a solemn face. It was obvious that Ma Cheng was hiding something from him and wanted to use him to achieve a certain goal. Zhongsun Wuji had been in a high position for many years. How could he tolerate such a small fry using and manipulating him? The reason why he did not expose Ma Cheng was because Zhongsun Wuji wanted to see who was behind this fellow. Yes, family head. Hearing that, Zhongsun Qinghe accepted the order loudly and turned to leave. After a short while, 4 to 5 warriors left the Zhongsun residence and followed behind Ma Cheng from afar. At this moment, Ma Cheng was not heading towards the Yanhuang Bank's headquarters in the west. Instead, he was heading east. That was the east market of Chang'an City. Family head's prediction was indeed correct. This fellow Ma Cheng definitely has some shady business going on. Looking at Ma Cheng's back, Zhongsun Qinghe muttered to himself, Shopkeeper, quickly call your boss over. Tell him that I have something to tell him. Half an hour later, Ma Cheng arrived at a tea house in the East Market. After entering, he went straight to the counter and spoke to the shopkeeper in a low voice. This tea house was the one where he and Enshun had a discussion over tea in the morning. It was called Enshun Tea House. Oh, so it's Ma. Mr. Ma, please come upstairs. This old man will send someone to invite our boss over. The shopkeeper was just about to say, Who the hell are you? Our boss is not someone you can meet whenever you want. But when he looked up and took a closer look, he instantly felt that the person in front of him was somewhat familiar. After a moment, his heart quivered. He thought to himself, isn't this the person who drank tea with the boss on the second floor in the morning? Moreover, before the boss left, he had specially instructed him that if this person came again, not only must he receive him well, but he must also immediately send someone to report to him. Therefore, the shopkeeper's expression changed several times, and he hurriedly changed his words. Hurry up. My time is limited. Ma Cheng nodded and urged the shopkeeper. It was not that he was worried that he would be discovered if he stayed here for too long, but he could not wait to get more benefits that Enshun had promised. Yes. Mr. Ma, please come upstairs first. Our boss should be at the Enshun restaurant in the East Market. He will be here soon. The shopkeeper really thought that Ma Cheng still had urgent matters to attend to. He was afraid that this distinguished guest that his boss had mentioned would not be able to wait and would leave, so he hurriedly pacified him. Ma Cheng nodded and turned to go to the second floor. The shopkeeper's manservant was very perceptive and ran in front of Ma Cheng to lead the way. De Zhuang, you run fast. Quickly go to the restaurant and ask the boss to come over. Just say that Mr. Ma is here. After watching Ma Cheng go upstairs, the shopkeeper hurriedly pulled over a manservant and instructed. Yes, shopkeeper who? The manservant responded, put down the tea tray in his hand, and ran out as if he was flying. Boss, should we go in and capture Ma Cheng now? Under the banyan tree in the west corner of Enshun restaurant, Zhongsun Qinghe and his group were secretly observing here. At this moment, a slightly smaller Zhongsun residence guard opened his mouth and asked. Obviously, they already knew the mission of this trip, so they also called Ma Cheng Ma Zhanshi, and directly called him by his name. Wait first. Zhongsun Qinghe frowned and looked at the manservant that ran out of the tea house. He said, This Ma Cheng just entered the tea house and a manservant ran out. Obviously, the main character has not arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer. When he spoke up to hear, Zhang Sunqinghe turned his head and instructed the 4 people behind him in order to ensure that nothing went wrong. The few of you go and see if there are any other exits from this tea house. If there is a back door, leave 2 people there to guard it. The other 2 come back and guard the front door with me. Yes, boss. Chapter 2167. Humph. Good for you, Ma Zhongming. How dare you? How dare you scheme against me? Seems like I have been too merciful all these years. Zhang Sun Wuji said angrily as he looked at Ma Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground with his hands tied up. Actually, Zhang Sun Wuji was already suspicious of Ma Cheng on the way back from the palace. After all, Ma Cheng, as Crown Prince Zhanshi, didn't accompany the Crown Prince to study in the East Palace today. Instead, he specially came over to mention the Yanhuang Bank's sanctions against the merchants from the An Nation and Kong Nation. Moreover, he intentionally or unintentionally led the topic to Li Ku, making Zhang Sun Wuji fearful of Li Ku's current power and impeach Li Ku. Zhang Sun Wuji, who had been in the officialdom for more than a decade and had fought with countless people in the officialdom, calmed down and thought carefully. He guessed that Ma Cheng didn't come to look for him this morning just to reveal a piece of news to him. There was most likely a conspiracy behind it. So after he returned to his residence, Zhang Sun Wuji wanted to test Ma Cheng. He purposely pretended that the trip to the Imperial Palace earlier was very smooth, causing Ma Cheng to lower his guard and gradually reveal himself. After that, he ordered his men to capture Ma Cheng and the people behind Ma Cheng. An old fox was, after all, an old fox. The reason why Ma Cheng was able to scheme against Zhang Sun Wuji in the morning was because Zhang Sun Wuji didn't have much vigilance against him. Moreover, he grasped Zhang Sun Wuji's weakness very well. He knew that Zhang Sun Wuji was even more concerned about Li Chengqian's position as the crown prince than Li Chengqian himself. As long as someone threatened Li Chengqian's position as the crown prince, Zhang Sun Wuji would definitely eliminate that person at all costs. But in terms of intelligence and methods, Zhang Sun Wuji was miles ahead of Ma Cheng. The moment Zhang Sun Wuji became suspicious of Ma Cheng's failure was already destined. Ma Cheng couldn't win against Zhang Sun Wuji no matter if it was overt or covert methods. However, Zhang Sun Wuji's actions were a little risky, because he had previously used Li Er's name to deceive Ma Cheng. He had altered Li Er's words. If the imperial censors knew about this, they might impeach him for the crime of tampering with the imperial edict. But Zhang Sun Wuji definitely wouldn't let this happen. At that moment, there was another person kneeling on the right side of Ma Cheng. It was An Kai. Previously, An had received news that Ma Cheng had come to his tea house. An knew that if Ma Cheng had come to find him at this time, it must be that there had been new progress in the matter he had previously requested. Therefore, he hurriedly rushed to the tea house as fast as he could. However, before he could say a few words to Ma Cheng, several saber-wielding warriors rushed in from outside the room. An was shocked and hurriedly called for the servants and guards in the tea house. However, who would have thought that the martial arts of the people who rushed in were so high? None of the more than a dozen people under An command were a match for the leading warrior. In a short while they were all beaten down. After that, he and Ma Cheng were tied up and brought here. As for Ma Cheng, he recognized the leading saber-wielding warrior. It was the leader of the Zhang Sun family's guards, Zhang Sunqinghe. The moment he recognized Zhang Sunqinghe, Ma Cheng's old face instantly turned ashen. He knew that he had lost. He was completely finished. At this moment, facing Zhang Sun Wuji's fury, Ma Cheng's eyes were dull and he turned a deaf ear to it. His entire person was like a pile of mud, as if he would fall to the ground at any time. He didn't beg for mercy because now that the matter had been exposed, he knew that no matter what he said, he would only be left with a dead end. After all, he had offended Zhang Sun Wuji. He just didn't expect the matter to be exposed so quickly. He also didn't expect that Zhang Sun Wuji would suspect him the moment he returned from the palace and send people to follow him. What exactly happened in Taiyuan? What exactly happened after Zhang Sun Wuji went to the palace previously? This was the biggest doubt in Ma Cheng's heart. An Kai had told Ma Cheng some of the reasons why the Yanhuang Bank banned the merchants from An country and Kong country. However, it wasn't the whole story. Ma Cheng only knew that there were merchants with 9 surnames causing trouble in Taiyuan City, which was why the Yanhuang Bank did this today. However, from Ma Cheng's point of view, this matter wasn't completely irreversible. If the merchants with 9 surnames in Taiyuan were causing trouble, then the imperial court could just arrest them directly. However, the Yanhuang Bank punished all the merchants from In Country and Kong Country who were doing business in Tang Dynasty because of this. Wasn't it a little overboard? Therefore, he was willing to take the risk to help In Shunkai resolve this matter. However, from the current outcome, he seemed to have thought of this matter too simply. Zhang Sun Wuji must have hit a wall when he went to the palace to impeach Li Ku. Otherwise, Zhang Sun Wuji wouldn't have schemed against him the moment he returned and made him lower his guard so that he could find In Shunkai to report the good news. And you? Seeing Ma Cheng's drooping head and lifeless eyes, it was obvious that he knew that he was going to die and had given up on treatment. Zhang Sun Wuji turned to look at In Shunkai, who was kneeling beside Ma Cheng. He asked coldly, "You are the one who asked Ma Cheng to plot against me? You are the barbarian merchant?" Re. Feeling the terrifying aura from Zhang Sun Wuji, and Shunkai was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. Actually, the moment he entered the Zhang Sun residence, he knew that he was done for. After doing business in Chang'an City for so many years, how could he not have heard of Zhang Sun Wuji's name? Previously, he asked Ma Cheng for help because he wanted to make use of Ma Cheng to connect with Zhang Sun Wuji, an important official of the Tang Dynasty's imperial court. However, he didn't expect things to develop to such a stage. Family head, this person is In Shunkai, an influential merchant from In Country. He is the one who bribed Ma Cheng and wanted to borrow your hand to remove the ban from the Yanhuang Bank. Seeing that In Shunkai couldn't even speak clearly, Zhang Sun Qinghe cupped his fists and said to Zhang Sun Wuji, "Good. Very good." Zhang Sun Wuji's face was as cold as ice. He stared at In Shunkai and said word by word, "A mere merchant dares to plot against me? Very good. Qinghe, drag him away and break his limbs first. Then bring him here for me to question him." "Yes, family head." Zhang Sun Qinghe cupped his fists and accepted the order. He strode forward and wanted to lift In Shunkai up from the ground, and Shunkai was shocked when he heard that. At this moment this fellow could speak clearly. He quickly begged for mercy and said, "Duke Zhao, please spare my life. Duke Zhao, please spare my life. I just want to ask Duke Zhao to help me resolve the ban that the Yanhuang Bank has placed on us. It's just that Duke Zhao's position is high and powerful, and I'm just a merchant. It's very difficult for me to meet Duke Zhao. That's why I thought of asking Ma Zhanshe from your residence to introduce me. I have no ill intentions towards Duke Zhao." "Humph. What a good recommendation. In the end, you actually want to use me as a weapon in your hands to deal with the Yanhuang Bank. What a wild ambition." Zhang Sun Wuji sneered. Then, he suddenly felt that the name In Shunkai was a little familiar. Soon he recalled what Li Er said to him in the palace. Qing Ke was kidnapped by a Turkic spy in Taiyuan City. The In Kingdom's merchant, An Shunzhan, colluded with the Turkic spy. The Kong Kingdom's merchant, Kong Chu, and the others instigated civil unrest and obstructed the officials from rescuing Qing Ke. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji's expression changed. He looked at In Shunkai and asked coldly, "Wait, you are called In Shunkai?" In Shunkai was already lifted up by Zhang Sun Qinghe, and was about to be dragged away to have his limbs broken. When he heard Zhang Sun Wuji's sudden question, this fellow seemed to have seen a trace of hope for survival. He quickly nodded and said, Yes. I am called In Shunkai." "Do you know In Shunzhan? Who is he to you?" Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand at Zhang Sun Qinghe, indicating for him to put In Shunkai down first. Then he looked at In Shunkai and asked. In this era, brothers would usually have similar names. For example, Chang Chumo and Chang Chuliang, Yuchi Baolin and Yuchi Baohuan, Fang Yai and Fang Yiji. Although such things couldn't be said to be absolute with such similar names, these two people were very likely to be brothers or came from the same clan. Zhang Sun Wuji asked this because he wanted to try his luck. He didn't expect that he would really meet him. I know. Of course I know him." And Xuansai's eyes lit up. Could it be that his cousin was friends with Zhang Sun Wuji? If that was the case, he would be able to avert danger today. Therefore, he quickly said, replying to Duke of Zhao, and Shenzhan is this An's younger cousin. Shenzhan manages more than 100 shops in the Great Tang. As long as Duke of Zhao spares this one's life, this one and my younger cousin are willing to offer up all our wealth. Shut up. This fellow still wanted to use money to bribe Zhang Sun Wuji. Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but frown and interrupt him. Then he shouted coldly. And Shenzhan colluded with Turkic spies in Taiyuan and held the king of Wei hostage. His crime is punishable by death. Since you are his cousin, this matter definitely has something to do with you. Qinghe, immediately escort this person to the Supreme Court and let Xiao Qingdai interrogate him properly. Hearing this, Ma Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled. He was filled with regret. No wonder. No wonder the Yanhuang Bank wanted to ban the merchants from In country and Kong country. No wonder the cabinet elder returned empty-handed after making a trip to the palace. And Xuansai's cousin actually colluded with Turkic spies in Taiyuan. If he had known earlier, if Ma Cheng had known that such a thing happened in Taiyuan City, even if Shunkai gave him 100,000 strings of cash, he wouldn't have dared to interfere in this matter. Now, he could only feel endless regret in his heart. What? When Shunkai heard Zhang Sun Wuji's words, his face instantly turned pale. What did he just hear? His younger brother actually colluded with Turkic spies in Taiyuan City and held the king of Wei hostage? The thing that he was most worried about had indeed happened. Now, even if Zhang Sun Wuji didn't kill him, the Emperor of Great Tang wouldn't let him off. It was laughable that he was still pondering on how to remove the ban from the Yanhuang Bank. If he had known earlier, he would have fled Chang'an in advance. Yes, family head. Zhang Sun Qinghe cupped his fists and received the order. Then, he strode forward and grabbed Xuansai's shoulder. Like dragging a dead dog, he dragged Shunkai out. Instantly, only Zhang Sun Wuji and Ma Cheng were left in the house. Ma Zhongming, although you came from a humble background, I admire your talent. That's why I kept you in the residence back then and let you walk step by step to where you are today. But you have really disappointed me. Looking at the person that he had groomed, Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head. His face was filled with pain and disappointment. Indeed, when he first knew that Ma Cheng had schemed against him, he really hated Ma Cheng to the core. He couldn't wait to tear Ma Cheng into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. But now that he had calmed down, there was only pain and disappointment left in Zhang Sun Wuji's heart. Ma Cheng was indeed a talented person. Moreover, he was groomed by him. Ma Cheng was able to turn from a poor scholar back then to the Crown Prince Zhan Shi today. Behind this, Ma Cheng's own hard work was behind it. But more importantly, it was Zhang Sun Wuji's help in the dark. Recommending the person that he had groomed to the East Palace as the Crown Prince Zhan Shi was a move that Zhang Sun Wuji had spent a lot of effort on. He wanted to correct the Crown Prince's wrong thinking of belittling Confucianism and emphasizing engineering. Besides, with Ma Cheng in the East Palace, if anything happened over there, he would be able to know about it immediately. But now, the move that he had put in so much effort into had come to nothing because of the betrayal of his own people. How could he not be heartbroken? How could he not be disappointed? Cabinet Elder, Zhongming is indebted to you for recognizing my worth. Zhongming is deeply grateful. Today, I was blinded by greed and did such a foolish thing. Zhongming knows that I have no face to meet Cabinet Elder in the future. I am willing to atone for my sins with death. Ma Cheng's expression was a little moved. He banged his head on the ground and kowtowed heavily to Zhang Sun Wuji. Then, he groaned and a large amount of blood flowed out from his mouth. Following that, his neck tilted and his eyes rolled as he fell to the ground. This guy actually bit his tongue to commit suicide. From the perspective of modern medicine, there was no scientific basis for the description of death by biting one's tongue in the novel. Actually, in real life we could often see many people who had their tongues injured or even lost part of their tongues due to various reasons but still survived. But generally speaking, biting one's tongue to commit suicide would usually result in the tongue being severed at the root. The person would usually faint because they couldn't bear the pain. Because the blood vessels at the root of the tongue were larger, and because the tongue was in the mouth, it wasn't easy to use methods such as compressing the blood vessels to stop the bleeding. If the bleeding couldn't be stopped, then the person who bit his tongue to commit suicide would definitely die from excessive blood loss. As for cutting the tongue, because it was cut from the outside, the tongue wouldn't be severed at the root. Only the tip of the tongue would be cut off, so the pain was relatively smaller. When a person bit their tongue, they would bite off the root of the tongue, the root of the part in the mouth. The remaining part would block the trachea, causing the person to suffocate to death. The tongue was rich in blood vessels. After biting the tongue, one would bleed to death. The intense pain after biting the tongue would cause the person to temporarily lose their rationality. The large amount of blood and secretions from the mouth could be inhaled into the trachea, causing choking and coughing. Choking and coughing would further worsen the lack of oxygen. The possibility of death due to mechanical asphyxiation and traumatic coma couldn't be ruled out. The blood vessels on the tongue were rich. Once they were severed, there would be massive bleeding, causing the body to lack blood. Also, the tongue was very close to the brain, so the nerves on it were rich and controlled directly by the brain. Once it was strongly stimulated, it would directly stimulate the central nervous system, causing the central nervous system to be damaged and cause death. Zhang Sun Wuji's gaze turned cold. He knew that Ma Chang had most likely bit his tongue to commit suicide. He didn't expect that this guy would suddenly wake up at the last moment and have the courage to bite his tongue to commit suicide and atone for his sins with his death. Looking at Ma Chang's body on the ground, Zhang Sun Wuji sighed and shouted outside, "Men!" Chapter 2168. The reason why Ma Chang committed suicide by biting his tongue was because he knew that Zhang Sun Wuji would definitely not spare him. However, he was still a third-grade crown prince. No matter how much Zhang Sun Wuji hated him, it wasn't possible for him to kill him directly. That would only give Zhang Sun Wuji an advantage. The shrewd Zhang Sun Wuji would definitely not do such a thing. In other words, Ma Chang could have kept his life. However, Zhang Sun Wuji was the current Minister of Rights after all. Moreover, he was the elder brother of Empress Zhang Sun. He had great influence in the imperial court. Since he had offended Zhang Sun Wuji, even if he could keep his life, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the imperial court in the future. Since Zhang Sun Wuji was able to push him to his current position, he could easily pull him down as well. At that time, he would once again become that powerless scholar. At that time, if Zhang Sun Wuji wanted to crush him, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant? By then, Zhang Sun Wuji wouldn't even need to do anything personally. Those who wanted to curry favor with Zhang Sun Wuji would take the initiative to help Zhang Sun Wuji get rid of this trouble. More importantly, after Zhang Sun Wuji killed him, he might even vent his anger on his family. This was what Ma Chang didn't want to see the most. Therefore, instead of dying in such a sullen manner and implicating his family, Ma Chang felt that it was better to commit suicide. This way it would save Zhang Sun Wuji a lot of trouble. In this way, Zhang Sun Wuji probably wouldn't vent his anger on his family. Yes, family head. Most of the Zhang Sun residence's guards were soldiers who had retired from the battlefield. They were all experienced. Seeing this scene, a few of them were first shocked, but they quickly calmed down. They cupped their fists towards Zhang Sun Wuji, then carried Ma Chang, whose face was covered in blood, away and left. Not long later, maids and servants came in to clean up the bloodstains on the ground. Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't willing to continue staying here, and was preparing to leave. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside. "Father, you're back?" It was Zhang Sun Chang's voice. Yinhuang College was currently on summer vacation. Only the members of the Trump Card Project team would continue their research activities in the college. The rest of the students had basically gone home. Although Zhang Sun Chang's proficiency in the 4 books and 5 classics was not bad, he was still a layman in the college. Whether it was mathematics, physics, or chemistry, his grades were not considered top-notch in the college. He had always been in the middle and lower levels. Therefore, he was not able to enter the Trump Card Project. During the summer vacation in the college, he naturally stayed at home. Hearing Zhang Sun Chang's voice from outside, Zhang Sun Wuji, who was about to stand up and leave, sat back down. After a while, Zhang Sun Chang rushed in. The moment this fellow entered, he saw a few servants scrubbing the ground in the middle of the main hall. He was startled at first, but his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a pool of blood on the ground. Zhang Sun Chang's expression instantly changed. He looked nervously at Zhang Sun Wuji and asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Zhang Sun Wuji raised his eyelids and lightly reprimanded, "What are you panicking for? It's just a person who died. Zhang Sunchong was born in a time of peace. At least most of his memories were from the Tang dynasty. He was not like Zhang Sun Wuji, who had experienced the chaotic times at the end of the Sui dynasty. Therefore, when he saw the bloodstains in the main hall of his house, Zhang Sunchong subconsciously panicked. Now that he heard Zhang Sun Wuji say someone died, Zhang Sunchong instantly panicked. He widened his eyes, looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and asked, "Someone died? Who died? All of you are dismissed." Seeing that the bloodstains on the ground were almost wiped clean, Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hands at the few servants and said, "Yes, old master." The few of them bowed and accepted the order. They took the cleaning tools and left the main hall, closing the door on their way out. A person who deserved to die, Ma Cheng. When only the father and son were left in the room, Zhang Sun Wuji opened his mouth. "Ma Cheng? The Ma Cheng who just became the crown prince Zhan Shi? Father, why did you?" As the eldest young master of the Zhang Sun residence, Zhang Sunchong knew some things. When he heard Zhang Sun Wuji say that Ma Cheng was dead, Zhang Sunchong's heart instantly thumped. He thought to himself, why did his father want to kill Zhang Sunchong? Could it be that his father wanted to rebel and was discovered by Ma Cheng? Thinking of this, Zhang Sunchong's small face instantly turned pale. He, the son of a duke, hadn't had enough of a good life. How could his father rebel? Now that the emperor had so many valiant generals under him, he had a strong army. How could he not think things through? Unfilial son. Ma Cheng bit his tongue to commit suicide. What nonsense are you thinking about? Seeing Zhang Sunchong's pale face and looking at him strangely, Zhang Sun Wuji's face instantly darkened as he scolded angrily. It was obvious that Zhang Sunchong was thinking about some messy things in his heart. Ah! Ma Cheng bit his tongue to commit suicide? Hearing this, Zhang Sunchong's face was filled with surprise. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Following which, he asked curiously, "Then father, why did Ma Cheng bite his tongue to commit suicide?" Zhang Sun Wuji's face was gloomy as he said, "This fellow colluded with the merchants of the Yin Kingdom and plotted against me. He wanted me to enter the palace to impeach the king of Shu. After the matter was exposed, he bit his tongue to commit suicide." Seeing that Zhang Sunchong was still filled with doubt, Zhang Sun Wuji roughly explained what happened this morning to Zhang Sunchong. After hearing half of it, Zhang Sunchong exclaimed, "What? There are Turkic spies in Taiyuan City? And they even kidnapped Qin Ke? What about the rest of the teachers and students in the academy? How are they now?" After staying in Yanhuang College for a year, Zhang Sunchong more or less had some feelings for the college. Compared to his home in Chang'an City, he actually preferred to stay in the college. The college gave him a very special feeling. If he really had to describe it, it would be the feeling of freedom. There wasn't a strict hierarchy here, nor was there complicated scheming and fighting for power. Everyone was equal. For knowledge and truth, students could even quarrel with teachers. Under the pure learning atmosphere, the hearts of the teachers and students became purer. He really liked this kind of simple and free atmosphere. Thus, when he heard from Zhang Sun Wuji that Li Tai was kidnapped by a Turkic spy, Zhang Sunchong subconsciously became nervous. Taiyuan City was sealed off 2 days ago. His Majesty sent the cavalry commander Li Junxian to Taiyuan City to personally take charge of the rescue operation. His Majesty didn't receive any news about the other Yanhuang College teachers and students, so they should be fine. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at his son with a complicated gaze and replied expressionlessly, "Oh, fortunately. Zhang Sunchong heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. Immediately after, he realized that something was wrong and said, "That's not right. 2 days ago I just went to the college. With such a huge matter happening, how could Teacher Ji and Teacher Kong Gui not know about it? Father, you aren't lying to me, right?" Zhang Sun Wuji's face turned black again. He forcefully resisted the urge to beat this unfilial son in front of him to death and said in a muffled voice, "This is what His Majesty said in the palace just now. Do you think His Majesty has the time to lie to you?" That shouldn't be the case." Zhang Sunchong scratched his head and said awkwardly. He knew that he was just a small figure in Li Er's eyes. Naturally, Li Er wouldn't lie to him. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at his prodigal son indifferently and said, "Taiyuan City is sealed off. Outsiders can't enter. And it's hard for news to spread out. His Majesty should be able to receive the news thanks to the telegraph machine that your college invented. However, since His Majesty didn't inform the officials of this news, it means that His Majesty doesn't want the news to spread. This matter should be classified as a secret. Don't spread it outside. Although Li Er didn't tell Zhang Sun Wuji to keep it a secret, with Zhang Sun Wuji's intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to deduce this. He was just afraid that his bastard son wouldn't know the severity of this matter, and would spread the news everywhere. Oh, I got it, father. Zhang Sunchong nodded and replied. As for whether he really knew or was faking it, only God would know. Looking at Zhang Sunchong, who was obviously absent-minded, Zhang Sun Wuji sighed helplessly in his heart. Back then, he sent Zhang Sunchong to Yanhuang College mainly because he thought highly of Li Zishuan's potential. He wanted Zhang Sunchong to get close to Li Zishuan and express the goodwill of the Zhang Sun family to rope in Li Zishuan. However, a year had passed, and the status of Yanhuang College in Tang Dynasty was getting higher and higher. Li Zishuan's official position was also getting higher and higher. Now, he was even conferred a prefecture and became the provincial governor of a prefecture. Moreover, Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Zhang Sun family had always been ambiguous. He was far from being as close as he was to the Chang, Qin, Yuqi, and Yo families. Zhang Sunchong obviously didn't complete the task that he gave him. Not only that, this bastard son of his seemed to have sacrificed himself. Otherwise, why would Zhang Sunchong be so worried about the Yanhuang College teachers and students in Taiyuan? This brat really thought that he was a part of Yanhuang College. Chong-er, how is your relationship with the King of Shu in the academy? Suddenly, Zhang Sun Wuji's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Zhang Sunchong and asked. Little Ku, our relationship is still all right. Why, father? Zhang Sunchong didn't know why his father would ask such a question. He thought for a moment before answering. The corner of Zhang Sun Wuji's mouth twitched as he said angrily, What does still all right mean? Are you very close or are you just passers-by? Zhang Sunchong scratched his head awkwardly and said, This father, still all right means that it's normal. Little Ku's position in the academy is very special. He rarely attends classes in the teaching hall and spends most of his time in the Yanhuang Bank. Also, Yamacho would often teach him some things in private, the way of economics, which is the way to manage the Yanhuang Bank. Therefore, other than Yamacho, Little Ku is the most knowledgeable person in economics in the academy. I usually attend classes in the teaching hall and don't have many chances to see him. Our relationship is just average. It can't be said to be especially good, but it can't be said to be bad either. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji pointed at Zhang Sunchong in disappointment, as he felt extremely depressed. Zhang Sun Wuji had been wise all his life and was very intelligent. When he was young, he became friends with Li Er and became in-laws with him. After Li Yuan started the war in Jinyang, he went to serve him and followed Li Er to conquer the world. Step by step, he became a trusted strategist. Later on, he participated in the planning of the Xuanwu Gates Rebellion, which led to his current prominent position in the imperial court. But how did he give birth to such a disappointing son? He led the officials in the imperial court while his son could only be an inconspicuous passerby in the academy. Why was Li Ku able to become Li Zishuan's direct disciple and take charge of the Yanhuang Bank while his son could only obediently stay in the teaching hall and listen to the teachers of the academy? When the academy reopens next month, you don't have to go to school anymore. After a moment of silence, Zhang Sun Wuji said with a tired heart. He felt that he couldn't afford to lose face like this. Father, why is that? Zhang Sunchong was dumbfounded and immediately said anxiously, Just because I'm not familiar with Little Ku, you don't want me to continue studying in the academy? What kind of logic is this? No, I still want to go to the academy. Unfilial son, what are you going to do in the academy? Are you going to lose face for me? As my son, your results in the academy can only be ranked in the middle. You can't even be compared to some of the commoners, not to mention King Wei and King Shu. I've been wise all my life and can't afford to lose face like this. Hearing Zhang Sunchong's words, Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't hold it in anymore and roared. Hearing this, Zhang Sunchong instantly complained, Father, you can't blame me for this. Qing Ke and Little Ku were the first batch of students to learn engineering from the Yamacho. Their foundation is better than mine. Isn't it normal that I can't win against them? Father, don't worry. I'm already familiar with the subjects in the academy. Next semester, my results will definitely be in the top 200, no, top 100. This fellow was afraid that Zhongsun Wuji wouldn't let him return to the academy to continue studying, so he directly set a goal of being in the top 100. As for whether he could achieve it, to be honest, Zhang Sunchong wasn't sure himself. Who cares? I have to stabilize my father first. Zhang Sunchong thought in his heart. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Sunchong had no choice but to continue. Father, the children of the various families in the imperial court are basically studying in Yanhuang College. Some of them who aren't here are also planning to enter the academy next year. I finally entered the academy, but you actually want to kick me out. This is really embarrassing for you. Chapter 2169. When they were in the palace this morning, Li Er had said to Zhongsun Wuji, "No one knows a son better than a father. I know my son's better than you. Kur loves economics and has no intention of fighting for power." Zhongsun Wuji didn't believe it at all. After all, Li Ku was in an important position now. He had money and soldiers. In addition, he had the royal bloodline of 2 dynasties. How could he not have any ambition? Even if he didn't have it now, he would definitely have it in the future, just like the general of heavenly strategies Li Shimin. However, after Zhongsun Wuji thought about it carefully, he felt that something wasn't right. Although Li Er had won the coup at the Xuanwu Gate, this coup had caused him to bear the infamy of killing his brother and imprisoning his father. It could be said that it was an eternal pain in his heart. As a father, Li Er shouldn't want his sons to follow in his footsteps. Therefore, since Li Er dared to let Li Ku take charge of the bank and establish the gold-robed guards, it meant that Li Er was sure that Li Ku wouldn't fight for the position of Li Chengqian's heir. If not, no matter how outstanding Li Ku's ability was, Li Er wouldn't have given him such an important position. However, why was Li Er so sure that Li Ku didn't have any intention of fighting for the position of heir? One must know that in this world, a person's heart was the most difficult to guess. Zhongsun Wuji, who couldn't figure it out, saw his son. He secretly thought that Zhang Sunchong and Li Ku were schoolmates, so he should be able to get some information from Zhang Sunchong. However, he didn't expect that this kid had wasted so much time talking and didn't say anything. This really angered him half to death. It was fine that he didn't get any news from Li Ku, but Zhongsun Wuji also wanted to hear Zhang Sunchong's opinion of Li Zishuan. Back then, he had thrown out an olive branch to Li Zishuan, such as investing in the Yanhuang Bank, or giving the Zhongsun family's iron mine to Li Zishuan for joint mining. Li Zishuan didn't reject his goodwill, but what made Zhongsun Wuji depressed was that after Li Zishuan accepted his goodwill, he didn't give any feedback at all. It was as if he was taking benefits but not doing anything. Speaking of which, when Zhongsun Wuji befriended Li Zishuan, he didn't want Li Zishuan to do anything for him. He just wanted to form a good relationship with him. However, Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Zhongsun family was always ambiguous. This made Zhongsun Wuji a little confused about Li Zishuan's attitude. It could only be said that the current Zhongsun Wuji was still too weak. If he waited until the later period of Zhongguan or even Li Ye's reign, when he was in power, he might not even care about a young talent like Li Zishuan. If he couldn't get him, he would just destroy him. Father, what do you mean by asking this? Don't tell me you want to deal with Yamacho? In the main hall, Zhang Sunchong suddenly recovered from his thoughts and looked at Zhongsun Wuji as he quickly asked. Zhongsun Wuji frowned and was about to flare up, but Zhang Sunchong didn't wait for him to speak and continued. Father, I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Yamacho is an unfathomable person. Not only is his martial arts extremely high, but the more I understand him, the more I feel that the knowledge in his head doesn't seem to belong to this world. It seems like there's nothing he can't do. The corner of Zhongsun Wuji's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but scold angrily. I have no enmity with Yamacho. When did I say I want to deal with him? However, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Sunchong to have such a high evaluation of Li Zishuan. This brat had only stayed in the academy for a year, and he already had such an attitude towards Li Zishuan. In the future, wouldn't his brat treat Li Zishuan like a god? Ah, Father, you don't intend to deal with Yamacho? That's good. That's good. When Zhang Sunchong heard this, he understood that he had misunderstood and couldn't help but awkwardly scratch his head. Zhang Sun Wuji didn't have the energy to complain about his son. He took a deep breath and said to Zhang Sunchong, I want to ask you, what is Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Crown Prince, King Wei and King of Shu? Who exactly does he support? There was no need to doubt Zhang Sun Wuji's position. He would definitely support Li Zishuan unconditionally to be the Crown Prince. However, Zhang Sun Wuji had always been confused about the attitudes of these three princes. Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't tell which faction Li Zishuan belonged to. Zhang Sunchong obviously understood the meaning behind Zhang Sun Wuji's question. He also knew the political stance of the Zhang Sun family. If he didn't answer this question well, Zhang Sun Wuji might treat Li Zishuan as a political enemy in the future. This was a situation that Zhang Sunchong didn't want to see. Father, Yamacho seems to have a very good relationship with the Crown Prince, King Wei, and King of Shu. During the military training at Yanhuang College, the Crown Prince, personally participated in the military training at the college. During that time, I saw the Crown Prince and Yamacho often chatting and laughing. They were even close to calling each other brothers. As for King Wei and King of Shu, their relationship with Yamacho is needless to say. They admire Yamacho's knowledge from the bottom of their hearts and treat Yamacho with disrespect. Yamacho also taught them wholeheartedly. King Wei is a true disciple of Yamacho in the study of things. His attainments in engineering are even better than many teachers in the college. Therefore, King Wei is personally leading the team to the north. Little Ku is a true disciple of Yamacho in the study of economics. When Yamacho isn't in the bank, Little Ku is the one in charge. Therefore, Father, when you ask me which prince Yamacho supports, it's hard to say. Zhang Sunchong thought for a while before speaking. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji's expression was a little complicated. Actually, he had heard of the news that Zhang Sunchong said before, but it was all scattered. Now that Zhang Sunchong put all the information together, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly realized that Li Zishuan seemed to be a non-partisan. He didn't explicitly support Li Tai, nor did he choose between Li Tai and Li Ku. This emperor is only 30 years old. This emperor advises you not to get too involved in the battle for the throne. Suddenly, Zhang Sun Wuji recalled what Li Zishuan said in the morning. Combining it with Zhang Sunchong's previous analysis, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly felt that Li Zishuan was the truly brilliant one. Now Li Er was only 30 years old. If there were no accidents, he could still sit on the throne for another 20 to 30 years. As a subject, it was too early to take sides now. It would easily arouse the suspicion of the emperor. Someone like Li Zishuan, who didn't side with any of the princes and didn't offend any of them, was a truly brilliant move. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly felt enlightened. He had thought it through. In the past, he was too stubborn to the point of being paranoid. He was too worried that Li Chengqian's position as the crown prince would be snatched away. He was even more worried than Li Chengqian himself. This would easily make Li Er unhappy and suspicious. Moreover, I feel that, Father, you don't have to worry about anyone competing with the crown prince for the throne. In the past, King Wei did have the intention to compete with the crown prince for favor. However, after entering Yanhuang College, King Wei devoted all his attention to engineering research. Now, he can't even be bothered to return to the palace. Father, do you think he will still compete with the crown prince for the throne? King Shu's situation is similar to King Wei's. Before going to the academy, King Shu didn't have any open or covert competition with the crown prince. After entering the academy, King Shu was engrossed in economics and didn't have the intention to compete with the crown prince for the throne. Therefore, Father, you don't have to worry about the crown prince's position at all. At this moment, Zhang Sunchong spoke again. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. Although he subconsciously felt that Zhang Sunchong's words were a little too far-fetched, after thinking about it seriously, he felt that Zhang Sunchong's words made some sense. After a long silence, Zhang Sun Wuji sighed and muttered to himself, if this is the case, then this Yanhuang College is really a magical place. Actually, Li Zishuan's political stance was very clear. He wasn't a non-partisan person like Zhang Sun Wuji thought. There was no doubt that Li Zishuan supported Li Chengqian to be the crown prince. This was because with the current situation in Great Tang, Only Li Changqian as the crown prince would not cause internal turmoil in the imperial court. In history, Li Changqian's personality was explosive, wild, and arrogant. He even kept male pets, so he was indeed unfit to be the crown prince. However, that was only after Li Changqian came of age. The current Li Changqian treated others generously, diligently, and loved the people. He hadn't gone down the wrong path yet. Li Zixuan felt that he was a very good candidate for the crown prince. Moreover, Li Zixuan felt that with his intervention and guidance as a transmigrator, Li Changqian would definitely not repeat the mistakes of history. Moreover, he would be able to become a wise emperor. Therefore, Li Zixuan supported Li Changqian to be the crown prince. However, the way he supported Li Changqian wasn't as extreme as Zhang Sun Wuji's. Zhang Sun Wuji's desire for control was too strong. He wanted everything to be within his control. He wanted Li Changqian to work hard according to the image of the crown prince in his heart. Moreover, if there was someone who could threaten Li Changqian's position as the crown prince, Zhang Sun Wuji would do all he could to get rid of that threat. On the other hand, Li Zixuan was different. On one hand, he guided Li Changqian on the right path. On the other hand, in history, Li Tai and Li Ku, the two princes who were a threat to Li Changqian's position as the crown prince, Li Zixuan kept them by his side. Through discovering their interests and strengths, he guided them to focus on their respective fields of expertise. Actually, did Li Tai and Li Ku really care about the crown prince's position in the past? Not necessarily. How would a half-grown child know so many things? What they cared about was probably Li Er's favor. Sons fighting for favor in front of their father was a very normal thing. That was why Li Tai and Li Changqian fought openly and secretly in the palace in the past. However, when the two of them discovered the door to another world, they would realize how childish and boring they were in the past. Thus, they would put more energy into the fields that they were truly interested in. Li Changqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku were currently moving in the direction that Li Zixuan had predicted. Moreover, their achievements were quite good. Of course, the main reason for this was that Li Tai and Li Ku were really talented in engineering and economics. Otherwise, Li Zixuan wouldn't be able to make bricks without straw. Therefore, compared to Zhang Sun Wuji, Li Zixuan's method of supporting Li Changqian wasn't simply to suppress or support him. In fact, he was helping Li Changqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku, who said that when two tigers fight, one of them must be injured. Couldn't it be a win-win situation or a win-win situation? Wasn't it good to be in such a harmonious situation? Li Er's three sons were actually quite talented. If the three brothers could unite and fight against the outside world together, it would definitely be a great blessing for the millions of people in Tang Empire. As for the other countries, it wouldn't be a blessing. It would be a nightmare. The news of Anshuansai's capture quickly spread to many people. Kong Fuyang and the others, who had gone to the new workshop with Anshunkai, were now all gathered in the main hall of the Yin mansion. Not only them, but all the reputable Hu merchants in Chang'an, especially the merchants from the Kong Kingdom and the Yin Kingdom, were also gathered here. It was Anshunkai who had gathered them here. Previously, Anshunkai had given Ma Cheng more than 10,000 strings of coins, which was crowd-funded by these people. After all, the ban of the Yinhuang Bank had a huge impact on the merchants from the An and Kong kingdoms who did business in Tang Empire. As long as the ban could be lifted, they were still willing to fork out money. Oh no! Oh no! My master has been captured in the Anshun tea house. At this moment, a waiter ran in and said while panting. It was the waiter from the Anshun tea house. The Anshun tea house was in the east of Chang'an City, while the Yin residence was in the south of Chang'an City. The distance between the two places was still a little far, so the waiter had only just arrived to report the news. What? Everyone in the room was shocked. Kong Fuyang stood up and said, "What did you say? Bosson has been captured? Did you see who the other party was?" According to the shopkeeper, the other party is most likely from the Zhangsun family. The waiter panted and raised his head to reply. What? The Zhangsun family? Kong Fuyang's expression changed. He said with some despair, "It's over. Could it be that Duke Zhao saw through Bosson's plan, so he sent people to capture Bosson?" When the others heard this, their expressions also changed. Everyone present knew about Anshuansai's plan to bribe Ma Cheng and mediate the ban of the Yinhuang Bank. Otherwise, they wouldn't have willingly forked out money. I still have matters to attend to at home, so I'll take my leave first. At this moment, a Hu merchant sitting below suddenly stood up and cupped his fists to Kong Fuyang and the others. Since Zhongsun Wuji had captured in Shunkai, it meant that the Zhongsun family was likely to attack the Yin family next. They couldn't care less about the ban of the Yanhuang Bank. At this moment it was more important for them to protect themselves. They couldn't have anything to do with in Shunkai. I just remembered that my wife is about to give birth today, so I'll take my leave first. When there was a first, there would be a second. Almost as soon as the first Hu merchant finished speaking, another Hu merchant stood up and cupped his fists. My house caught fire, so I'll take my leave first. After a while, most of the Hu merchants in the main hall left, leaving only Kong Fuyang and the others who were closer to Shunkai. Chapter 2170. Brother Fuyang, Mr. N has been captured by Zhao Guogong. What should we do now? In the main hall of the Yin mansion, those fence-sitters had all run away after learning that Shunkai had been captured. Only the 8 Hu merchants who had gone to the workshop with Shunkai were left. At this moment, Shi Nansho frowned and looked at Kong Fuyang. Alas, we can only wait. Kong Fuyang sighed and said, let's wait for news from Zhongsun Manor. Brother Xuansai's plan originally had a certain amount of risk, but I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Duke Zhao isn't someone we can offend. We can only hope that he can be magnanimous towards Brother Shunkai. Also, when I returned from the workshop of the Curious Pavilion this morning, I have already written a letter to inform the Kong Kingdom of this matter. When the king learns of this matter, he will most likely send an envoy to negotiate with the Great Tang Imperial Court. But Changguan is far away from the Kong Kingdom. Even if he gallops, I'm afraid it will take more than a month for news. Shi Nansho nodded and said, I have also written a letter and sent it back to the Stone Kingdom. The 9 families of Zhaowu are united. I believe the monarch of the 9 countries will not allow the Tang Empire to humiliate us. That's right. The others nodded. Kong Fuyang said, since Brother Shunkai has been captured, we can't stay here for long. You should go back first. Just send someone to keep an eye on the Zhongsun mansion. Fuyang is right. Let's go back first. They did not hesitate. They only said a few words to the steward of the Yin mansion and left under the steward's aggrieved and resentful eyes. It was not that they did not want to save Shunkai, but that they did not have the ability to do so. It was obvious that Xuansai's plan had been exposed and had angered Zhongsun Wuji. But who was Zhongsun Wuji? He was the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs of the Tang Empire and the elder brother of the Tang Empress. How could they afford to offend him? So even though the old steward of the Yin mansion begged them to help save Shunkai, they could only pretend not to hear and leave in a hurry. The arms were no match for the thighs. Your Majesty, the Zhongsun clan has sent an in-kingdom merchant to the Supreme Court, claiming that he is Xuanshan's cousin. They hope that the Supreme Court will properly interrogate him and see if he is colluding with Turkic spies. In the Sweet Nectar Hall, Li Er had just finished dealing with administrative matters and was about to leave when Zhao Song walked in quickly and whispered to Li Er, "Oh, merchants from Yin Kingdom? And he's Xuanshan's cousin?" When Li Er first heard this news, he did not pay much attention to it. However, he suddenly felt that the name in Shunzhan sounded familiar. Then, he thought of the latter half of Zhao Song's sentence about Zhongsun Wuji, wanting the Supreme Court to investigate whether the Yin Kingdom merchant had colluded with the Turk spies. Li Er instantly recalled the identity of Shunzhan. His eyes focused and after pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Song, "Go to the Supreme Court and bring this person out, then hand him over to the 100 Cavalry Department for interrogation." For the time being, Li Er did not want more people to know about what had happened in Taiyuan City. Firstly, even if others knew about what had happened in Taiyuan City, it would be useless to save Li Tai. Secondly, since there were Turkic spies in Taiyuan City, who could guarantee that there weren't any in Chang'an City? If the Turkic spies in Chang'an City learned of what had happened in Taiyuan City, there was no telling what sort of trouble they might cause to prevent Li Junxian from saving Li Tai. Li Er was rather satisfied with the current situation in Taiyuan City. He believed that as long as Li Junxian slowly and steadily worked his way through, he would have a high chance of successfully rescuing Li Tai. And the Supreme Court naturally did not know what had happened in Taiyuan City. If they were to interrogate in Shenzhen for colluding with the Turkic spies, Daizhou would probably be filled with question marks and wouldn't even know how to interrogate him. Thus, Li Er planned to have the 100 Cavalry Department properly interrogate this in Shenzhen. Because Li Junxian was in Taiyuan City, the 100 Cavalry Department knew what had happened in Taiyuan City. Moreover, the 100 Cavalry Department was Li Er's most trusted unit. This old slave obeys the decree. Zhao Song clasped his hands in acknowledgement, but he did not turn to leave. After a few moments of hesitation he said, "Your Majesty, the Zhongsun clan also sent a person to the Supreme Court. To be more precise, they sent a corpse." "Who?" Li Er's expression froze as he sternly asked. Could it be that Zhongsun Wuji had suffered a setback in the imperial palace, so he went back and killed someone to vent his anger? That shouldn't be the case. Zhongsun Wuji was a smart man. He wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. "It's the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, Ma Cheng." Zhao Song bowed as he softly reported. "Ma Cheng? The Crown Prince Zhanshi who was elected last month?" Li Er asked in confusion. He knew of the relationship between Ma Cheng and Zhongsun Wuji. Logically speaking, Zhongsun Wuji had pushed Ma Cheng to the position of Crown Prince Zhanshi with great difficulty. It was impossible for Zhongsun Wuji to kill him, right? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort and self-destruction? Precisely. Zhang Song nodded and clasped his hands. The Zhongsun clan said that Ma Cheng secretly colluded with Shunkai and received huge benefits from the other party. After the matter was exposed, he knew that he had committed a grave sin, so he bit his tongue and committed suicide. The Supreme Court's coroner conducted a preliminary examination of the corpse. Ma Cheng's tongue was severed from the root. He really bit his tongue and committed suicide. It doesn't look like a homicide. Ma Cheng colluded with Shunkai? This is interesting. Later, let the 100 Cavalry Department investigate this matter as well. Li Er's eyes flashed as he instructed Zhao Song. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song clasped his hands and left after receiving the order. Time for lunch. Time for lunch. When it was close to noon on the Black Armored Military Academy, where the Wu Battalion was located, Sun Jiping's announcement of disbandment caused the soldiers of the Wu Battalion to erupt in cheers. After training for the entire morning, the soldiers who were originally exhausted seemed to have been revived with full blood at this moment. Everyone rushed to their own tents as fast as they could. Their food was there. They were going to eat. Of course, the reason why they were so excited was that there was enough meat for all the soldiers of the Wu Battalion today. Due to the Black Armored Army's martial arts competition yesterday, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion and Team 1 of the 1st Battalion had both suffered heavy losses. Team 2 of the Wu Battalion won without a fight and obtained the first place. According to the rules of the competition, the team that obtained the first place would be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for a day. This was incredible. In this era, there was no complete animal husbandry industry. The supply of meat was not as plentiful as it was in the modern era. It was already considered good if a commoner could have a meal of meat during the new year. As for the soldiers, although their food conditions were much better than the commoners and they could eat some meat every day, they still had to undergo a huge amount of training every day. The more energy they expended, the more energy they needed to replenish. This was especially true for the soldiers of the Black Armored Army. The amount of training for the Black Armored Army was definitely several times that of the other battalions in the capital. Under such circumstances, how could the meager amount of meat provided by the Black Armored Army be enough for them? It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Now that there was such a good opportunity to eat as much meat as they wanted, how could the soldiers let it go? Each of them wished that they could grow wings and fly directly to the kitchen. Everyone swore in their hearts, "Today we must eat until the sky turns dark and the earth turns dark. After all, there won't be another opportunity like this if we miss this village. Oh, I old Chung want to eat a pig today. No one is allowed to stop me." Chung Chumo wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. He was the first to get his rice bowl and galloped towards the kitchen of the Wu camp. Following closely behind him was Bao Lin. As he ran he shouted, "Ong! I want to eat 8 pig trotters. No one is allowed to snatch them from me. F***CK. Why is Chung Chumo running so fast? Old Joe, you guys hurry up too. If we're late, There might not be any meat to eat. Didn't you say that we have enough meat for today? Why is there no meat? Tisk. Why don't you think about it? Everyone in our battalion is a foodie. Which one of us can't eat 5 or 6 bowls of meat? If we're late, we might only be able to drink meat soup. Then why aren't we running? Just like that, from the leaders to the ordinary soldiers, everyone was running towards the kitchen as if they were playing with their lives. Speaking of which, the Cook's Army unit of the Wu Battalion had already anticipated the grand occasion this afternoon. They didn't even participate in the training this morning. They spent the entire morning preparing the lunch for the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. It wasn't that they wanted to be lazy and skip training. It was just that they had to prepare too many ingredients. In just one morning they had already slaughtered 40 pigs. If a pig weighed 200 pounds, then according to the 70% meat yield, 40 pigs could produce about 5,000 pounds of pork. There were 1,000 people in the Wu Battalion, so on average each person could get about 5,000 pounds of pork. These were the 40 pigs that Li Zishuan had prepared for the kitchen. He asked them to slaughter all of them at noon. If the soldiers couldn't finish their meal, they could eat at night. Anyway, the more the better. Li Zishuan would never go back on his word. If he said that there would be enough meat, then there would definitely be enough meat. Quick! Quick! Give me a bowl of foreleg meat. I want all the lean meat, not the fat ones. Chang Chumo was the first to arrive at the kitchen. He directly rushed in front of a cook and handed over his bowl of rice. If it was when Chang Chumo first came to the Black Armored Army, he would be very satisfied to be able to eat meat for every meal. Why would he care about the fat or lean meat? But today, the living conditions of the Wu Battalion had improved. This idiot also started to be picky about his food. Yesterday, during the fighting competition, Yuan Deshang from Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion had used underhanded means to severely injure Lu Ming from the Wu Battalion. Lu Ming was very popular in the Wu Battalion. When they found out that he was severely injured by Yuan Deshang, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Coincidentally, in the knockout round, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion met Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion. And coincidentally, Chang Chumo was up against Lu Ming. During the fight, Chang Chumo used all his skills and finally won against Yuan Deshang, who was stronger than him. It could be said that he had avenged Lu Ming. This caused everyone in the Wu Battalion to have a good impression of Chang Chumo, especially the Cook's Army unit at the kitchen. Hey, Chumo, you little brat, you sure run fast. The Cook's Army unit in front of Chang Chumo looked at Chang Chumo and laughed. Then he took the bowl of rice from Chang Chumo's hands and said, "Lean meat and lean meat are cooked together. But since you came first, I'll help you pick some lean meat." This was clearly giving special treatment to Chang Chumo. And it was not just in name but in reality. Think about it, the Wu Battalion of the Black Armored Army had 1,000 people. If everyone was as picky as Chang Chumo, then how could the Cook's Army unit be so busy? It was because Chang Chumo had avenged Lu Ming yesterday that he received such special treatment. Oh. Chapter 2171. You too, have you finished a bowl already? Outside the Wu Battalion's kitchen, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping had just arrived at the queue when they saw Chang Chumo and Yuchi Baolin holding rice bowls that were still dripping with soup as they walked towards the end of the queue. Li Zishuan stared with his eyes wide open as he said in shock. The living conditions in the military camp were definitely not as good as the outside. Not to mention the delicious food in the Ho's mansion. Li Zishuan had stayed in the military camp for so many days, in fact, his taste buds had long been bland. Today, he took advantage of the unlimited supply of meat in the Wu Battalion to come over and have a good meal. But after all, he was a high-ranking officer. If he were to follow Chang Chumo and run madly to the kitchen to snatch meat, it would be too bad for his image. Cough. Although in the military camp, no one would pay attention to this aspect of image, but if Li Zishuan were to run madly to snatch meat like Chang Chumo, he would still be in a difficult position. Furthermore, Li Zishuan knew that the kitchen had slaughtered 40 pigs today, close to 5,000 pounds of pork. He didn't have to worry about not having meat to eat if he was late, so he and Sun Jiping took their time to come over. Hey! Why are you still running so slow when eating meat? Why are you still eating meat? Little Xian, old son, you guys are too late. When Chang Chumo saw Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping, Chang Chumo laughed and then shamelessly cut in front of Li Zishuan. The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched slightly, but at this moment there was only Sun Jiping behind him. There were no other soldiers in the queue because no one would come later than him and Sun Jiping, so he simply didn't care about Chang Chumo's action of cutting the queue. If Chang Chumo were to cut the queue during normal times, he would definitely kick this guy out of the queue. Yamacho, Commandant Sun. Bao Lin was not as mischievous as Chang Chumo. He did not dare to cut in line. The child obediently greeted Li Zixuan and Sun Jiping before lining up behind Sun Jiping. You haven't eaten meat in 8 lifetimes, haven't you? How long has it been since the training ended? Not only did you get a bowl of meat, you even finished it? I've told you before, we have enough meat for today. Look at you, Uncle Chang, you look like a reincarnated hungry ghost. If he sees you, he will definitely vomit blood. Nodding at Bao Lin, Li Zixuan pointed at Chang Chumo and laughed. Hey, my father won't scold me. Chang Chumo pursed his lips and said, if he sees me like this, he might even praise me. I can be considered to have inherited his excellent style. Little Xian, you don't know, but back in the day my father ate the same amount of food as 4 people in the military camp. What am I doing now? Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, if your father finds out that you're talking about your father like this, he will definitely beat you up. Little Xian, you said that we have enough meat for today. You are underestimating the soldiers in our camp. Look, there are already people who have finished their first bowl and are lining up. At this rate, I estimate that everyone in our camp can eat at least 5 to 6 bowls of meat. There are only so few people in our kitchen, how much meat can we prepare? So we definitely don't have enough meat for today. Chang Chumo patted Li Zixuan's shoulder with a confident look on his face. This guy usually didn't like to use his brain, but when it came to things that he cared about, he liked to use his brain more than anyone else. Just like now, Li Zixuan's forehead was full of black lines. He really wanted to slap this idiot in front of him to the ground. Holding back his impulse, Li Zixuan snorted at Chang Chumo and said, Ugly ox, remember your confidence and arrogance now. If the kitchen still doesn't cook the meat, you have to finish the remaining meat in the pot yourself. He knew that the kitchen of the Wu camp prepared a total of 5,600 pounds of pork. After 5,000 pounds of pork was boiled, it would be more than 5,000 pounds. Furthermore, when the pork was cooked, there would definitely be some vegetables mixed in. Therefore, the amount of meat prepared by the kitchen of the Wu camp would definitely be more than 7,000 pounds. Even if the soldiers of the Wu camp were all big eaters, Li Zixuan believed that they wouldn't be able to finish all the meat he prepared in one meal. Forget about that. I was just joking with you. Hey, just joking. Seeing that Li Zixuan wanted to make a bet with him, Chang Chumo was instantly terrified. Although he didn't think that he was stupid, he didn't think that he was smarter than Li Zixuan. Therefore, he didn't dare to make a bet with Li Zixuan. Hearing that, Li Zixuan curled his lips and looked at Chang Chumo with disdain. Chang Chumo naturally saw the disdain in Li Zixuan's eyes. However, he wasn't stupid and didn't fall for Li Zixuan's provocation. This was because he really didn't know how much meat was prepared in the kitchen today. Therefore, no matter what, he wouldn't make a bet with Li Zixuan. The few of them chatted and laughed. Soon the line reached the kitchen. Yo, Kenjun Li, you're finally here? The army cook who was getting the food was Ho Tai, the one who scooped the meat for Chang Chumo earlier. When he saw Li Zixuan who was behind Chang Chumo, he quickly greeted him with enthusiasm. Kenjun Li, hurry up and bring your bowl over. I'll scoop it for you first. Although Chang Chumo was the main reason why the Wu battalion was able to win the battle yesterday, everyone knew that the biggest hero of the Wu battalion was Li Zixuan. Back then, the Wu battalion was the weakest among the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. Li Zixuan's arrival not only gave the Wu battalion a new training manual, but also completely united the soldiers of the Wu battalion. If it wasn't for Li Zixuan, the Wu battalion would probably still be a pile of loose sand, not to mention winning the battle yesterday. Therefore, when Ho Tai saw Li Zixuan, he was naturally more excited than when he saw Chang Chumo. Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Chang Chumo suddenly said with dissatisfaction, Hey, old Ho, I'm the one who's in front of you. Why don't you scoop it for me first? Ho Tai then noticed Chang Chumo in front of him. He immediately said with an embarrassed face, Cough, Chumo, didn't you already eat a bowl? Kenjun Li hasn't eaten yet. He must be hungry. I'll scoop the meat for Kanjunli first. After that, I'll scoop it for you. Don't worry, I'll scoop up some lean meat for you later. It'll definitely be enough. Okay. Old Ho, you're a good friend. Let Xiaoxian scoop it first. Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up when he heard that. If there was lean meat to eat, he definitely wouldn't want to eat fatty meat. Wasn't it just a matter of getting the meat later? It doesn't matter. He completely forgot that he was the one who cut the line in front of Li Zishuan. If he really wanted to talk about first come, first served, he should be behind Li Zishuan. Oh no, he should be behind Sun Jiping. Li Zishuan didn't really care about eating earlier or later. However, when he saw Ho Tai's enthusiastic face, he didn't want to reject his kindness. So he passed by Cheng Chumo, handed over the rice bowl in his hand and said, "Thank you for your trouble." "Hey, you're welcome, Kanjunli." Ho Tai smiled and took the rice bowl in Li Zishuan's hand. However, he didn't bend over to scoop meat from the pot next to him for Li Zishuan. Instead, he turned around and walked into the kitchen. "Hey, old Ho, where are you going? Didn't you say you'll get me some food later?" Cheng Chumo didn't know what was going on and couldn't help but shout. However, Ho Tai didn't have time to answer Cheng Chumo's question. Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo could only stand outside the window and wait. Not long after, Ho Tai came out with a bowl of meat. Cheng Chumo stuck his neck out and looked into the bowl. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Turtle. This bowl was filled with good quality pork ribs and half of a pig's trotter. This. Ho Tai was obviously giving special treatment to Li Zishuan. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but point at Ho Tai and said, "Good. Old Ho, how can you still have such good food at this time? You hid it really well." Ho Tai quickly shook his head and said, "I didn't hide it. This was specially prepared by our brothers in the kitchen for Adjunct Li. This time, Adjunct Li played a big role in our victory over the other battalions. Everyone wants to thank Adjunct Li." After that, he handed the bowl full of good meat to Li Zishuan and said embarrassedly, "Adjunct Li, this meat has been in the room for a long time. It's not hot anymore. We didn't expect you to come so late." Chapter 2172. In the next martial arts competition, we, the Wu Battalion, will get first place again. It was supposed to be a carnival of meat, but because of Li Zishuan's actions and half-joking words, the outside of the Wu Battalion's kitchen was filled with cheers and shouts. At this moment, the thousands of soldiers of the Wu Battalion were all holding their bowls in one hand and waving the other hand in the air, cheering loudly. Fanaticism, excitement, respect. With all these emotions mixed together, this lunch was destined to be unusual. "All right. Stop shouting." After a while, Li Zishuan saw that these guys were all shouting until their faces and necks were red. If he didn't know, he would have thought that they were looking for a fight with someone. More importantly, if they continued shouting like this, the half bowl of pork ribs in his hand would be completely cold. Although the weather was still hot, meat dishes like pork ribs would definitely not taste as good when it was cold. He had been in the barracks for so long, and finally had a chance to improve his meals. How could he let this bunch of idiots ruin his chance? Therefore, Li Zishuan gathered his chi and his dantian and shouted at the soldiers of the Wu Battalion around him. "You can't get first place just because you have a loud voice. If you want to get first place, you have to rely on your strength. If you want to have strength, you have to train hard. I will remember all of your words. I hope that you don't just talk about it. You can put it into action and get first place again in the next martial arts competition." Li Zishuan's shout was infused with zhanqi. Therefore, although the scene was noisy, his words were still clearly heard by every soldier of the Wu Battalion. In addition, when the crowd saw Li Zishuan open his mouth, many of them consciously shut their mouths. Therefore, when Li Zishuan was halfway through his speech, the noisy outside of the Wu Battalion's kitchen had already quieted down. He was the only one who was talking, and the others were all listening quietly. "Don't worry, Lieutenant. We will definitely do what we say. That's right. We will train hard and get first place again in the next martial arts competition. Get first place again. Get first place again." After Li Zishuan finished his words, the soldiers all started shouting. "All right. Hurry up and eat." It was rare for the kitchen to prepare so much meat today, so they couldn't waste it. After eating and drinking their fill, they continued training in the afternoon. Oh, by the way, starting from this afternoon, the amount of training in the Wu Battalion will be increased by 30%. Li Zishuan gestured for everyone to be quiet and continued. The first half of Li Zishuan's speech was reasonable, but the last sentence made the faces of the soldiers of the Wu Battalion instantly change. A moment ago they were still burning with passion and high morale, but the last sentence of Li Zishuan's speech was like pouring a basin of cold water on their heads, making them feel cold all of a sudden. Increase the training load by 30%? It's already been increased several times before. How are we supposed to live if it's increased by another 30%? Jiang Fei, you brat. What's wrong with increasing your training by 30%? If we don't increase our training volume, how are we going to get first place in the next fighting competition? Exactly. How can you get first place if you don't train hard? Eat meat. Quick, eat the meat. After eating, let's train hard in the afternoon. At first, the soldiers were moaning and groaning, but after being scolded by some of the captains and lieutenants, everyone gradually accepted the reality. They had no choice but to accept it. They all knew that once Li Zishuan had decided on something, no one could change it. They had no other choice but to accept the order. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. This was the most common thought that Li Zishuan had instilled in the soldiers ever since they joined the Black Armored Army. Moreover, just a moment ago, they had patted their chests and promised Li Zishuan that they would train hard in the future and strive to win first place in the fighting competition later. If they were to complain now, wouldn't they be slapping their own faces and be looked down upon by others? That would not do. After the soldiers digested Li Zishuan's news, they started to eat the meat again. After all, it was rare for them to eat enough meat today, and they still had a lot of training to do in the afternoon. If they didn't hurry up and eat, wouldn't they be letting themselves down? For a moment, there wasn't even any sound of talking in the kitchen of the Wu Battalion. Only the sound of bowls and chopsticks and the sound of chewing could be heard. Li Zishuan held half a bowl of pork ribs and was about to squat down at the usual spot to eat. When he turned his head, he realized that Chang Chumo didn't follow him. Instead, Chang Chumo was holding his bowl and walking towards the back of the line. During the time they were queuing up, many soldiers had already finished their first bowl of meat and were queuing up behind them. Thus, this line had become a long snake. Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask, "Chonyo, where are you going?" Chang Chumo stopped in his tracks. He calmly used his chopsticks to pick up a large piece of meat and put it into his mouth. As he chewed, he replied, "Oh, I'm going to queue up at the back. When it's my turn later, I'll be able to finish my bowl of meat. That way I won't waste any time." F***ck. There's such a trick? Why else would they say that this kid wasn't stupid but just too lazy to use his brain? Look at this idiot's intelligence level now. It's way better than 90% of the people here. You! When Li Zishuan heard Chang Chumo's explanation, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this necessary? Is this necessary? You're still the son of a duke. Now you're acting like this just to eat a few more bowls of meat. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing Chang Chumo? As for the soldiers beside Li Zishuan who were queuing up for their second bowl of meat, their eyes lit up when they heard this. They thought to themselves, "That's right. Why didn't I think of such a good idea before? Instead of having to queue up for another bowl of meat, why don't we eat while queuing up? This way, not only can we save time, we can also eat a few more bowls of meat. It's simply wonderful." The few of them looked at each other and then followed Chang Chumo's footsteps to the back of the line. Old Wang, where are you guys going? To queue up in advance. Queue up in advance? Didn't you guys just finish queuing up? Are you King stupid? If you queue up now, you'll be able to get another bowl of meat after you finish eating. So that's how it is. This is a good idea. Later when I get my second bowl of meat, I'll queue up in advance too. Soon Chang Chumo's trick was spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. The soldiers who were squatting on the ground and eating meat all stood up and joined the queue in advance. In an instant, only Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping were still squatting around the kitchen of the Wu Battalion. The rest of the people were standing. Even the honest Bao Lin followed Chang Chumo's footsteps and queued up in advance. Conscript, should we go too? Seeing this sudden change, Sun Jiping was a little confused. Most importantly, in the entire Wu Battalion, only the two of them were still squatting on the ground. It was a little eye-catching. Therefore, he couldn't help but ask Li Zishuan tentatively. "Oh, Zhiping, there's no need to fight with these little bastards. Don't worry, there's definitely enough meat in the kitchen today. Eat slowly, there's no rush." Chapter 2173. Slap. Slap. Outside the third camp's kitchen, a strange scene appeared. Two soldiers stood face to face and slapped each other in the face, while the rest of the soldiers squatted around them, watching the big show of slapping each other in the face while eating the food in their bowls with relish. Yes, although the food in the third camp wasn't as good as the food in the fifth camp today, it had to be said that having this entertainment show to go with the meal was still pretty good. "Pengguang, use some strength. Look at how hard Du Ziding is hitting you." "Yeah. Pengguang, are you a man or not? He's already slapped you, why aren't you slapping him back?" "Slap. Haha. Good job, Pengguang. Hit him like that. Du Ziding, use some strength too. What a soft slap. Did you not eat lunch?" "Brother Niu, it seems like they really didn't finish lunch." No matter what era it was, there was no lack of onlookers who didn't mind the drama. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion were watching the entertainment program and eating while fanning the flames and adding oil to the fire. Just look at the two people on the stage who jumped up and slapped each other's mouths. It was obvious how successful their fanning of the flames was. Speaking of which, as Zhang Kongnian's lackeys, Pengguang and Du Ziding used to be tyrannical in the 3rd camp. Many people had been bullied by them before, but due to Zhang Kongnian's authority at that time, they didn't dare to say anything even though they were angry. Now that Zhang Kongnian was gone and Gao Gong took over, they were already extremely benevolent for not taking the opportunity to hit the two brothers when they were down. Now they were just fanning the flames from the side, so what? The two brothers, Pengguang and Du Ziding, originally only wanted to complete the mission, to complete the punishment. They were just putting on a show and didn't plan to really hit them. But when Gao Gong saw that they weren't hitting hard, he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go up and help them, scaring the two brothers so much that they quickly increased the strength in their hands. But once the two of them used all their strength, they couldn't stop at all. F***ck, Pengguang, you bastard, you can really do it. Using so much strength, see if I don't beat you to death. Roar. I was just putting on an act. Do you know what an act is? You mother dare to use your inner force? I'll fight you to the death. Puff. You with the surname Pang, very well, if I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your surname. Surname Du. I will not live under the same sky as you. Just like that, the two of them slapped each other harder and harder. Their eyes became redder and redder. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Of course, their faces became more and more swollen. It was obvious that he was really angry. Hey. Pengguang, Du Ziding, you can stop now. All of a sudden someone shouted. Don't worry about it. Only then did the onlookers suddenly wake up. Right, didn't Deputy General Gao just ask them to slap each other 30 times? But these two guys had been slapping each other for more than a quarter of an hour, and they had already eaten 2 bowls of rice. Well, it couldn't be helped. This entertainment program was really too appetizing. Let alone 30 slaps, even 50 slaps would have been enough. Why didn't these two idiots stop? Alright. Pengguang, Du Ziding, you two stop. The advice of the onlookers didn't make Pengguang and Du Ziding stop because the two of them were arguing about a problem. Pengguang, you're the one who King started it. Let's both stop after I finish the last slap. Slap. Bullsh T. You're the one who started it. I should be the one to slap the last one. Slap. You're the one who started it. Slap. You're the one who started it. Slap. Just like that, the two of them still slapped each other even though they knew that the punishment was over. After all, no one wanted to be slapped more than once, and no one wanted to be at a disadvantage. Chunduan, Zhangde, go and separate them. Seeing that the two brothers, Pengguang and Du Ziding, were obviously in a frenzy, Gao Gong hurriedly ordered the 2 sergeants beside him. If they continued to slap each other, the two of them would probably get a concussion. Although Gao Gong didn't know the term concussion. Although Gao Gong usually disliked the two of them, he didn't want them to get seriously injured because of this. The Black Armored Army should fight with their lives on the battlefield. Why would they fight among themselves in the barracks? Yes. The 2 sergeants responded. then put down their bowls and rushed to Pangguang and Du Zhiting's sides. Each of them pulled one of them and forcibly separated the two brothers. All right. Stop hitting them. We've counted enough. That's right. You guys must be hungry after slapping for so long, right? Hurry up and go back to eat. Look, your food is getting cold. Chen Duan and Zhangde tried to stop the fight, while comforting them. Our food is getting cold. Pangguang and Du Zhiting couldn't help but look at their bowls on the ground. Their noses turned sour, and they almost cried. Speaking of which, they were having a good meal. Why did they suddenly start slapping each other? It's all because of their cheap mouths. They can't be cheap in the future. Field Officer Zhang is dead. They can't be so arrogant anymore. They have to tuck their tails between their legs. It would have been better if they didn't mention it. Now that they said it, they did feel a little hungry. Eat and change. Pangguang and Du Zhiting broke free from Chan Duan and Zhang Da's restraints. They looked at each other, then turned around at the same time and went to eat their bowls. However, because their faces were swollen, they couldn't speak clearly. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but be amused. Gao Gong was quite satisfied with this punishment. After this incident, there would definitely be animosity between Pangguang and Du Zhiting. These two guys wouldn't be able to play tricks together in the future. He had broken up a small group, which was really a pleasant surprise. You all know why the Wu Battalion is so lively today, right? A moment later, most of the soldiers had finished eating. Of course, this didn't include Pangguang and Du Zhiting. These two brothers were still in pain as they sucked in cold air, while carefully shoving the food in their bowls into their mouths. They were afraid that it would affect the wound on their cheeks. Gao Gong shouted in a deep voice. Hearing this, all the soldiers lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Of course, they knew why the Wu Battalion was so lively. However, they also knew that Gao Gong must have something else to say. They just needed to listen quietly. Who asked Gao Gong to turn over a new leaf and become the second in command of the Wu Battalion? Of course, other than the identity of the lieutenant, Gao Gong had a high prestige in the Black Armored Army. He was also an old member of the Black Armored Army. If it wasn't for his straightforward personality that often offended people, he wouldn't have been suppressed by Zhang Kongnian, that flatterer. Gao Gong was silent for a moment. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he then continued. The reason why the Wu Battalion is so lively now is because their kitchen has an unlimited supply of meat today. It is also because they won the first place in the martial arts competition yesterday. As for us, the Wu Battalion, we didn't even make it to the finals yesterday. Could it be that everyone in the Wu Battalion is a coward? According to the rules of the fighting competition, the members of the top 5 teams would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 7 days. For the first place of the fighting competition, all the officers and soldiers in their respective camps would be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for 1 day. In addition, the members of their respective teams would receive a third-class merit for once. As for the 4 teams in the Wu Battalion, they all lost in the elimination round yesterday. None of them made it to the finals. This meant that no one in the Wu Battalion received any rewards. After hearing this, all the soldiers' expressions changed. Not long after, someone angrily retorted, "No, we are not cowards." Yes, there are no cowards in the Wu Battalion. We are not cowards. Very quickly, the crowd became angry. After all, the Black Armored Army was the #1 heavy cavalry in the world. Those who could join the Black Armored Army were either 1 in 100 or even 1 in 1,000 elites. These people all had pride in their hearts. How could they be willing to be called cowards? Gao Gong was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. He pressed his hand down and said, "Yes, no one in the Wu Battalion is a coward." Before Li Kanjun came, the Wu Battalion was the weakest among the 5 battalions. But after Li Kanjun came, in less than 10 days, the Wu Battalion defeated all the other battalions in the martial arts competition. Have you ever thought about why? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Actually, they had thought about this question before. It was just that the result was a little scary and unbelievable. They didn't dare to say it out loud. It is because of the new drill. It is because the soldiers of the Wu Battalion are training harder than anyone else. Gao Gong didn't have any scruples. He looked at everyone and said loudly, Now not only the Wu Battalion is using the new drill, almost all the other 4 battalions of the Black Armored Army are using it. Even General Qiu is using it. Chapter 2174. Li Zixuan had great respect for Duan Jixuan. Putting aside their ranks, Duan Jixuan had led the Black Armored Army to fight alongside Li Zixuan and defeated 18 rebellious kings. After that, he had fought with the Turkic Wolf cavalry many times. He had created countless miracles and contributed greatly to the establishment of the Tang Empire. Just based on this alone, Duan Jixuan and the other veterans in the Black Armored Army were worthy of Li Zixuan's respect. It was the same reason why he respected Qin Qiong and Chang Yaojin. Furthermore, after being in the Black Armored Army for so long, Li Zixuan had a basic understanding of the relationships between factions. Even though he hated forming cliques and factions, even though he came to the military camp with the intention of doing something for himself, just because he didn't provoke others, it didn't mean that others wouldn't provoke him. Qiu Xingong was a veteran in the Black Armored Army. In terms of seniority, he was about the same as Duan Jixuan. Li Zixuan was a newbie who had just joined the Black Armored Army. He definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Qiu Xingong. Fortunately, Duan Jixuan had always been on his side. Regardless of whether it was in the open or in the dark, Duan Jixuan had helped him solve many problems. Thus, Li Zixuan was still grateful to Duan Jixuan. He wasn't good at fighting factions. Fortunately, with old Duan's protection, he could spend most of his energy on researching how to train and improve the combat strength of the soldiers. Even though Li Zixuan was a transmigrator and had received more than 20 years of modern education, he had never been a soldier before. He had never been an officer. It was his first time training soldiers. He was trying to cross the river by feeling the stones. Thus, he needed a lot of time to research and experiment. Fortunately, in the field of military affairs, Great General, haven't the rewards for the martial arts competition been decided? The members of the top 5 teams would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 7 days. The first place of the fighting competition would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 1 day for all the officers and soldiers in their respective battalions. Furthermore, the members of their respective battalions would receive a third-class merit for 1 day. Since the second team of the 5th Battalion has won the first place in the fighting competition, all the soldiers of the 5th Battalion should be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for 1 day. It's true that I have asked the quartermaster for 40 live pigs, but as long as the soldiers can finish these 40 live pigs without wasting any food, then they are not violating the military rules and no one can blame them. Towards Duan Jixuan, Li Zixuan was still very respectful. Putting aside the difference in rank, Duan Jixuan had led the Black Armored Army to fight alongside Li Zixuan and defeated 18 rebellious kings. Later on, he had clashed with the Turkic Wolf cavalry many times, creating countless miracles. He had contributed greatly to the establishment of the Great Tang and the peace of the world. Just based on this alone, Duan Jixuan and the other veterans of the Black Armored Army were worthy of Li Zixuan's respect. It was the same reason why he respected Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin and the others. Besides, after being in the Black Armored Army for so long, Li Zixuan had a basic understanding of the relationships between factions. Even though he hated forming factions, and even though he came to the military camp with the intention of doing something, it didn't mean that others wouldn't provoke him even if he didn't provoke others. For example, Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong was an old man in the Black Armored Army. Chapter 2175. Yesterday, frost fell from the sky on the prairie. It can be said that the rumor circulating on the prairie has come true. Today, I have invited all of you here to listen to your opinions. What do you all think of this rumor? On the prairie, in the main tent of Shui Yantua's division, Shui Yantua's leader Yinan sat at the head of the table. To his left and right sat the leaders of the various tribes of Tiela, including Qian tribe, Hueha tribe, Bagu tribe, Tongluo tribe and so on. Yesterday, the abnormal weather of midsummer frost had appeared on the prairie. Combined with the prophecy circulating on the prairie, it had indeed caused some of the people of the various tribes of the prairie to panic. Some tribes that were dissatisfied with Xieli had also begun to secretly deploy something. Although the situation on the prairie seemed to be surging with undercurrents, without exception, from yesterday morning until today, not a single tribe had dared to make things difficult for Xieli. Everyone had obediently stayed in their respective tribes, quietly waiting for the outside world to turn upside down. After all, Shelley had dominated the prairie for more than 10 years. He had many warriors under his command, and his strength was great. No tribe on the prairie could compare to him. Although the prophecy of frost falling from the sky had come true and Shelley was currently in a very passive situation, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, Shelley's current strength had not suffered any losses. Under these circumstances, even less people were willing to take the lead. Those who could muddle their way to the position of tribal chief were not idiots. After Enan finished speaking, no one in the tent spoke. Even Heli, who had a rather good relationship with Enan, narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, not saying a word. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. A few days ago, when this rumor had just arisen, everyone only thought that it was a delaying tactic that Tuli came up with because he had nowhere else to go. However, no one expected that yesterday's prophecy would actually come true. This tribal chief does not know the situation of the other tribes, but within the Tongluo tribe, everyone is already panicking. The herdsmen are all worried that if the Great Khan does not abdicate, Longevity Heaven will be angered again. Yesterday there was frost. Who knows what kind of divine punishment Longevity Heaven will send down next time. In any case, several leaders of the Tongluo tribe have already suggested to me that the Great Khan should abdicate. After waiting for a long while, no one spoke and the atmosphere in the tent became extremely awkward. Seated at the head of the table, the face of the barbarian man had also turned from that of a spring breeze to that of a dark cloud. The barbarian man glanced at the fourth middle-aged man to his left. That was the Tongluo tribal chief Abu Khan, one of the tribal chiefs of the Chela tribe, whom he was on good terms with. Abu Khan felt the foreign man's gaze on him. He pondered for a moment, then braced himself and spoke. Haha. The situation in the Tongluo tribe is similar to the situation in my Shui Yantua tribe. Brother Chiefeng, how is the situation in your chiefing tribe? Now that someone had spoken, the barbarian man could take the initiative to continue the topic. His expression was somewhat better. At this moment, he looked at Qigong Heli who was sitting beside him and asked. Qigong Heli's gaze focused. After scanning the people in the tent, he said indifferently, the situation in each tribe should be similar. Brother Chiefeng, just tell us why you have invited us to your tribe today. Everyone here is not an outsider, so you don't need to beat around the bush. Moreover, the situation in the grassland is complicated and confusing. Although we have come here secretly, if we stay for too long, the Great Khan's wolf guards might notice. That's right. Why has Chief Chiefeng summoned us to Shui Yantua tribe today? There's no harm in telling us directly. Qigong Heli's words had struck a chord in everyone's hearts. They naturally did not believe that the barbarian man had gone through so much trouble to invite them here just to talk about the frost that fell from the sky yesterday. There had to be a deeper meaning. After all, this was a special period. If they were discovered by Shelley's men, the consequences would be unimaginable. Haha, Brother Chiefeng is still so direct. Oh. Chapter 2176. Although Tuli's tribe is surrounded by our army on the surface, who can guarantee that no one has entered Tuli's camp in the past few days? Or rather, who can guarantee that no one has come out of Tuli's tribe in the past few days? You must know that the people from the Tang Empire's imperial court won't be so stupid as to wear their official robes and enter the grassland openly. They will disguise themselves. Can you guarantee that no one has been let in? In the main tent of Shui Yantua's tribe, the barbarian man snorted and said in the face of everyone's doubts. Hearing this, everyone's faces froze because they really couldn't guarantee that no one had been let into Tuli's camp in the past few days. On the other hand, Qiguan Heli's face froze slightly because he remembered the news that a team leader in Qiguan tribe had reported to him a few days ago. The barbarian man was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He chuckled and continued, I won't hide it from everyone. A few days ago, when the prophecy of frost descending from the sky had just spread in the grassland, I had already sent people to sneak into Tuli's camp. Through the secret investigation over the past few days, I found that there is indeed a problem in Tuli's camp. What's the problem? A tribal chief asked impatiently. The barbarian man smiled mysteriously and said, My men found that there is a tent in Tuli's tribe that is heavily guarded day and night by Tuli's men. No one is allowed to get close to it. The people in the tent rarely come out. However, my men happened to see someone come out of the tent once. Although that person looked like a grassland man, At this point, the barbarian man leaned forward with a meaningful smile on his lips. Under everyone's impatient gazes, the barbarian man slowly said, "But that person spoke the Han language." Buzz. Although many people had guessed that the person the barbarian man was talking about was a Han person, they couldn't sit still when they heard the barbarian man say it himself. The people from the Tang Empire's imperial court had already infiltrated the grassland and were secretly colluding with Tuli? Was the Tang Empire preparing to attack the grassland? No wonder Tuli's tribe had been resisting desperately these days. It turned out that they had already contacted the Tang people. Were they waiting for the Tang Empire's reinforcements? If the Tang Empire really attacked the grassland, would Xieli send his tribe's warriors to the front line to fight the Tang army? There was no need to think about it. He definitely knew how to do it. It was just like how the warriors of their tribe were sent by Xieli to encircle and annihilate the remnants of Tuli's tribe. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through the minds of the tribal chiefs present. The more they thought, the more frightened they became. A layer of cold sweat involuntarily seeped out of their backs. Therefore, I speculate that there must be someone from the Tang Empire's imperial court in Tuli's camp. Moreover, this person's status must not be low. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain Tuli's trust. Previously, Tuli ordered people to spread the prophecy of the frost in the 7th month on the prairie. It was very likely that it was this Tang Empire official who provided the stratagem. In their Han people's language, this was called the stratagem of sowing discord. There was a master in the Tang Empire's imperial court who wanted to use this stratagem of sowing discord to divide the prairie's power, so that Xieli would lose the popular will of the people. As for why the people of the Tang Empire could predict that frost would fall on the grassland at the end of the 7th month, this was even simpler. The Tang Empire has many capable people with special abilities. Among them, there was no lack of capable people who were good at deduction and astrology. The Tang Empire even has a government office that specializes in astrology, called the Imperial Astronomer. If they could calculate in advance that frost would fall on the grassland at the end of the 7th month, it shouldn't be a difficult thing. Seeing that different degrees of panic flashed across everyone's faces, the barbarian man couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He felt that everything was under his control. At this moment, it was as if he was possessed by Zhuge Kongming. He was unraveling the truth of the matter one by one. After hearing this, everyone in the tent believed him without a doubt. It had to be said that the barbarian man's analysis was infinitely close to the truth. If Li Zixuan was present, he would definitely exclaim, "My goodness, when I was discussing the stratagem of dividing the Turks with Li Er and the others, was the barbarian man eavesdropping on us?" But in reality, most of what the barbarian man said was his own imagination and conjecture. He didn't have a single shred of evidence. Previously, when he told everyone that the spy he sent to Tuli's camp saw a person speaking Chinese in the tent, it was all a bluff. He did send someone to infiltrate Tuli's camp, and his people did indeed see a tent heavily guarded by soldiers. However, his people didn't see the person in the tent, nor did they hear the person speaking Chinese in the tent. Because the defense there was too tight, the spy he sent didn't dare to stay any longer and left. The barbarian man didn't expect that he would be able to scare this group of people with his lies. He couldn't help but feel proud of his outstanding intelligence. Tuli actually colluded with the people of the Tang Empire's imperial court. Now that Tuli has achieved his goal, the situation on the grassland has become unclear because of the prophecy he spread. Clearly, turmoil is about to occur. "Brother Inan, what should our Tiela tribes do now?" Tongluo tribal chief Abu Kan asked with a frown. Obviously, he already believed the nonsense the barbarian man said earlier. Not only did he believe it, almost all the other tribal chiefs present believed it, including Chilean tribal chief Chilean Heli. I've already told everyone earlier that in the upcoming chaos on the grassland, the Tiela tribes can only comply with the will of the people and unite all the tribes on the grassland who are dissatisfied with Xieli. Only then can we completely defeat Xieli and wipe away our previous disgrace. The barbarian man looked at Abu Kan with satisfaction. Then he looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, Of course, the most important thing now is to think of a way to withdraw the people we sent to surround Tuli as soon as possible. At this time, Shelly may attack us at any time. The strength in our hands must not be too scattered. Only by concentrating our strength can we have the strength to protect ourselves. In addition, let's secretly release Tuli's remaining troops. Firstly, we can let Tuli join up with the Tang army. With Tuli's hatred for Shelly and the help of the Tang army, he is likely to quickly bring the Tang army back to the grassland to attack Shelly. Secondly, if Tuli escapes, Shelly will definitely send people to pursue him. This can also weaken a part of Shelly's strength. The barbarian man's words made everyone nod inwardly. At this time, Chilean Heli frowned and said, "But if we let Tuli go, Shelly's side will definitely attack us immediately. With our current strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to contend with Shelly directly." Brother Healy is right. Previously, Shelly ordered us to annihilate the remnants of Tuli's troops within 2 days. Now that 2 days have passed, Shelly has already wanted to find trouble with us. If we let the remnants of Tuli's troops go, I'm afraid he will directly send troops to attack us. Another tribal chief echoed. The barbarian man chuckled and said, "That's why I said just now that we have to gather all our strength. I suggest that after the Tiela-Ten tribes withdraw their troops that surrounded Tuli's remaining troops, they immediately gather in 2 places. The 4 tribes in the south will join up with Chilean tribe, and the 4 tribes in the north will join up with my Shui Yantua tribe. We should first gather the elites of each tribe together as soon as possible, forming 2 main forces in the north and south that will cooperate with each other. As long as Shelly dares to send troops to attack one of us, the troops in the other place will quickly provide support. Our Tiela-Ten tribes warriors add up to at least 400,000 to 500,000. On one hand, Shelly has to chase after Tuli's remaining troops. On the other hand, he has to deal with the Tang army's sneak attack. It's impossible for him to defeat us in one bite. And we can take this opportunity to absorb the other tribes on the grassland who are dissatisfied with Shelly and unite with them to fight against Shelly. The reason why the barbarian man wanted the main forces of the Tiela-Ten tribes to gather in 2 places was mainly because the territories of the Tiela-Ten tribes on the grassland were very scattered. If they wanted to gather in one place all of a sudden, it would probably be very inconvenient. Shui Yantua tribe and Chilean tribe were the strongest among the Tiela-Ten tribes. By letting the other tribes attach themselves to these 2 tribes, firstly, they could use the shortest amount of time to gather their forces in 2 places. Secondly, the main forces in the north and south could cooperate with each other in strategic positions. When one side was in trouble, the other side could not only provide support quickly, they could also besiege Wei to rescue Zhao, and directly attack Shelly's court. This was called being able to attack and retreat at the same time. It had to be said that although this guy looks simple-minded and well-developed, his meticulous mind was absolutely qualified to become an ambitious and ruthless person. What he lacked was only time and opportunity. The frost that fell on the grassland was his opportunity. As the barbarian man's voice fell, everyone frowned and remained silent. In their hearts, they were all calculating the feasibility of the barbarian man's plan. In fact, they all knew that the current situation in the grassland was turbulent. To them, it was both a crisis and a good opportunity to overthrow Shelly. However, Shelly had after all dominated the grassland for so many years. His fame and his strength had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The Tiela tribes had submitted to Shelly for so many years mostly because of fear and knowing that they were no match for him. For them to overcome the fear in their hearts and declare war on Shelly, this was easier said than done. After all, this decision of theirs would determine the life and death of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people in their tribes. Also, I received a very important piece of news this morning. Seeing that everyone was interested but still hesitant, the barbarian man took a deep breath and decided to throw out the trump card. As expected, everyone once again focused their attention on the barbarian man. Chilean Heli said in a low voice, "What news? At this time, stop keeping us in suspense, barbarian man." "Haha. Brother Chilean, don't be anxious." The barbarian man chuckled and then said seriously, "I received news this morning. Yesterday morning, Shelly's subordinate, Shi-Er, suddenly led more than 1,000 wolf riders and went all the way south. It seemed like they were chasing after someone. They chased all the way to the border of the Tang Empire." Chapter 2177. What? It's actually the imperial teacher? How is that possible? Shuiyin Tua Tribe Central Army Tent. After hearing the barbarian man say that Wuxia was the one Shelly had sent after, everyone in the tent was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. That was Wuxia, the only martial grandmaster in the prairie, an almost invincible existence. The reason why they had not dared to rebel against Shelly all these years, besides the fact that Shelly had a strong army, was because they were all afraid of Wuxia. Thinking back to the time when Wuxia had challenged all the masters of the prairie and broken through to the martial grandmaster realm in one fell swoop, everyone's hearts were inevitably shrouded in fear. Just imagine if Wuxia had personally led an elite wolf cavalry to attack their tribe. With Wuxia leading the charge, their tribe's army would not have been able to resist for even a moment and would have been utterly defeated. At this time, hearing the barbarian man say that Wuxia had betrayed them and Shelly had sent troops to pursue them, these tribal chiefs were pleasantly surprised, but at the same time they felt that all of this was somewhat unreal. Why would Wuxia betray them? He was the imperial teacher of the prairie, second only to one person. Why is it impossible? Baron Man snorted coldly, interrupting the whispers of the crowd. He said in a low voice, "Our imperial tutor's origins are unknown. It is said that he was brought back by Princess Shu Yan from some unknown place. When he was brought back, his entire body was charred black and he was on the verge of death. If it wasn't for the old imperial tutor, he would have been dead. However, although he was rescued, he lost his original memories. Later, when the old imperial tutor passed away, Wuxia became the new imperial tutor of the prairie. Because of this, he attracted a large number of challenges from masters from various tribes. These people were all outstanding talents of their respective tribes, but Wuxia only needed 3 months to defeat all of them. More importantly, his strength also broke through from the Qi transformation realm all the way to the martial grandmaster realm. From then on, no one in the prairie dared to challenge him. But think about it, a Qi transformation realm cultivator breaking through to the martial grandmaster realm in only 3 months? Is this possible? Even if Wuxia was a genius, it was impossible for him to use only 3 months to cross the threshold of the martial Dao that ordinary cultivators would never be able to cross in their lifetime. What does this mean? This meant that before he was brought back by Princess Shu Yan, he was already a great grandmaster. On our prairie, there hasn't been a martial grandmaster for nearly 100 years, so this Wuxia's identity is definitely not simple. At least, he would definitely not be loyal and devoted to Shelly. It wouldn't be strange if he suddenly turned traitor. After listening to the barbarian's analysis, everyone could not help but fall into deep thought. In fact, regarding Wuxia's identity and origins, no one present was very clear. Throughout the entire prairie, very few people knew of this matter. Qigong Heli was silent for a moment. He could not help but say, "But these are only our guesses, there is no proof. If the imperial advisor is still in the palace, if we rashly raise the army to resist Shelly, wouldn't we be asking for trouble?" Yes, Imperial Preceptor is an expert of Great Grandmaster realm. If he did not betray us and Shelly sent him to lead his troops to deal with us, who among us Chela tribes can stop him? One of the chieftains agreed. The barbarian man smiled confidently and said, "Although I don't have direct evidence, I still have some confidence. Think about it, Shelly's natural disposition is suspicious. Those who can be put in important positions by him like Ashina Shirchu, Ashina Simo, are all loyal and devoted to him. It is impossible for them to betray Shelly. Only Wuxia, this person's origin is unknown, and he is extremely mysterious. Usually he ignores Shelly's orders, but Shelly needs to rely on his superior martial strength to subdue the prairie tribes. So he has always turned a blind eye to Wuxia. Maybe he suddenly recovered his previous memories and did not want to work for Shelly anymore? That's why he ran away. Think about it, with Shelly's temperament, how could he let a great grandmaster escape? Moreover, he went south to the Tang Empire? He will definitely send people to kill him. Moreover, the people I sent to the palace also found an important piece of news. Perhaps it can prove that Wuxia has already left the palace. What news? Everyone couldn't wait to ask. Although they were very dissatisfied with Shelly and wanted to rebel against him, none of them were willing to face Wuxia because a great grandmaster was really too terrifying. The wolf riders under Xieli were the elites of the elites. If these wolf riders were combined with a great grandmaster like Wuxia, they would be an invincible existence. Although there were many tribes and warriors in the prairie, no one could stop this almost invincible combination. Don't underestimate the influence of a great grandmaster expert on a battle. Although a great grandmaster expert was still a human and could not fight an entire army by himself, if an army was led by a great grandmaster expert, the battle prowess of the army would definitely increase by several times. This was the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Therefore, the tribal chiefs of the Tailu tribes all hoped that the barbarian man's guess was true, because once Wuxia left, Xieli would have one less trump card in his hands, and they would have more confidence in rebelling against Xieli. Princess Xu Yan's tent has been sealed off by Xieli's people. From yesterday morning until today, Princess Xu Yan has not taken a single step out of her tent. The barbarian man smiled and told everyone a seemingly unrelated piece of news. The tribal chiefs of the Tailu tribes all frowned and began to think about the connection between this matter and Wujia's escape from the palace. The barbarian man did not give them more time to think, instead continuing. As everyone knows, Princess Xu Yan and the imperial teacher have always had a close relationship, and Princess Xu Yan once traveled the Central Plains in her early years, disappearing for several years. When she reappeared in the prairie, it was with the severely injured and unconscious Wuxia. With the relationship between Wuxia and her, now that Xieli has placed her under house arrest, how could Wuxia not find Xieli to reason with? Therefore, I guess that before Wuxia was brought back by Princess Xu Yan, he must have already known Princess Xu Yan, and he is most likely from the Central Plains. Moreover, the reason why Princess Xu Yan is currently under house arrest may be because Xieli knows that Wuxia has betrayed the imperial court, and does not want Princess Xu Yan to follow him. Or perhaps, Xieli wants to use Princess Xu Yan as a hostage to threaten Wuxia in the future. Regardless of which possibility it is, Wuxia is definitely no longer in the imperial court. At this time, the prairie is filled with undercurrents, and Xieli is surrounded by enemies. This is the best time for us to rise up. If everyone continues to hesitate, our Tailu 10 tribes will no longer have a chance to rise up in the prairie. Hearing this, everyone could not help but think of the oppression and humiliation their tribes had suffered over the years when they submitted to Xieli. The eyes of some of the less shrewd tribal chiefs instantly turned red. The Tongluo tribal chief, Abu Khan, clenched his fists and took the lead to speak. Brother Inan is right. Xieli's days are numbered, and he has lost the hearts of the people. If we do not rise up against him now, we will not have a chance in the future. The Tailu 10 tribes have been oppressed by the Ashina family for so many years. It is time to rebel. My Tongluo tribe is willing to rise up. My wild ancient tribe is also willing to rise up with Brother Inan. My Pugu tribe is also willing to rise up. Immediately, a few other tribal chiefs of the Tailu 10 tribes expressed their views. Most of these tribes were located in the north of the prairie, and were closer to Shui Yentua's tribe. The remaining tribes that had not expressed their views were mostly closer to Kijian's tribe. The uprising was initiated by Inan, and since Kijian Healy did not say anything, they naturally could not express their views. Brother Inan's analysis is correct. After the prophecy of frost on the prairie is realized, Xieli's prestige in the prairie is bound to be greatly reduced. Coupled with the fact that the state preceptor has most likely left the imperial court, this is indeed the best time for us to rise up. Seeing that Kijian Healy had no intention of speaking, a middle-aged man sitting below Kijian Healy spoke. However, the Tang imperial court has been eyeing the prairie for a long time. Once the Tailu 10 tribes rise up, the prairie is bound to fall into endless internal strife. According to Brother Inan's plan, you want to borrow Tuli's hand to lead the Tang army up north to attack Xieli. Isn't this the same as leading the wolf into the house? At that time, the Tang army will not only attack Xieli, but also us. I'm afraid the vast prairie will completely fall into the hands of the Tang Empire. This man's name was Yao Luogu Bodhisattva, and he was the current tribal chief of the Hueha tribe. Among the 10 tribes of Tailu 10 tribes, Hueha tribe strength was in the upper tier with hundreds of thousands of tribe members, second only to Kijian and Shui Yentua tribes. If forced to choose a side, Yao Luogu Bodhisattva would definitely be willing to stand on the side of Kijian Healy. However, in reality, Yao Luogu Bodhisattva would not easily choose a side between Kijian Heili and Yinan. After all, his Huaha tribe was ranked third among the 10 tribes of Tai Lu 10 tribes. Only by remaining neutral and watching the tigers fight could he maximize his benefits. Hearing this, everyone then remembered that Yinan said he wanted to let Tuli go, and then wait for him to lead the Tang army back to the prairie to attack Shelly. All the tribal chiefs once again cast their gaze on Yinan. Indeed, with their current strength, even if they joined forces with the other tribes of the prairie who were dissatisfied with Shelly, it would still be difficult for them to contend against Shelly. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before they were defeated by Shelly. Using Tuli as a chess piece to lead the Tang army into the prairie to attack Shelly was indeed the only feasible method they could use to defeat Shelly. However, if Shelly was a tiger, then wasn't the Tang Empire a wolf? After defeating Shelly, the strength of the tribes of the prairie was bound to be greatly reduced. At that time, facing the wolf of the Tang Empire, how should they, the Tai Lu 10 tribes, deal with it? Ha! Bodhisattva, you're wrong. I'm not leading the wolf into the house. I'm driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Yinan took a deep look at Yao Luogu Bodhisattva, then sneered and said with awe-inspiring killing intent. At this moment, his entire body was overflowing with domineering aura. His eyes were bursting with dazzling light, making people unnaturally believe that he was not joking. Chia Heili's eyes flashed. He knew Yinan's ambition. At this moment it was completely exposed. His ambition was not only to seek revenge on Shelly, he wanted to be the king of the prairie, and even the ruler of the world. I do want to borrow the hands of the Tang Empire to help us get rid of Shelly. However, if the Tang Empire wants to touch the prairie, it's impossible. Yinan took a deep breath, looked at everyone and continued. Think about it carefully. Looking at history, for the past 1,000 years, the dynasties of the Central Plains have been replaced. Even if there were a few wise monarchs in the middle, the prairie still belonged to us prairie people. Even if the emperors of the Central Plains used all the power of the country, they could not completely control the prairie. In the past, Qin Shi Huang was an unparalleled hero. Although the general Meng Tianbei was more than 700 miles away from the Xiongnu, the Qin Empire could only look at the prairie and sigh. In the end, they still built the Great Wall. Because the prairie was vast and boundless, once the armies of the Central Plains went deep into the prairie, it was difficult to get out. Qin Shi Huang could only use the Great Wall as the boundary to secure the territory. After Qin, the Emperor of Han was also a man of great talent and bold vision. Back then, the Han Empire was rich, ambitious, and capable. Therefore, the Emperor of Han also wanted to touch the prairie. Wei Qing went to Hunan and Huaqiubing went to Haxi. Although they tore 2 pieces of fertile land from the Xiongnu Empire, the Emperor of Han could only stop there. After the Emperor of Han, the Western Han and later the Eastern Han, although they could protect the western region and pursue the desert, their method of dealing with the nomadic tribes like the Xiongnu was to move inwards. As for the real control of the prairie, no one in the Han Empire dared to mention it. Because to them the prairie was a land of death. If they wanted to use the power of the country to fight the prairie to the death, the only outcome would be the destruction of the country. Even wise rulers like Qin Shi Huang and the Emperor of Han could not do anything about the prairie. Do you all think that Li Shimin is stronger than Qin Shi Huang and Hanwu? After we defeat Shelly, this vast grassland will all be our territory. If the Great Tang army dares to make a move against us, we will have enough space to deal with them and kill them all on the prairie. I think that the final result is very likely that Li Shimin will admit that we are in control of the prairie. As long as we do not invade the Great Tang, I believe that Li Shimin will not fight to the death with us. When the Great Tang army retreats and leaves the prairie, the entire prairie will be under the control of our Chela 10 tribes. No one will dare to bully us and our tribes will have the most fertile land. What are you all still hesitating for? Opportunity knocks but once, it will not come again. It had to be said that Yannan had definitely made sufficient preparations for today's secret meeting. Otherwise, this fellow would not have been able to speak so eloquently. Not only did he reveal the secret between Wuxia and Ashina Shuyan, he even specially researched the history of the war between the Central Plains and the tribes of the prairie, scaring the tribal chiefs of the Chela 10 tribes into a daze. His words were truly too provocative. At the same time, It completely dispelled the last trace of doubt in the hearts of the Chieletan tribe's tribal chiefs. Tongluo tribe chief Abu Kan said emotionally, "Brother Yan'an is right. Opportunity knocks but once, it will not come again. 100,000 Tongluo tribe is willing to follow Yan'an chief to overthrow Xieli. 80,000 wild ancient tribe is willing to follow Yan'an chief to revolt. 80,000 Bogu tribe is also willing to revolt. 200,000 Hueha tribe is also willing to follow everyone to overthrow Xieli." In the end, even Hueha tribe chief Yao Luoga Bodhisattva expressed his stance. 200,000 elite troops of my Qian tribe are ready to fight with Xieli at any time. Qian Heli knew that he could not remain silent anymore. Even though he knew that Yan'an was ambitious and would definitely make other moves after overthrowing Xieli, he had to express his stance now. Otherwise, he would be committing suicide in the Chieletan tribes. Oh. Chapter 2178. Actually, there was nothing wrong with Yinan's earlier analysis. For thousands of years, the dynasties of the Central Plains had been replaced. There had been emperors throughout the ages, and there had also been muddle-headed emperors. However, there had never been a case where the Central Plains had complete control over the grasslands. On the other hand, the nomadic tribes in the north had always been a formidable enemy of the dynasties in the Central Plains. Sometimes, they would make peace with the dynasties in the Central Plains to obtain large amounts of living materials. Other times they would go down south to plunder and bring great disasters to the dynasties in the Central Plains, sometimes even annihilating them. Back then when Qin Huang swept through the 6 directions, how majestic was he! But facing the grassland, Qin Shi Huang could only look on and sigh. Even though Meng Tianbei was 700 miles away from the Xiongnu Empire, which greatly reduced their morale, the Qin Empire still built the Great Wall. The Great Wall symbolized defense. Usually, only when offense was not enough would one build a defense. The Great Wall also symbolized a boundary. The Great Wall was the boundary of the Central Plains dynasty in the north. Although the southern server was located in Lingnan, the Qin Empire's strategy in the north was to defend and stabilize their borders. Since the Qin dynasty had followed the Qin dynasty's political system for 100 generations, the later dynasties of the Central Plains could only follow suit. It could be said that they relied on the route, but it could also be said that they copied it because of the ambush. However, the Central Plains dynasty was unable to break through the Great Wall, and had always been in a defensive position in the north. Emperor Wu of Han was like this, and the Western Han and Eastern Han after him were also like this. Later on, the Northern Wei dynasty appeared and unified the entire northern grasslands. However, the Northern Wei dynasty was established by the nomadic Xianbei people. Furthermore, the Northern Wei dynasty also started to build a great wall in the north. Hence, the moment Northern Wei became a dynasty, they would have to play according to Qin Shi Huang's plan. Following the long river of history, according to the original historical script, the Tang Emperor Li Shimin was the emperor of the Central Plains and the heavenly Khan of the grasslands. The Tang Empire opened up the Yenisei River and the 10,000 li grasslands. However, the Tang Empire's strategy in the grasslands was not to rule the grasslands completely. Instead, it was to support the pro-Tang forces and gradually assimilate the grassland tribes. Li Shimin's strategy was wise, and his method was correct. However, the Great Tang's progress had already come to an end when Emperor Xuanzong arrived. Not to mention the Song dynasty after the Tang dynasty. The northern Song dynasty even lost the land of Hunan, which was the modern Ningxia, which was taken by Emperor Wu of Han. Therefore, the northern Song had basically returned to the era of the Qin Empire. Nuzhendaijin was also a nomadic tribe. Before they entered the Central Plains, they were the overlord of the grassland. But what about after they took over the Central Plains? The new Zhenren quickly became Chinese. She didn't even go back to her hometown in the northeast. She slaughtered the grasslands in the north at first. Then she relied on the Tata people to restrain them. In the end, she still built the Great Wall. The Mongols were the fiercest, but the Yuan dynasty was only a part of the Great Mongol Empire. Hence, the Mongol nobles did not totally become Chinese and maintained their grassland nature. Therefore, although the emperor of Dayuan was in the Central Plains, his heart was tied to the grasslands. As a result, the Yuan dynasty's rule over the Central Plains was as rough as it could be. It was so rough that they even forgot to collect taxes after conquering the southern Song dynasty. However, once the mid-plains was reorganized, the Mongols could only retreat north, because these people had never treated the Central Plains as their home. Since the master of the Central Plains did not welcome him and even tried to chase him away with a stick, then he would quickly run back to the grasslands to sing and herd the horses. After the nomads conquered the Central Plains, they would definitely encounter two choices. It was also a dilemma. One was to quickly assimilate into the Chinese and then successfully take over, but they would have to give up on the grasslands. The other was to refuse to assimilate into the Chinese, and then find it difficult to gain a foothold. Sooner or later they would be chased away. Why did the Manchus achieve the unification of the Central Plains and the grasslands? The Manchurian emperor of the Qing dynasty created a trinity. In the Central Plains he was called the Emperor, in the Mongolian grasslands, and in the Snowy Highlands he was called the reincarnation of Manjushri. Therefore, the ruling methods of the Manchurian nobles were quite powerful. However, it was still the same question: do you want the Manchurian people to become Chinese? This was a must. If they did not become Chinese, they would not be able to gain a foothold in the Central Plains. However, if the Manchurian people were to become Chinese, how would they rule the grasslands? A Lama temple was better than 100,000 soldiers. This was the understanding of the Manchurian emperor, and it was also the strategy of the Manchurian emperor to rule the grasslands. The Manchurian emperor's cost of conquering the grasslands was much lower than the Ming dynasty's cost. However, why did the ancient Central Plains dynasty not have a single emperor who dared to rule the grasslands? It was not that they did not want to, but that they could not. Other than what the Chinese man said earlier, there was a deeper reason. That was that the Han dynasty of the Central Plains and the Grassland dynasty had a fundamental difference in their underlying logic. In ancient China, what was a Han? A Han was defined according to culture. Specifically, it was the Confucian culture. As long as one accepted the Confucian culture and lived according to the Confucian culture, they would be regarded as a Han in ancient times. The Confucian culture first existed as a standard of ethics for the masses. Individuals who followed the Confucian culture had to live in a specific structure of interpersonal relationships. The Confucian culture required these specific interpersonal relationships to have a relatively stable family structure. The prerequisite was that they had to settle down. The prerequisite for settling down was farming. However, farming had a hard constraint, which was the amount of rainfall. In ancient society, due to the requirement of rainfall for farming, if a Han wanted to live beyond the Great Wall, they had to become nomads. Otherwise, they would die. Once they became nomads, it meant that the Central Plains interpersonal relationships would collapse. They could no longer live according to the Confucian way. As long as you lived a nomadic lifestyle, you would no longer be a Han. For the Central Plains dynasty, it was fine to send troops to expel the nomads. However, to rule the north they had to station troops. The logistics of the garrison could not be transported by the Central Plains. It was too far. It was because of the Confucian culture of the Central Plains dynasty that the Central Plains dynasty could not go beyond the Great Wall. They could only develop in the Central Plains. In layman's terms, it was probably a vast and boundless grassland. For the rulers of the Central Plains, it was a barren land that was not worth their efforts to attack and control. Even if they conquered it, it would not be of much use. Moreover, they would have to send troops to defend it. It was not worth it at all. After all the tribal chiefs of Tiela expressed their desire to resist Xieli together, the few of them briefly discussed their next plan, and then returned to their own homes, to their own mothers. Now was indeed a special time. These tribal chiefs gathered together for a long time and were easily discovered by Xieli's spies. Therefore, Qigong, Heli and the others did not delay in Shui Yintua's tribe. After walking out of the tent, they disguised themselves and left Shui Yintua's tribe. However, although these tribal chiefs were very careful, they somewhat underestimated Xieli's spies. In other words, they underestimated Xieli's wolf guards. Ouch! Bull, watch for me for a while. I need to go to the outhouse. At the exit of Shui Yintua's camp, a soldier suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. It seemed that he ate something bad and had a stomachache. This person shouted to his companions and then hurriedly ran away with his back bent. However, he did not go to the outhouse. After making many turns, He came to the foot of a hill in the west of Shui Yintua's tribe. He put his thumb and index finger in his mouth and whistled. After a while, not far away, a man in a black robe flashed over. That soldier hurriedly went up to him and said directly, "Quickly go and report to the Great Khan." The tribal chiefs of Tela 9 tribes came to Shui Yintua's tribe to discuss with the barbarian man. It seems that they are planning something. They stayed in Shui Yintua's tribe for nearly an hour before leaving. Good. The man in the black robe nodded and only said one word. Then he turned and left. In a few breaths, he had already disappeared. Obviously, his martial arts were not ordinary. As for the soldier, he surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that he had not been exposed, he slowly returned to his post. Oh. Chapter 2179. Jimming, you're right. The barbarian man may end up burning himself in the end. In the main tent of the Chigu tribe, Chigu Heli sighed and said, "After the Wei River Alliance, the Tang Empire has been recuperating for the past 2 years, and its national strength is becoming more and more prosperous. On the other hand, our Turks have been caught in internal strife. The current Tang Empire's strength is not weaker than Xieli's. Half a month ago, Xieli sent 50,000 of his most elite wolf riders to the Tang Empire's border to receive state teacher Wuxia. But in the end, the 50,000 wolf riders were annihilated by the Tang Empire's army. From this, it can be seen that the current strength of the Tang Empire's army is definitely not the same as 2 years ago. The barbarian man wants to lead the Tang Empire's army north to attack Xieli, and then drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. But how does he know that the Tang Empire will definitely send troops to the grassland? As far as I know, the current Tang Empire's imperial court can be said to be full of talents and bright stars. There are Fang Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji, and other world-shaking talents. In the military there are peerless generals like Li Jing, Chang Jijia, and Yuqi Jingda. If Tuli leads his troops to return to the Tang Empire, if the civil and military officials in the Tang Empire's imperial court know about the current situation in the grassland, in my opinion, they will most likely choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When our Tela tribe and Xieli's imperial court both suffer losses, they will then lead their troops north and reap the benefits. Therefore, since yesterday's frost on the grassland and rumors about Xieli's misconduct spread everywhere, I'm afraid all the tribes on the grassland have already fallen into the Tang Empire's scheme. There are experts in the Tang Empire's imperial court. And now in Tuli's camp, there must be a senior official of the Tang Empire secretly adding fuel to the fire. Oh, why does Chief say so? Jimming agreed with the first half of Chigu Heli's words. He also thought that after the Tang Empire knew about the grassland situation, they would most likely choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight instead of rashly sending troops to attack Xieli. On this point he and Chigu Heli agreed. However, Chigu Heli's last sentence surprised him. Thanks to Baron Man's reminder this morning, I was reminded of something. Keighley furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "A few days ago, a squad leader named Keeg from Putua's tent guarding the southern fortress reported that there was a caravan of Pugu tribe coming from the south. They claimed that they were under the orders of the chief of Pugu tribe to transport a batch of Tang specialties from Taiyuan and offer them to the Great Khan. He brought people to inspect the carriages of the caravan. Seeing that the carriages were filled with silk, porcelain and ironware, he gave the order to let them pass. Not long after that, there was a prophecy on the grassland that Xieli's misconduct incurred the wrath of Tungri. At the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer. At first, no one believed it, but unexpectedly there was frost yesterday morning. The situation on the grassland instantly became delicate. Later on, I asked the chief of Pugu tribe. He said that their tribe had not sent out any caravan recently, and no caravan came back from outside. So, I guess that the caravan that Keeg let go was most likely an envoy sent by the Tang Empire to help Tuli. The prophecy of frost in midsummer at the end of July was purposely released by the Tang Empire's envoy to stir up the situation on the grassland, and make the grassland fall into greater turmoil so that the Tang Empire's imperial court could reap the benefits and conveniently help Tuli. Brilliant. Really brilliant. When Keeg Heli first heard about the prophecy of frost in the grassland at the end of July, he suspected that this rumor must have come from Tuli. He guessed that Tuli wanted to use this rumor to stir up the situation on the grassland, and then take the opportunity to lead his tribe out of the encirclement and surrender to the Tang Empire. He even guessed that Tuli might have already gotten in touch with the Tang Empire's imperial court. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly put on such a show. But he never expected that an official from the Tang Empire's imperial court would secretly sneak into the grassland and infiltrate the heavily encircled Tuli's court. This was really a case of how to catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Even Keeg Heli somewhat admired that person's courage. If this is true, then the Tang Empire's imperial court is really too terrifying. Hearing this, Guzong Jiming opened his eyes wide and said with a shocked face, "So the grassland civil strife is about to rise. If our Keeg tribe still follows the barbarians and becomes the enemy of the Tang Empire, it is really an unwise move. We have to think of a way out for our tribe in advance." Keeg Heli sighed and then looked at Guzong Jiming and said in a deep voice, "These years the grassland civil strife has not stopped. The Keeg tribe has been suppressed by Xieli. The warriors in the tribe are often sent to the front line by Xieli. In just over 2 years, more than 10,000 warriors of our Keeg tribe have been killed or injured. In the long run, even if our little family property is not exhausted by Xieli, it will be lost in the endless civil strife. As the chief, I have to think of a way out for my tribesmen." Chapter 2180. Khan. Now that the rumors have been spread and the frost has fallen, the herdsmen on the grassland are all restless and discussing Xieli in private. But why haven't the leaders of the other tribes made any moves? Especially the 10-tribe coalition that has surrounded us. They still show no signs of withdrawing. In Tuli's tent, Enai and Tuli were analyzing the current situation of the grassland. At this time, Enai said with some melancholy, after seeing the vast expanse of white frost on the grassland yesterday morning, he and Tuli were so happy that they almost jumped up. If it weren't for the fact that the timing was not right, they would have held a banquet to reward the 3 armies and not return until they were drunk. But their excitement didn't last long, because as time went by, the situation they had expected at first didn't appear. The tribes on the grassland who were dissatisfied with Xieli didn't take the opportunity to launch an attack. At most, the herdsmen in the tribes were discussing Xieli because of the frost falling from the sky. Not a single tribe made any real moves. This made Tuli and Enai very anxious, because whether the grassland could fall into chaos because of this was directly related to whether they could escape the encirclement and smoothly go south to seek refuge with the Tang Empire. Therefore, their state of mind changed from the excitement yesterday morning to the slight uneasiness in the afternoon, and today they were even a little anxious. Xieli has ruled the grassland for many years. The strength under his command is far from what any tribe can compare to. In addition, in order to unify the grassland, he has destroyed countless tribes. His methods are extremely cruel. Which tribe on the grassland isn't afraid of him now? Although the prophecy of frost falling from the sky has come true and Xieli has lost all the people on the grassland and some tribes have become restless because of this, the power of one or several tribes is still too insignificant. Before they have enough power to unite, the tribal chiefs of those tribes don't dare to openly rebel against Xieli. Tuli looked out of the tent with a gloomy gaze and couldn't help but sigh as he spoke slowly. In fact, he had been waiting for the people outside to send news of the turmoil on the grassland. But reason told him that things couldn't progress so fast because Xieli's strength was really too strong. The tribal chiefs of those tribes weren't fools. They couldn't jump up to rebel against Xieli just because of a prophecy. That was no different from courting death. Now everyone was waiting for someone to take the lead and raise their arms. At that time the grassland might fall into true turmoil. Khan, you mean we have to keep waiting? When Enai heard this, his eyes widened and he said anxiously, "That's right," Tuli said indifferently. "Right now we can only wait." Enai said anxiously, "But the tribe's warriors can't hold on for much longer. I'm afraid our rations can only last for 3 more days. If we can't break out of the encirclement and rendezvous with the Tang army outside the southern plains, our 100,000 men will starve to death even if we aren't killed by the Great Khan's men." Only 3 days? Upon hearing this, Tuli could not help but clench his fists. In fact, he was more anxious than anyone else, but was there any use in being anxious? His subordinates had been surrounded by the 10 allied armies and over 300,000 warriors. At this moment he was like a beast trapped in a cage. He could only hope that the hunters outside the cage would start fighting, so that he could seize the opportunity to escape. He could only wait. Even though they knew that they didn't have enough provisions, they could only wait. It wasn't that he didn't want to send people to break out of the encirclement. Previously, his people had tried countless times to open a gap in the encirclement, but in the end they had all failed and suffered heavy losses. If they tried to break out now, it would only increase the number of casualties, and the result wouldn't change at all. Is there any movement on Tang Jian's side? After a long silence, Tuli suddenly asked, replying to the Great Khan. Ever since Tang Jian changed his tent, his days have been even more carefree than before. We're still worried about the news from the front line, but he's living well. He's been drinking wine and having beautiful women all day long. He's living very comfortably. Upon hearing Tuli mention Tang Jian, Aishurtua's face suddenly became indignant, and he couldn't help but criticize. Speaking of which, after the frost fell yesterday morning, Tuli knew that his plan had succeeded by more than half. He was in an incomparably good mood. Therefore, he ordered people to settle Tang Jian and the others in the best tent, gave them the best food, the best wine, and also sent the best beauties in the tribe to serve them. He practically treated Tang Jian as the tribe's honored guest. Compared to the treatment Tang Jian received at the beginning, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It couldn't be helped. After witnessing the realization of the frost prophecy, Tuli knew that he had hope of escaping. After he escaped, he still had to lead his troops to surrender to the Tang Empire. Tang Jian was the Tang Empire's Duke of Zhu, and an important minister of the imperial court. After he surrendered to the Tang Empire, he would inevitably have to rely on Tang Jian in many places. Therefore, he had no choice but to carefully serve Tang Jian. Aishurtua's face was full of indignation. After hearing Aishurtua's words, Tuli's gloomy face eased up. He muttered to himself, "That's good. That's good." He thought that as long as Tang Jian remained calm and didn't panic, it meant that the situation hadn't deteriorated to the point of no return. It must be known that when the frost prophecy was spread, Tuli's heart was even more uncertain than it was now. However, at that time, Tang Jian looked calm and at ease, not worried at all that the prophecy would come true. In the end, the heavens really did come at the end of the 7th month and sent frost to the prairie. As soon as he thought of this, Tuli's restless heart suddenly calmed down. He now had a kind of honey confidence in Tang Jian. As long as Tang Jian didn't panic, he wouldn't panic. What? Aishurtua faintly heard Tuli's muttering. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide, wondering if he had misheard. He thought that old guy Tang Jiao was living a carefree and happy life in their camp. How could it be a good thing in the Khan's eyes? Tuli shook his head and didn't explain further. At this moment, a voice came from outside the tent. Reporting to the Khan, General Demotzi of Shuiyantua's tribe requests an audience. Demotzi? Upon hearing this, Tuli's body suddenly shook, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He and Aishurtua looked at each other, then quickly sat up straight and ordered outside the tent, "Invite General Demotzi in." Demotzi was not only the general of Shuiyantua's tribe, but also the nephew of a barbarian man. Although he was only in his teens, he had divine strength since childhood. Not only was he rarely a match among the younger generation of the tribe, but few people in the army who were older than him could beat him. Therefore, at such a young age, Demotzi had become a general that the barbarian man relied heavily on. According to the historical process, after the Tang dynasty destroyed Shuiyantua, the remaining Shuiyantua people supported Demotzi as Aitwushi Khan in an attempt to restore Shuiyantua. However, the Tang dynasty and the Tiela tribes didn't recognize it. Li Er sent Li Ji to attack Demotzi's encampment and instructed, "If you surrender, you'll be pacified. If you rebel, you'll be punished." Li Ji went to the Overseer Mountain. His chief, Tijanda, led his people to surrender, but secretly plotted to rise again. Li Ji then sent his troops to attack, beheaded more than 5,000 people, captured more than 30,000 men and women, and brought Demotzi back to Chang'an. After Tuli heard that Demotzi was requesting an audience, he guessed that Shuiyantua's tribe would take action. However, he couldn't understand why the barbarian man sent Demotzi over at this time. Could it be that the other party was now ready to confront Xieli? Otherwise, why would the barbarian man dare to send people here so openly? Demotsi greets little Khan. Tuli didn't have to wait for long. While he was deep in thought, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and a young man with braids and slightly bronzed skin walked in. It was Demotsi. Demotsi entered the tent and bowed to Tuli in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. General Demotsi, you don't have to be so polite. Tuli raised his right hand. After Demotsi straightened up, he went straight to the point and asked, I wonder what General Demotsi is here for? Tuli didn't have much interaction with Shui Yentua's tribe before, and he was even less familiar with Demotsi. He had only heard of his name, but had never seen him in person, let alone have any friendship. Therefore, Tuli didn't want to waste time to exchange pleasantries, but went straight to the point. Demotsi was a straightforward person. Hearing Tuli's question, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then he cupped his fists and said to Tuli, Demotsi has come to convey the goodwill of Shui Yentua's tribe to Little Khan. Chapter 2181. Who in the prairie doesn't know the fighting power of the Swanee 7 tribes? General Enai Shurji is a famous fierce general in the prairie. How could Demotsi dare to bully you? In Tuli's tent, seeing Enai Shurji getting angry, Demotsi hurriedly flattered him with a face full of fear and trepidation. The Swanee tribe was Tuli's direct army, and the Swanee tribe could be said to be the most powerful tribe in the entire prairie. At first, there were dozens of tribes in the Swanee tribe, and later it gradually developed into 7 tribes. They were mainly distributed in the Sumo River and Black Water area. Among these 7 tribes, the Sumo Swanee and Black Water Swanee were the most powerful, and Enai Shurji was the chief of the Swanee Black Water tribe. Humph! A bunch of hypocrites. Enai Shurji snorted coldly, looked at Demotsi, and said with a face full of disdain, You say you don't dare, but now you're here to threaten the Little Khan. If the barbarian man really wants to fight, the 100,000 warriors of the Swanee 7 tribes will fight with him to their heart's content. Being pointed at and scolded, especially by a defeated general, or rather a general who was about to be defeated, Demotsi's face was somewhat ugly. However, when he thought of the mission that the barbarian man had given him before he came here, he could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. His slightly furrowed brows quickly relaxed. He smiled slightly and said, That's right. Ha! What is General Enai Shurji talking about? Demotsi came here with the friendship of my Shui Yentua tribe. Over the years, the Great Khan has relied on his tyrannical strength to go on expeditions and collect taxes on the prairie. A while ago, he implemented the Han official system, causing the people of the prairie to seethe with resentment. The reason why the Tiela 10 tribes surrounded the Little Khan was also because they were threatened by Xieli. However, no matter what, our common enemy should be Xieli, and we should not be killing each other here. Although the Little Khan's men are incomparably elite and all of them are fearless of death, you have been besieged for such a long time. Your men and horses are already tired, and your provisions are almost exhausted. My chief can't bear to harm his own people, so he tried to find a way to survive for the Little Khan. In the end, after many persuasions, all the chiefs of the Tiela 10 tribes agreed to take the risk and let the Little Khan's men leave the prairie. Of course, we also have some selfish motives because we let the Little Khan leave without permission, and it will definitely anger Xieli. Next, I'm afraid that Xieli will soon lead his troops to attack our Tiela 10 tribes, so we hope that after the Little Khan joins the Tang Empire, he can lead the Tang army to invade the prairie and attack with us. Seeing that the hard way didn't work, Demotsi had no choice but to use the soft way. The main reason was that the old man in Aishur was too stubborn. If he really angered him and caused the Bayan 7 tribes to fight to the death with Shui Yentua's tribe, then it would be a big joke. When he returned, wouldn't the barbarian man skin him alive? On the other hand, calculating the time, the rest of the Tiela 9 tribes should be arriving soon. As soon as those people arrived, they would withdraw their respective tribes' troops and horses. Wouldn't his previous nonsense with Aishur and Tuli be exposed? At that time, not only would Tuli and Shui Yentua's tribe become enemies, the rest of the Tiela 9 tribes would also blame Shui Yentua's tribe for secretly smuggling goods. That's right, the barbarian man sent Demotsi to force Tuli to swear in the name of Tungri, and hand over his only son to Shui Yentua's tribe as a hostage. This was smuggling goods. The barbarian man wanted to completely strangle the uncertainty of whether Tuli would lead the Tang army to the prairie as soon as possible, and he also wanted to hold the card of Tuli's son in his own hands. After all, the strength of the Bai and 7 tribes couldn't be underestimated. If Tuli really led the Tang army to the prairie in the future, the strength in his hands and the warriors of the Bai and 7 tribes under his command might all be used by him because of this card. Chapter 2182. Inside the tent, Tuli looked into Tang Jian's eyes with a nervous and anxious expression. His burning gaze was like a deeply affectionate man gazing at his lover. Tang Jian felt his scalp go numb. In fact, it wasn't that Tuli didn't know the severity of the matter. Tuli was naturally very willing to exchange one person's life for the survival of hundreds of thousands of people in his tribe. However, that person was his only son, so he was somewhat hesitant. After all, he only had one son. Although he was not yet 30 years old, he was still in the prime of his life. Even if he lost this son, he could still have another one in the future. In any case, as long as he escaped to the Tang Empire, Li Er would give him a lot of rewards based on his status. He could still live a life of 3 wives and 4 concubines, living a life of luxury. However, who could guarantee that he would really be able to have another son in the future? The medical conditions of this era were not as developed as those of modern society. Whether it was the probability of pregnancy or the probability of a newborn being born smoothly and growing healthily, they were all not very high. In the current situation where he didn't have a second son to guarantee, Tuli didn't want to risk his only son. If Tang Jian really had a way to save his son, then Tuli was even willing to treat Tang Jian as his savior, for the rest of his life, the benefactor who saved his son's life. Cough cough. Khan, you're confused because you're too concerned. Tang Jian, who felt uncomfortable being stared at by Tuli, hurriedly coughed to break the awkwardness in the air. With a serious expression he said, Khan, you might as well think about it carefully. At this critical moment, since the barbarians and the other Tiela tribes have unanimously decided to raise their troops to fight against Xieli, not only does it show that they have long been disloyal to Xieli, but it also proves that they have already realized that this is their only chance to defeat Xieli. Khan, do you think that the Tiela tribal chiefs will give up or change their plans for such an important plan because of a hostage? Tuli's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He felt that Tang Jian's analysis was very reasonable, but some parts seemed to be somewhat unreasonable. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but frown and ask, if that's the case, then wouldn't it be superfluous for the barbarians to send Demotzi here to sing this song? No. Tang Jian shook his head and said, if my guess is correct, the barbarian man's action is more of a probe. If he can successfully persuade Khan to send the hostage to Shui Yantua's tribe, it will be equivalent to him gaining a loyal ally like Khan who can advance and retreat together with him. In the future, Shui Yantua's tribe will become even more powerful among the Tai Lu tribes, even suppressing Qian tribe. Once the Tai Lu tribe's rebellion against Xieli succeeds, the barbarian man will replace Xieli and become the new master of this prairie. If Yu Khan did not agree to his request, he would not suffer any loss. The plan of Tai Li's tribes to resist Xieli could still be carried out smoothly. The only regret he had was that he could not borrow your power to achieve his goal of dominating Tai Li's tribes and even the entire prairie. But from this point of view, this person's ambition isn't small. Even if he loses this opportunity, he will sooner or later become a formidable person. The barbarian man is indeed ambitious. Tuli nodded in agreement. Soon after, he said with a worried expression, but if this Khan doesn't agree to their request, won't the barbarians fly into a rage out of humiliation and continue to attack our troops? Definitely not. Tang Jian's gaze was calm as he said with certainty, this Tang has said before that the plan of Tai Li's tribes to resist Xieli definitely did not originate from the barbarian man alone. It is also not something that the barbarian man alone can change. In terms of strength, the strength of Tai Li's 10 tribes is far inferior to Xieli. And Khan, you have more than 100,000 elite soldiers under your command. The current situation in the prairie is delicate. No matter which side wants to fight with you, they will have to knock out at least a few teeth. Therefore, if the barbarian man feels apologetic towards Khan over such a small matter and even confronts you with weapons, then in the eyes of Tai Li's 10 tribes, he is disregarding the overall situation. The other chiefs of Tailu tribes will definitely not allow him to act so recklessly. However, with the nature of the barbarian man, I'm afraid he will not do such a foolish thing. Later on, you can find an excuse to reject Demotsi and give the barbarian man a way out. I believe the barbarian man will not hold on to this matter, and the Tailu army near Yiting should also disperse soon. Tuli nodded thoughtfully. Although Tang Jian's analysis was very reasonable, there was still some uneasiness in his heart. After all, this was the only chance for him and the 100,000 soldiers under his command to break out of the encirclement. For this, they could be said to have planned carefully and waited for such a result with great difficulty. If they were to be completely ruined because of his selfishness, he would not be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life. However, when he thought of his most beloved son, and thought of the current delicate situation in the prairie, in theory, the barbarian man and the rest of Tai Li's tribes would naturally not be so stupid as to waste their military strength to fight with him head-on. After hesitating and struggling in his heart for a long time, Tuli finally made up his mind. He raised his head and said with a firm gaze, "Duke Ju's discerning eyes are like torches. You saw through the barbarian man's evil scheme at a glance. This Khan admires you. Many thanks to Duke Ju for pointing out the right path for this Khan. This Khan will now find a reason to reject Demotsi." Finished speaking, Tuli solemnly cupped his fists and bowed to Tang Jian. Perhaps when Tang Jian had just arrived at the grasslands, he had indeed looked down on Tang Jian, this weak and scholarly old man. After all, at that time the situation was like fire to him. The men under his command could be wiped out by Xieli at any time. He did not believe that a mere Tang Jian could change anything. But today the prophecy of frost falling from the sky had come true. The people of the prairie were panic-stricken. Rumors were spreading everywhere. Tai Li's tribes took advantage of the situation to rise up and rebel against Xieli. All of this started because of Tang Jian. What was originally a dead chess game seemed to have been completely revived by Tang Jian. Even if Tuli did not say it out loud in his heart, he gradually respected and admired Tang Jian. Today, Tang Jian even indirectly saved his son's life. Tuli believed that Tang Jian was completely worthy of this bow. You can't. Tang Jian hurriedly waved his hand and stepped aside. He smiled and said to Tuli, "Khan is too polite. When we reach the Great Tang, you and I will be colleagues in the imperial court. Why should we be so polite?" "Colleagues?" Hearing this, Tuli was startled. Then he laughed and said, "Haha, Duke Ju's words are reasonable. When we leave the prairie, you and I will be colleagues. When we reach Chang'an, Shunbo Ao will definitely have a good drink with Duke Ju." Unknowingly, Tuli had changed the way he addressed Tang Jian from Ben Khan to his own name. This also showed that Tuli had regarded Tang Jian as a friend. "Haha, when the time comes, we will not return until we are drunk." Tang Jian laughed and said. Tuli knew that he could not delay Tomozi for too long. So he bid farewell to Tang Jian and quickly went to the central tent. As soon as he arrived outside the tent, he heard Tomozi's impatient voice coming from inside the tent. "General and I Sure, when will Little Khan give me an answer? My chief is still waiting for me to return and report." Soon. Such a big matter, Khan and heir apparent must have a good discussion. Why are you in such a hurry? This was Anai Shursher's voice. He was also a little impatient because before Tuli came back, he had already said similar words countless times. Anai Shurtua was a hot-tempered person who would explode at the slightest provocation. If it were anyone else who urged him like this, he would have slapped them long ago. However, the person in front of him was Demotsi, the nephew of the barbarian man. If he beat him up, the old barbarian man would definitely not let the matter rest. At that time it would be hard to say if they could escape from the grassland. Therefore, even though he was very unhappy, Anai Shursher had been suppressing it. His heart was very uncomfortable. "No. The chief has given me 2 hours to return to the tribe and report. I can't delay any longer. I have to find Little Khan and ask him face to face whether he agrees or not. He has to give me a definite answer immediately." Inside the tent, Tomozi frowned and turned to walk out of the tent. The main reason was that he was really anxious. Tuli had already left for more than a quarter of an hour. Calculating the time, the people from the other tribes should be coming soon to pass on the order of withdrawal. to the surrounding defenders. At that time he would be exposed. Even if he was exposed, Tuli and the others wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, if this matter spread out, the other chiefs of the Chela tribe would definitely know about the barbarian man's plan. At that time they would really go for wool and come home shorn. Anai-Shirshir frowned and moved his feet slightly. In a flash, he stood in front of Tamosi and said in a deep voice, "General Tamosi, this is an important military camp. Not every soldier knows you. If you walk around casually, it won't be good if someone treats you as someone from another tribe and catches you. Therefore, you'd better stay in the tent and wait for Khan to come back." Before Tuli left, he told him to take good care of Tamosi. Although Anai-Shirshir didn't know who Tuli went to look for after leaving the tent, he could still understand the hidden meaning in Tuli's words. Tuli was determined not to let Tamosi leave the tent, at least not before Tuli came back. "General Anai-Shirshir, what do you mean by this?" Seeing that Anai-Shirshir had the intention to stop him, Tamosi narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. In terms of prestige on the grasslands, although he was not as famous as Anai-Shirshir, when it came to fighting, he was not at all weak. Besides, he came here as a representative of the barbarian man. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Haha. General Tamosi, please don't be angry. General Anai-Shirshir doesn't have any bad intentions. We both hate Shelly to the bone and should be friends. Why should we harm our friendship? Outside the tent, Tuli knew it was time to go in. Most importantly, in such a short time, he had already thought of an excuse to send Tamosi and the barbarian man away. Therefore, he opened the tent curtain and walked in. He chuckled at Tamosi, who was about to fight with Anai-Shirshir. "Khan!" Seeing Tuli come in, Anai-Shirshir was shocked. He no longer cared about Tamosi beside him and quickly turned around to salute with cupped fists. Tamosi also hurried to greet him and said, "Little Khan, you're finally back. What's the result of your discussion with Helyuo? Tamosi needs to return to the tribe as soon as possible to report. Please give me an answer now." Cough cough. Tuli coughed softly and said with a serious face, "General Tamosi, unfortunately, Helyuo has recently contracted a strange disease. His body is sometimes cold and sometimes hot. At first, this Khan thought he had caught a cold, but many shaman doctors in the tribe couldn't cure him. Just now, this Khan went to Helyuo's tent to check again. Coincidentally, the tribe's old shaman doctor, Zhuoma, diagnosed him. Zhuoma said that Helyuo has contracted a cold and fever." Chapter 2183. Khan, if the barbarian gets wind of this news, will he fly into a rage out of humiliation and lead his troops to attack us? In Tuli's tent, Anai-Shirshir asked Tuli worriedly after Demotsi had left for a long time. He naturally knew that what Tuli had said to Demotsi about Hiluaha getting cold and fever was a lie. When he saw Hiluaha yesterday, he was still alive and kicking. How could he suddenly get cold and fever? Clearly, Tuli didn't want to hand his son over to Shueyintua's tribe. From a personal point of view, Anai-Shirshir naturally didn't want to hand over Hiluaha either. Even if the Tiela tribes withdrew, he would feel ashamed. However, compared to the lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command, Anai-Shirshir felt that there was nothing wrong with leaving him behind. However, these were only his personal thoughts. Now that Tuli had made a decision, he would support him unconditionally. However, he still couldn't help but worry that the barbarian man would retaliate after he got wind of this news. The situation in the grasslands is delicate now. Since the Tiela tribes dared to unite to resist Shelly, it means that more and more tribes on the grasslands are dissatisfied with Shelly and are willing to stand up. At this time, even if the barbarian man is unwilling, he won't dare to waste his troops here. Otherwise, how can he resist Shelly? Although he wasn't sure, Tuli still replied with certainty. He had to give his subordinates confidence. Khan is wise. Anai-Shirshir frowned and thought for a while. He felt that the barbarian man's words were reasonable, so he leaned over and flattered him. Tuli's expression didn't change. He pondered for a moment and ordered, "General Anai-Shirshir, immediately pass down the order. Tell all the generals to count their men and horses, pack up, and be ready to set out at any time. In addition, send a group of people out to pay attention to the movements of the troops around Yuting. Once the troops in one direction retreat, We will immediately break out from that direction and leave the grasslands. And Aishurtua was shocked when he heard this. They had been trapped here for nearly half a month. They had experienced life and death situations, and even ran out of food and water. Now that they were about to break out, and Aishurtua couldn't help but feel somewhat enlightened. All these changes were brought about by that Tang. This subordinate obeys. And Aishurtua immediately cupped his fists and accepted the order. He then turned and walked out of the tent. Oh, Duke, forgive me for speaking out of turn. We are about to complete our mission and leave the grassland to return to Chang'an. Why do you still want to create more problems? That barbarian man is not a good person. If Tuli refuses him like this, what if he changes his mind and joins the other Chela tribes to encircle and annihilate us? I'm afraid we won't be able to go back for the rest of our lives. On the other side, in Tang Jian's tent, Yu Minghu's face turned bitter when he heard about the discussion between Tang Jian and Tuli. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Jian's status was higher than his, Yu Minghu would have smashed his fist on Tang Jian's face already. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? It's obvious that Chela's troops are planning to withdraw. It's obvious that our mission in the prairie is about to be completed. Yet you insist on instigating Tuli to play with that barbarian man. Is that barbarian man someone to be trifled with? What if the other party changed his mind in a fit of anger and joined forces with the rest of the Chela tribe to attack Tuli's tribe? Wouldn't they all be finished? Minghu, calm down. Don't be impatient. Seeing that Yu Minghu was really anxious, Tang Jian quickly put away his smile and said with a serious face, after this incident, we can see that this barbarian man is indeed someone. But you don't have to worry. Since the Chela tribes have decided to join forces to resist Shelley, the barbarian man won't choose to waste his troops to encircle and annihilate Tuli at this time. Besides, as far as this old man knows, the most powerful tribe among the Chela tribes should be the Chien tribe. Even if the barbarian man loses his head in a fit of anger and wants to do something foolish, the chief of the Chien tribe won't let him do as he pleases. But what if? What if the barbarian man doesn't play by the rules and attacks Tuli with all his might in a fit of anger? Yu Minghu didn't buy it at all. Mainly, he felt that Tang Jian's action was completely superfluous. Since the barbarian man wanted Tuli to hand over Hilui as a hostage, why not just let Tuli hand him over? What did it have to do with them? As long as the barbarian man kept his word and promised to withdraw the troops, this deal was very worthwhile. Tang Jian didn't need to interfere and instigate Tuli to reject the barbarian man. Wasn't this adding more variables to their escape from the grasslands? At this time, Yu Minghu's emotions were somewhat out of control. With reddened eyes, he said, I still have a 60-year-old father and mother at home. I was thinking that after this mission is completed, I can earn some military merits. I was planning to return to Chang'an and marry a wife to make them happy. If we can have a boy or a girl, our Yu family will have descendants and they won't have to worry about me all the time. But you did this. If the Chela tribes really changed their minds because of this, none of us can go back. Not everyone had a heart as big as Tang Jian's. For example, Yu Minghu and the other imperial guards who escorted Tang Jian to the grasslands, although they were all elites in the army, they were isolated and helpless after coming to the vast grasslands with Tang Jian. Every day, they went through life and death trials and were constantly on tenterhooks. If they were not mentally strong, they would have already broken down long ago. They were able to hold on until now because of the belief in their hearts, the belief to go home. And now Tang Jian's seemingly superfluous decision might very well ruin their hard-won opportunity to go home. How could Yu Minghu not feel heartache? Seeing Yu Minghu reveal his true feelings, Tang Jian couldn't help but fall silent. Yu Minghu was born in the Imperial Guards. Before this, they actually didn't have any interactions. However, along the way they had crossed mountains and rivers, experienced all kinds of difficulties and dangers, and even faced death several times. The relationship between Tang Jian and Yu Minghu and the others had gradually lost the boundary of superiority and inferiority. They were more like friends. However, before this, Yu Minghu had always obeyed Tang Jian's orders and never raised any objections. Now, his abnormal behavior was really because Tang Jian instigated Tuli to reject the barbarian man. This move was too risky. Moreover, it was risking everyone's lives. If Tang Jian had taken such a risk when they first came to the grassland, Yu Minghu wouldn't have said anything, because at that time their situation was very bad and they could only fight to survive. But now they were clearly about to welcome the dawn of victory. But Tang Jian still wanted to create new problems. Yu Minghu couldn't understand this. Minghu, this old man's move is indeed a little risky, and I have neglected your feelings. This old man deeply apologizes. After a long silence, Tang Jian patted Yu Minghu's shoulder heavily and sighed. But then he changed the topic and said, "But even if I had to do it again, this old man would still make the same choice. It's not that this old man is superfluous in creating new problems. This barbarian man is very ambitious. If he really leaves Tuli's son in Shui Yantua's tribe and suddenly submits to the imperial court, wouldn't it be equivalent to the barbarian man inserting a chess piece in our Tang Empire? I believe that His Majesty also doesn't want to see this situation. It's true that our Tang Empire wants to attack the grassland, but when and how to attack, only the Tang Empire has the final say. The Tang Empire can't become the barbarian man's knife to eliminate Xieli. Otherwise, even if Xieli falls, the barbarian man will become the next Xieli. For our Tang Empire, there will be no end of trouble." Tang Jian was truly far-sighted. Not only was he Li Er's subject, but he was also Li Er's close friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on this dangerous mission. As a close friend, he naturally had to clear all obstacles and hidden dangers for Li Er. So he couldn't let the barbarian man take He Luoha hostage to threaten Tuli. This was because Tuli would soon become a citizen of the Tang Empire. If the barbarian man used He Luoha to threaten Tuli, it would be the same as threatening the Tang Empire. This was a situation that Tang Jian absolutely didn't want to see. If not for Yu Minghu's loss of composure, Tang Jian definitely wouldn't have said these words out loud. Yu Minghu couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Although he didn't completely understand what Tang Jian said, he still roughly understood the meaning. He knew that he had misunderstood Tang Jian. Tang Jian's previous actions weren't superfluous in creating new problems, but had a deeper meaning. "Duke, you have great foresight." This subordinate was short-sighted and lost composure for a moment. "Please punish me, Duke." Yu Minghu knelt on one knee and cupped his fist to Tang Jian in shame. He was a soldier, and a soldier's mission was to protect the country. As long as Tang Jian's previous actions weren't aimless and were beneficial to the Tang Empire, even if it put them in danger, Yu Minghu wouldn't have any complaints because this was their mission. His previous loss of composure was mainly because he didn't understand the deeper meaning behind Tang Jian's actions. Now that he knew, he naturally wouldn't have any complaints in his heart. "Get up. This isn't your fault." Tang Jian bent over and helped Yu Minghu up, then said, "This old man is to blame for not considering your feelings beforehand. However, if this old man isn't wrong, even if the barbarian man knows that his plan didn't succeed, the Tiela troops near Tuli will withdraw very soon. Pass down the order and let our men prepare. Before the sky turns dark today, we should be able to leave the grassland." Seeing Tang Jian so confident, Yu Minghu couldn't help but feel relieved. He cupped his fist and said, "Yes, Duke. This subordinate will pass down the order now. Those bastards have been in the grassland for so long and have been waiting for this day for a long time." After saying that, Yu Minghu turned around and left the tent. In fact, the changes in the situation were much faster than Tang Jian had expected. Not long after Demoji left Tuli, about a quarter of an hour, a small group of cavalry came from the north. The leader was a man with a strong back and a bearded face. It was Kiji Heli's younger brother, Kiji Shaman. This small group of cavalry came down from the west side of Tuli and quickly arrived at a garrison camp in the south. Second leader is here." Although Kiji Shaman wasn't very well liked by Kiji Heli, at least not as well as Guzong Jiming, but among the soldiers of Kiji tribe, Kiji Shaman's prestige was still very high. This guy was straightforward and didn't put on airs. Moreover, he was often at the forefront of battles. Such a general would naturally be supported by the soldiers. Therefore, when Kiji Shaman arrived, the soldiers in the camp who had nothing to do all gathered around and greeted him warmly. "Nay." Kiji Shaman reined in his horse and skillfully dismounted. He first looked around and then asked a soldier in front of him, "Where is your General Goer?" Kiji Goer was the general of Kiji tribe and one of the most capable generals under Kiji Heli. Second leader General Goer went to patrol the front lines. According to the time, he should be back soon. Do you want to rest in the tent for a while? Hearing Kiji Shaman's question, the soldier quickly replied, No need. Bring me to him. Kiji Shaman shook his head and prepared to get back on his horse. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the north of the camp. Then a soldier in the camp shouted, General Goer is back. Kiji Shaman was stunned when he heard this. Then he grinned and laughed. Heh, looks like I came at the right time. Then he strode towards the group of people. Second leader, why are you here? Chibi Goer was a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a thick beard. When he saw Chibi Shaman approaching, he hurriedly went forward and bowed respectfully. Heh, Goer. We brothers don't need to be so polite. Kiji Shaman laughed and put a hand on Kiji Goer's shoulder. Then he said, Goer, I'm here to pass on my big brother's orders. Kiji Goer was stunned. He motioned for the soldiers on his left and right to withdraw. Then he quickly asked, What orders does the chief have? Kiji Shaman said, My big brother orders you to immediately gather all the men here and withdraw to the tribe. No delay. What? Withdraw all the men? But if the Great Khan knows? Hearing this, Chitagur was greatly shocked. He knew that a few days ago, Xieli had given the tribal chiefs of Tiela a death order. If they withdrew their troops, how could Xieli spare Chitagur tribe? Kiji Shaman smiled mysteriously and whispered to Kiji Goer, Big brother wants you to withdraw the men to get rid of Xieli. Don't worry, the other tribes have already agreed that they will withdraw their troops today. While Xieli hasn't reacted yet, we have to withdraw all the men. What? Kiji Goer's eyes widened when he heard this. His heart could not help but tremble violently. At this moment he only had one thought in his mind. The sky has changed, the sky of the grassland is about to change. All right. This subordinate will gather the soldiers and withdraw to the tribe. After being shocked for a while, Kiji Goer finally came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists at Kiji Shaman, fighting against the powerful Xieli, although the outcome was hard to predict. But since this was Kiji Heli's decision, he could only support it. Moreover, all the herders and soldiers of the Tiela tribes did not have a good impression of Xieli. Now that he could fight Xieli openly, not only did Kiji Goer not have the slightest fear, he even had a trace of excitement. Oh! Chapter 2184. Quick! Quick! Everyone must rush back to the tribe before noon. Those behind, hurry up! When it was close to noon, the unavoidable Qigong clan army of Tuli suddenly began to move. A large number of people circled to the west side of Tuli Kingdom. Then under the lead of Qigong Shaman and Qigong Gu, the army rushed north, stirring up dust and grass along the way. When the army reached the foot of Mount Udeti, which was more than 10 miles away from the west side of the Tuli tribe, a large group of cavalry suddenly appeared in front of them, and the cavalry was rushing in their direction. Shoo! Seeing this scene, Kiger hurriedly reined in his warhorse, and at the same time raised his hand towards the rear troops, indicating for them to stop. Kiger Shaman frowned and said with a displeased expression, Could it be Xieli's men? This question was naturally directed at Qiangu. The two of them were standing in a row. Qiangu looked into the distance for a while. When the cavalry was only 1 mile away from them, his expression suddenly changed and he said with a serious expression, Not good. It's Xi-Er's army. He went to inspect the Hushi tribe earlier. I didn't expect him to come back so soon. Previously, when the grassland was filled with rumors because of the prophecy of frost, Xieli specially gave the Tiela 10 tribes such as Qian tribe and Shuiyan Tua tribe a death order to prevent any changes in the great cause of unifying the grassland. He ordered them to annihilate the Tuli tribe and trample the Tuli tribe within 2 days. Moreover, to prevent the Tiela 10 tribes from going against him and not going all out, Xieli also sent General Ashina Xi-Er to lead 10,000 elite wolf riders to supervise the battle at the front line. Once he found that someone was passive and slacking, Ashina Xi-Er could even directly kill first and report later. The cavalry that was charging towards Chigur was none other than Ashina Shirchu's army of warlords. Its members were all from the grassland's most elite cavalry, the wolf riders. Hearing this, Qian Heli's expression changed and he couldn't help but ask, What should we do now? Why don't the rear army become the front army and bypass them from other places? It was true that he was very confident in his own strength, but he didn't have much confidence in the soldiers under him. To be precise, he didn't have much confidence in the warriors of the Qian tribe when facing the elite wolf riders. No, the wolf riders were too fast, we couldn't get around them in time. Moreover, once they catch up to us, our formation will be too chaotic, and it will be very difficult to resist their attacks. Qishijur was much more experienced in battle formations. Hearing this, he shook his head and rejected Qishijur's suggestion. Then his mind turned quickly. A moment later, he turned to Qishijur and said, "Second leader, please take a detour with you and search for the nearby Gogu tribe, Tongluo tribe, and Huihe tribe. They definitely haven't completely retreated. Since the Tiela-Ten tribes have already decided to join hands to fight against Xieli, now that we have encountered the wolf cavalry, there is no reason for them to sit idly by. Xi'er only brought 10,000 wolf riders. As long as Pugu tribe, Tongluo tribe, and Huihe tribe are willing to send reinforcements, Xi'er's 10,000 wolf riders will definitely not dare to act blindly without thinking. They will only retreat in the face of difficulties." Asking for reinforcements was the only feasible method that Tashiger could think of at the moment. There was no other way. The strength of the wolf cavalry was simply too strong. Moreover, the leader of the wolf cavalry was the famous great general Ashina Shirchu of the grasslands. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Against this wolf cavalry, Tashiger did not have absolute confidence in victory. "But you..." Hearing this, Qishijur hesitated. Speaking of which, if he went to ask for reinforcements, what about Tashiger and the others? Could they withstand the attack of 10,000 elite wolf riders? Putting aside their positions, Qishijur and Qishijur's personal relationship was rather good. Normally, they called each other brothers, which was why Qishijur hesitated at this moment. "Second leader, don't worry. Xi'er only brought 10,000 wolf riders. My tribe has 80,000 men. Although it will be somewhat difficult for us to completely defeat these 10,000 wolf riders, it is also impossible for them to completely defeat us in a short period of time. We will definitely be able to hold on until second leader returns with reinforcements." Qishijur knew what Qishijur was worried about, so he hurriedly spoke to dispel the latter's doubts. "Good. Gu-er, you must hold on until I return with reinforcements." Qishijur knew that time was of the essence, so he did not waste any more words. He stepped forward and patted Gu-er's shoulder heavily, then turned around without hesitation. He picked a small group of men and horses, and then rushed madly towards the rear of the army. "Shoo! General Gu-er." Not long after Qigong Shaman left with his men, Ashenashir and his wolf riders arrived in front of Qigong. Seeing the dense horde of cavalry behind Gu, Ashenashir frowned and asked, "What are you doing here instead of clearing out the rebels in the south of Tuli?" As he spoke, Ashina Shirchu stared into Katandra's eyes and asked word by word, "Could it be that you want to disobey the Great Khan's orders and rebel?" Qishijur looked at Ashina Xi'er, then calmly cupped his fists and replied, "Xi'er top, she must be joking. The Qishijur tribe will always be loyal to the Great Khan. How could we rebel?" Gu-er only returned to the Qishijur tribe after receiving the tribal chief's order to change the defense. Once we return to the Qishijur tribe, it won't be long before a new force comes to surround Tuli. Ashina Xi'er glanced at the army behind Qishijur and couldn't help but frown. It was clear that Qishijur was lying. There were at least 60 to 70,000 soldiers, and this wasn't a normal change of defense. Qishijur had very likely withdrawn all of the Qishijur tribe soldiers stationed in the south of Tuli. It seemed that the Qishijur tribe really couldn't hold back and wanted to rebel. Ashina Shirchi thought to himself, what a change of defense. General Gu-er has withdrawn all of the Qishijur tribe soldiers stationed in the south of Tuli. Are you not worried that the remnants of Tuli will take this opportunity to break out of your southern defense line and flee to the Great Tang? Ashina Xi'er coldly snorted and said. At the same time, his right hand was already on the hilt of the scimitar at his waist. The aura of a martial arts expert instantly rose. Ashina Shirchu understood in his heart that the Qian tribe was most likely already preparing to rebel, and as Xieli's right-hand general, he naturally had to nip these rebel forces in the bud at the very beginning. He wanted to make sure that the main force of the Kishijur tribe was left behind. Even if the opponent's numbers were several times his own, Ashina-shi-er was not afraid at all. This was because the army under his command was the elite wolf cavalry that Xieli had carefully cultivated, and each one of them could fight against 10. This is a matter of my Kishijur tribe. There's no need for you to say anything. If Tuli really does take this opportunity to escape, my tribal chief will think of a way to give the Great Khan an explanation. Seeing Ashina-shi-er's expression suddenly change and his hand on the hilt of his scimitar, Kishijur knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully, so he no longer spoke kindly to Ashina-shi-er. No need. Taking you all down is the best explanation the Kishijur tribe can give to the Great Khan. Ashina-shi-er coldly snorted, and suddenly shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Listen to my order." Kishijur has disregarded the Great Khan's military order and hastily withdrew his army. Take him down. Kill. The 10,000 wolf cavalry behind Ashina-shi-er suddenly burst into a battle cry. Their cries were like thunder, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Facing an enemy that was several times their number, these wolf cavalry did not have the slightest trace of fear on their faces. This was a true elite army. On the other hand, when the Kishijur tribe's army heard the battle cry of these 10,000 wolf cavalry, many people's faces had already changed slightly. It was not that they were cowards, but the wolf cavalry's reputation in the grasslands was really too great. These years, the wolf cavalry under Xieli's command on the grasslands, and even in the central plains, had established illustrious military exploits, and no army dared to compete with them. How dare you? Shi-er, are you trying to stir up a dispute between the Kishijur tribe and the Great Khan? Listen to my order, take Shi-er down. Kishijur knew that this battle was unavoidable, so he shouted to the soldiers behind him. He was not afraid of fighting with the wolf cavalry. Just like what he said to Kishijur Gate earlier, it was very difficult for him and the 80,000 warriors of the Kishijur tribe to defeat Ashina-shi-er's 10,000 elite wolf cavalry, but it was also not easy for Ashina-shi-er's 10,000 elite wolf cavalry to defeat them. At least it was almost impossible in a short period of time. What he needed to do was to stall for time and wait for the reinforcements called by Kishijur Gate. Kill. The two sides soon clashed. The moment the two armies came into contact, the wolf cavalry exploded with a terrifying impact and lethality. They actually tore a hole in the middle of the Kishijur tribe's army. Ashina-shi-er wanted to tear the 80,000 Kishijur tribe's army in half, and then divide and destroy them. But after all, the Kishijur tribe had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. After the initial panic, the Kishijur tribe's soldiers became braver and braver as they fought. Soon the gap was filled, and the battle gradually entered a stalemate. Reporting. On the other side, in Tuli's Yuting, a sergeant quickly ran into the main tent. He bowed to Tuli inside the tent and reported. Reporting to Khan, the Chiga tribe's garrison troops to the south of Yuting have suddenly retreated to the west. What? Because he had refused the barbarian man's hostage request, Tuli's heart was in a mess. When he heard the barbarian man's words, his eyes widened. Immediately, his face was filled with deep pleasant surprise. With a whoa, he stood up and quickly walked over to the sergeant. He asked, "Are you saying that the Chilean tribe's army in the south has withdrawn?" The soldier probably did not expect Tuli to be so excited. He could not help but take a step back and said, "Yes, Great Khan. The Kishijur tribe has retreated to the west." Oh. Chapter 2185. The atmosphere of the troops heading south was very relaxed, especially when they saw that the camp of the Chien tribe south of Yuting was indeed empty. Everyone cheered because the dark cloud of death that had been hanging over their heads for half a month had finally dissipated. Therefore, some people were so excited that tears streamed down their cheeks, while others couldn't help but hum. It was very lively. Tuli rode in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, he didn't speak harshly because he knew that his subordinates had been suppressed for too long. Reporting. Right at this moment, a sergeant riding a fast horse rushed out from the right rear of the troops. He arrived in front of Tuli, dismounted from his horse, cupped his fists and reported. Reporting to Khan, the troops of Chien tribe have encountered Ashina-shi-er's wolf cavalry near Mount Wuda. Both sides are currently engaged in battle. It is difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. This sergeant was a scout that Tuli had sent out earlier. Although he knew that the Qian tribe's troops had retreated, Tuli didn't let down his guard. After all, not only were their troops brave and good at fighting, but they also had some old, weak and injured soldiers. Their marching speed wouldn't be too fast. If they were to unfortunately run into Xieli's troops on their way south, then they really wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, when they were retreating south, Tuli sent out a group of scouts to scout for information and investigate the enemy's situation. The Qian tribe encountered Ashina Shirkun's wolf cavalry? And it's near Mount Udeti? Tuli's expression abruptly changed when he heard this. Their current location was only a dozen or so li away from Mount Wudu. For the extremely mobile wolf cavalry, this distance was actually nothing. If the other party knew their exact location, it would definitely be very easy for them to catch up to them. Therefore, Tuli was subconsciously worried when he heard this news. Khan, don't worry. At this time, Shirtua rolled his eyes and said to Tuli, as far as I know, Ashina Shirkun only has about 10,000 wolf riders under his command, while the Chilean tribe has about 80,000 soldiers. Although the wolf riders' combat strength is unparalleled in the world, the Chilean tribe's strength cannot be underestimated either. It is almost impossible for Ashina Shirkun's 10,000 wolf riders to easily defeat the Chilean tribe's 80,000 soldiers, let alone catch up to us. After listening to Shirtua's analysis, Tuli felt a little relieved. But soon after he said with some worry, but in this way the Qian tribe is bound to suffer heavy losses. I'm afraid the Tiela-Ten tribe's plan to unite against the Mengchu will come to an end. Although Qian tribe used to be a tribe under Xieli, Tuli still admired Qian Heli quite a bit. So much so that before he had a falling out with Xieli, Tuli and Qian Heli had a very good personal relationship. Because their personalities and political views were similar, they could be considered half-bosom friends. Now that the Qian tribe's 80,000 warriors were up against Ashina Shir's 10,000 elite wolf riders, it was very likely that the Qian tribe's vitality would be greatly damaged. Tuli couldn't help but sigh with regret. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't even protect himself now, he might still send some troops to help the Qian tribe. But Tuli turned around and looked at the exhausted officers and soldiers behind him. He couldn't help but shake his head. In the current situation, he obviously didn't have the spare energy to care about the Qian tribe. Little Khan, you worry too much. At this time Tang Jian, who was standing beside Tuli, opened his mouth and said, since the Tiela-Ten tribes have decided to unite against Xieli, now that the Qian tribe has encountered Xieli's wolf riders, the other Tiela-Ten tribes naturally won't sit idly by. As long as the Qian tribe's generals aren't stupid, they will certainly send someone to send a message to the other Tiela tribe's armies that had previously surrounded us. When the time comes, these 10,000 wolf riders will most likely become the Tiela tribe's first sacrifice to Xieli. Our top priority now is to go south as soon as possible and escape from the control of Xieli's army. Because even if the Tiela-Ten tribes can annihilate Ashina Shir's 10,000 wolf riders, the news of the Tiela-Ten tribe's betrayal and letting us go will quickly reach Xieli's ears. We must take advantage of this time to escape as far as possible. What Duke Ju said makes sense. Tuli nodded his head upon hearing that. Then he instructed Shirtua. General Shirtua passed down the order. The entire army must speed up. Before nightfall, we must leave the grassland. Shirtua's brows slightly creased. He thought for a moment and said, Khan, if we march at a normal speed, it won't be a problem to leave the grassland before nightfall. But we have a large number of people accompanying us. Moreover, there are many old, weak and injured soldiers in the troop. This will certainly affect the marching speed. Therefore, this subordinate suggests that we divide the troops into two groups. One group will escort Khan to leave the grassland at the fastest speed possible, while the other group will escort the old, weak, and injured soldiers and chase after us with all our might. This place is no more than 100 li away from Shako Mountain. Once we pass Shako Mountain, we will arrive at the Great Tang's territory. Even if Xieli's troops have more guts, they won't dare to pursue us any further. Our two groups will converge there. Hearing that, Tuli was slightly moved, but after thinking for a moment he shook his head and said, No. When this Khan was trapped in a tight encirclement, all the officers and soldiers did not leave and did not abandon me. They fought alongside this Khan, bathed in blood. Now that there is hope to escape from the grassland, how can this Khan abandon my own people? Tuli was a person who cherished old friendships and attached great importance to relationships. Otherwise, he would not have gathered around him a group of troops who were loyal and devoted to him, and would never abandon him. Even under the desperate situation of being heavily encircled by Xieli's 300,000-strong army, not a single tribe or even a single troop betrayed him. This point had a lot to do with the way Tuli usually treated people and handled affairs. Of course, a large part of the reason was that most of the tribes loyal to Tuli were the old subordinates of the previous generation Turkic Khan, Shibi Khan. As Shibi Khan's son, Tuli himself had quite a bit of Shibi Khan's style. Therefore, he was able to gather a group of loyal and devoted subordinates around him. Although Anishirtua's proposal was very tempting to Tuli, he knew that if he really took his people and left just like that, the remaining old, weak, and injured soldiers would certainly have some ideas. His subordinates would also have some criticism toward him. He must refuse, at least on the surface. Sure enough, as soon as Tuli's voice fell, the eyes of the officers and soldiers behind him, especially those who were wounded and lying on the handcarts, instantly turned red. One after another, they opened their mouths and said, "Khan, please leave first. We will meet up with you later. Khan, please leave first. We are willing to cover the rear for Khan. Khan, please leave first. Don't worry about us. We'll definitely meet up with you." The subordinates behind Tuli were all moved by Tuli's words. Regardless of whether Tuli's words were sincere or not, it was rare and commendable for Tuli to say such words at such a crucial time. Khan, actually, General Anishirtua's words are not without reason. Right at this moment, Tang Jian opened his mouth because he knew that if he didn't speak, it would be difficult for Tuli to step down. With a serious expression he said, "Moreover, if we split up and hurry on our way, it doesn't mean that we will abandon the old, weak, and injured soldiers in the tribe. With so many of us traveling together, we will be too big of a target. If we split up into several groups, we will have a higher chance of successfully escaping the prairie. In addition, if Khan leads a group of elites to escape the prairie as quickly as possible, we can also ask for help from the Great Tang's border army. Then, we can lead the border army to the periphery of the prairie to meet up with the remaining tribes. In this way, isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Right now, time is of the essence. Khan, please make a decision as soon as possible." Actually, it wasn't important to Tang Jian whether or not he could bring all of Tuli's tribes out of the prairie. This was because he had already achieved his goal of sneaking into the prairie. The prairie was in chaos. The Tielatan tribes had begun to unite with other tribes to resist Xieli. Tuli was also about to be rescued by him and brought back to the Great Tang. As for whether or not the old, weak, and injured soldiers in Tuli's tribe could escape the prairie, it was no longer important. Right now, what was more important to him was to bring Tuli back to the Great Tang. Khan Dukju is right. If we split up, it will be more advantageous for us to break out. Right now, time is of the essence. Please make a decision as soon as possible." Anishirtua glanced at Tang Jian gratefully and hurriedly echoed. Speaking of which, ever since he met Tang Jian, this was the first time he found Tang Jian pleasing to the eye. "Khan, please leave first. We will catch up with you later." This subordinate is willing to stay behind to escort the old, weak, and injured soldiers of the tribe. "Khan, please feel free to leave first." Several of the generals behind Tuli began to persuade him. "Very well. Since that's the case, General Anishirtua, select a group of light cavalry and follow this Khan to Shako Mountain. Then, ask the Great Tang border army to come and receive our troops." Tuli had a helpless look on his face. After pondering for a moment, he could only nod and agree. Then he said to the generals behind him, "You must escort the remaining troops out of the prairie safely. After this Khan sees the Great Tang border army, he will come with them to receive you." This subordinate obeys. "Khan, please be careful on the way." The generals naturally cupped their fists and accepted the order. Not long after, this massive group quickly split into two groups. One group of 10,000 light cavalry abandoned all of their heavy equipment and rations, breaking away from the main group. They began to gallop as fast as they could across the vast and boundless plains, heading for the border of the grasslands to the south. As for the original main group, the remaining people were divided into 10 small groups under the arrangement of several generals. These 10 small groups were divided into 10 different routes. Although the direction of their advance was roughly south, they did not take the same route. The 10 groups quickly separated and gradually lost sight of each other. In this way, even if Xieli's men caught up with one of their groups, the remaining 9 groups would have a great chance of survival. This was to share the risk. At the foot of Udagi Mountain, Ashinashir's 10,000 wolf cavalry and the 80,000 troops of the Qian tribe were fighting in a chaotic battle. Both sides fought with their lives on the line whenever they saw each other. In just a short while, both sides had already lost a lot of men. Of course, compared to the wolf cavalry, the Qian tribe had more casualties. Just the first few charges of the wolf cavalry had already caused the Qian tribe to have several thousand casualties. Both sides fought fiercely until now. The casualties of the Qian tribe had already increased to more than 20,000 people. On the other hand, Ashinashir's side had at most 2,000 casualties. It was almost a 1 to 10 casualty ratio. The terrifying battle strength of the wolf cavalry could be seen at a glance. On the Qian tribe's side, there were even signs of defeat. When some of the soldiers encountered the wolf cavalry, they had already lost their will to fight. They only cared about running for their lives and did not even think about taking up their weapons to resist. Seeing this scene, Ashinashir's mouth could not help but curl into a cold smile. He thought to himself that although the Qian tribe had many men, they were just a bunch of mobs. The difference between them and his wolf cavalry was too great. Qiangu was secretly anxious at this moment, because he knew that once his men showed signs of defeat, the casualty ratio of both sides would very likely not be 1 to 10, but 1 to 20 or even 1 to 30. This was the reason why a defeated army was like a landslide. All soldiers listen to my order. Only advance, no retreat. Follow me and kill our way out. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Qiangu knew that he could not continue like this. He had to raise the morale of his men. Otherwise, the 80,000 soldiers of the Qian tribe would very likely all die here. Thus, he leaped up and chopped down a wolf cavalry general. Then, he flipped himself back onto his horse and shouted to the surrounding Qian soldiers. Sure enough, when they heard Qiangu say that reinforcements would be here soon, the morale of the Qian soldiers instantly rose. Furthermore, when they saw the valiant Qiangu taking the lead and chopping down several wolf cavalry, the soldiers all roared and once again charged towards the wolf cavalry. Reinforcements. Ashinashir frowned when he heard this. This place was still tens of miles away from the headquarters of the Qian tribe. Not to mention whether the Qian tribe knew about this, even if they did, the reinforcements they sent would not be able to arrive so quickly. Did Qiangu say this to boost the morale of the troops? Or did they really have reinforcements? Just when Ashinashir was bewildered, on the grassland to the east of Wuda Mountain, an army of tens of thousands suddenly appeared. It was a black mass that covered the sky and covered the earth. Tuache, there is a large group of cavalry 5 li to the east. They are coming towards us. A wolf cavalry rider quickly arrived in front of Ashinashir and hurriedly reported. Ashinashir also noticed the movement in the east. When he heard what was said, he quickly turned his head to look. He saw a black mass of cavalry about 4 to 5 li to the east, rushing towards them. Ashinashir was shocked at first, then he became furious. This is the Huaha tribe's troops stationed in the east of Tuli's remaining troops. Damn it! Now it seems that the 10 Tiela tribes have decided to secretly rebel. We must send this news back to the palace as soon as possible. Retreat immediately. Almost in an instant, Ashinashir guessed the general situation and made a decision. In this situation, the 10,000 wolf cavalry under his command were obviously not enough. If they continued to fight with the Qian tribe, once they were surrounded by Tiela tribe, his men would probably all die here. Brothers, the wolf cavalry has retreated. Our reinforcements are here. Don't let them go. Let's kill them and avenge our dead brothers. Seeing that Ashinashir's wolf cavalry was retreating and that reinforcements were coming from the east, Qiangu decided to beat them while they were down. The main reason was that he knew that in the future, the Qian tribe would have to face Xieli's wolf cavalry. If he could take the opportunity to kill a few more wolf cavalry today, it would not be a loss. Chapter 2186. Reporting to the Great Khan, news has just come from the dark section. The Tiela 10 tribes have decided to rebel, and ordered the withdrawal of the 300,000 troops surrounding Tuli's remaining forces. Tuli will definitely use this opportunity to escape the grasslands and seek refuge with the Great Tang. Grasslands Royal Court. The vice commander of the Wolf Guard, Wang Yudong. Oh no, Wang Yudong should be considered the official commander of the Wolf Guard now. He quickly walked into the tent and bowed slightly towards Xieli, who was seated at the head of the table. Ever since the moment Xieli gave up on rescuing Zhao Dian, who was trapped in Taiyuan, Wang Yudong had become the true boss of the Wolf Guards. Although Xieli kept saying that he was only letting Wang Yudong temporarily assume the position of Guard Master of the Wolf Guards, and that he would return the position of Guard Master to Zhao Dian after rescuing him, anyone with a discerning eye knew that Zhao Dian would probably never return. Because the situation of the grasslands was about to become chaotic, Xieli did not have any extra troops to go rescue Zhao Dian. What? The Tiela-Ten tribes have already rebelled and withdrawn all their troops? Hearing this, Xieli's right hand holding the teacup shook violently. The tea in the teacup was the extremely rare divine tea from the Great Tang, which Xieli's subordinates had plundered with great difficulty. At this moment, Xieli's hand shook and a lot of tea spilled out of the teacup. If it were in the past, Xieli would definitely feel some heartache, but at this moment, Xieli no longer had the mind to care about this. He put down the teacup and stood up with an ugly expression. I didn't expect these people to act so quickly. It must be that bastard Yinan. This morning, he gathered the chiefs of the Tiela tribes for a meeting in the Shui Yentua tribe. He must have wanted to unite the Tiela tribes to rebel against this Khan. But this Khan didn't expect these people to all agree to unite with Yinan and act so quickly. Wang Yudong said with a worried expression. Khan, what should we do now? The Tiela-Ten tribes have millions of troops. If they unite, I'm afraid. At this point, Wang Yudong tactfully did not continue, but the meaning he wanted to express could be understood by anyone. But Xieli smiled coldly and said with a face full of disdain. They're just a few restless grasshoppers. If they want to jump, they'll have to ask this Khan for permission. A mere Tiela-Ten tribes? This Khan has never put them in his eyes. Hearing this, Wang Yudong's worried face gradually relaxed. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked tentatively, then tonight's banquet. In the morning, when he found out that Yinan had secretly gathered all the Tiela tribe leaders to discuss matters in Shui Yentua tribe, Xieli had ordered people to send a letter to all the Tiela tribe leaders, saying that there would be a banquet in the royal court tonight, inviting all the tribe leaders, but now. He had originally planned to use tonight's banquet as an example to others, but he had not expected these people to act so quickly. With the current situation, even if this Khan invites them, they won't have the guts to attend the banquet. Xieli shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze focused as he looked at Wang Yudong and said in a deep voice, since those ants don't know life from death and want to take advantage of the situation to cause trouble, then this Khan will let them know what is called a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He immediately ordered the Dark Tribe to cooperate with the Light Tribe experts and execute the decapitation plan in advance. It's tonight. Hearing this, Wang Yudong's eyes widened in shock. The decapitation plan mentioned by Xieli, as the deputy leader of the Wolf Guards, he had naturally heard of it and was deeply involved in it. It was precisely because he was one of the main executors of this plan that Wang Yudong was so shocked when he heard that Xieli was going to start this plan now. After coming back to his senses, Wang Yudong advised, Khan, please reconsider. Now that rumors are spreading all over the grassland and the situation is delicate, if we forcefully start the decapitation plan, I'm afraid it will lead to a strong backlash from the other tribes and turn to imitate or rely on the Tiela tribe to resist us. In addition, although there are Dark Tribe members of the Wolf Guards hidden in all the Tiela tribes, most of them have not really come into contact with the core power of each tribe. If we start the decapitation plan in advance, I'm afraid it will be difficult to completely succeed. Once there is a flaw, our previous deployment will be for naught. Even if we can't completely succeed, at least we can make most of their tribes leaderless. This Khan wants to let them know that on this grassland, I, Ashina, still have the final say. Whoever dares to resist, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Wang Yudong's words did not make Xieli give up on executing the decapitation plan. Xieli's tiger-like eyes focused as he snorted coldly and persisted. Wang Yudong was silent upon hearing this. Seeing this, Xieli slowed down and continued. The 10 tribes of the Chela tribe have millions of soldiers. If we allow them to unite, it will bring a lot of trouble to this Khan. Although this Khan does not fear them in a head-on battle, to eliminate this group of ants, this Khan will inevitably consume a portion of the power in my hands. This Khan's true goal is to enter the Central Plains and not just this grassland before our eyes. Therefore, there is no difficulty in quelling this rebellion. What's difficult is that we need to eliminate this group of ants at the smallest cost. Taking advantage of the fact that they have yet to unite, we will kill a few of their leaders and let a few of their tribes fall into chaos first. Then, this Khan will gather the elite forces and swiftly annihilate these few tribes with a thunderous momentum. As for the remaining tribes, it will be much easier to deal with them. Wang Yudong's heart trembled. He did not expect that even in this kind of situation, Xieli would still want to attack the Central Plains. Moreover, facing the rebellion of the 10 tribes of the Chela tribe before them, Xieli clearly planned to use a swift and decisive method to quell the rebellion. This required a lot of courage, but at the same time, this was also the most suitable method to break the current situation. Thinking of this, Wang Yudong bowed and cupped his hands, saying, "Khan is wise. This subordinate will arrange it right away. Tonight, the wolf guards will execute the decapitation plan in the 10 tribes of the Chela tribe." Go. Xieli nodded and said, "Once the decapitation plan succeeds, this Khan's army will attack the various tribes of the Chela tribe overnight. This Khan has always had high hopes for the wolf guards. Don't let this Khan down." The wolf guards had not been established for a long time in the Turks, but the speed of their rise and development was extremely fast. Back then, with Xieli's full support, Zhao Dian established the wolf guards and recruited a large number of martial arts experts and personnel who were good at collecting intelligence. Not only did they quickly help Xieli eliminate the voices of opposition on the grassland, they even infiltrated the dark operations of the wolf guards into various factions. This included not only the various tribes of the grassland, but also the Great Tang. Some of these dark operations members could only be peripheral members of certain factions, but some had already completely infiltrated the enemy's inner circle, even becoming the core members of the opposing faction. Of course, the reason why the wolf guards could develop so quickly, apart from Zhao Dian's own outstanding ability, was also inseparable from Xieli's full support. Rest assured, Khan. The wolf guards will definitely not disappoint Khan's high hopes. Wang Yudong's expression turned cold as he cupped his hands very solemnly towards Xieli. Seeing that Xieli had no other orders, Wang Yudong turned and left. Although the success of the decapitation plan seemed difficult, the wolf guards had been planning for a long time, and the various Chela tribes were completely unprepared for it. Thus, overall, the chances of the success of the decapitation plan were very high. Wang Yudong was somewhat confident. But in order to be absolutely safe, he still had to make some preparations before the plan could begin. Fortunately, there was still a long time until nightfall. "Come. Have General Silly come over." After Wang Yudong left, within the tent, Xieli instructed the guard outside in a deep voice. "Yes." The guard obeyed and left. Why hasn't Sandgate returned yet? Did he run into some accident on the way? At the same time, in the main tent of the Qiguan tribe, Qiguan Heli was anxiously pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. After a few moments, he stood still and muttered with a frown. Inside the tent, apart from Qiguan Heli, there was another person, and that was the #1 strategist under his command, Guzong Jiming. Hearing this, Guzong Jiming pondered for a moment and said, "The matter of the 10 Chela tribes joining forces to resist Xieli is extremely confidential. At present, there should be no possibility of the news leaking out. The various tribes acted quickly according to the plan. Logically speaking, Xieli shouldn't have had time to react. No, there's another variable." Speaking up to here, Guzong Jiming seemed to have thought of something and his expression suddenly changed. Qiguan Heli's heart also thumped. He looked at Guzong Jiming and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What variable?" Guzong Jiming replied, "Shear's wolf cavalry. The 10,000 wolf cavalry that Xieli sent to supervise the battle. If the second leader and the others encountered this troop on the way back, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble." Shear's wolf cavalry. Qiguan Heli was stunned at first, and then his expression changed. Obviously, when he sent Qiguan Shaman to pass the order to Qiguan Gu Air, he didn't consider this layer. The main reason was that too many things had happened in the past 2 days. In addition, Ashinashir only had 10,000 wolf cavalry under his command, and there were more than 300,000 wolf cavalry surrounding the remnants of Tuli's troops. 10,000 supervising troops were 300,000, so much so that Qiguan Heli had almost forgotten about this troop. Now that he heard Guzong Jiming mention it, his heart sank. Gu Er has 80,000 elites of my Qiguan tribe under his command. If they encounter Shi Er's 10,000 wolf cavalry, they will be able to protect themselves. However, if the two sides really fight to the death regardless of the cost, I'm afraid my tribe will suffer heavy losses. Jiming, Qiguan Heli was about to let Guzong Jiming lead a group of people to rescue Qiguan Shaman and Qiguan Gu Er. At this moment, a soldier outside the tent shouted. Reporting to the chief, the scouts at the front have reported that General Gu Er's troops have encountered Shi Er's 10,000 elite wolf cavalry at the foot of Mount Udeti. Both sides are fighting fiercely. What? Qiguan Heli's expression changed greatly. Previously, those were only their guesses. However, now that their guesses were true, the 80,000 elites of Qiguan tribe were already fighting with Ashinashir's 10,000 wolf cavalry. If he were to send an army to rescue them now, it would probably be too late. After all, Qiguan tribe was almost 100 li away from Mount Udeti. Scout again, report again. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind for a moment, Qiguan Heli ordered the messenger soldier outside the tent. At this moment it was obviously too late to send an army to rescue them. The only thing he could do was to wait for news. Yes. The messenger soldier accepted the order and left. In the tent, Qiguan Heli's face was gloomy and he was at his wits' end. Guzong Jiming thought for a moment and comforted him. Chief, you don't have to be too worried. Although Gu Er's tribe encountered the wolf cavalry, the number of wolf cavalry under Shi Er's command is no more than 10,000. Our tribe has 80,000 elites. Even if the wolf cavalry's battle prowess is unparalleled, if they want to fight 80,000 with 10,000, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win. Moreover, at this moment the other Chela tribes are also retreating. When they hear the commotion at the foot of Mount Udeti, they will definitely not stand by and do nothing. They will definitely come to help. Therefore, these 10,000 wolf cavalry are not enough. Sigh. Qiguan Heli sighed and said, how could I not know this? I have also never worried that Gu Er's tribe would lose to Shi Er's 10,000 wolf cavalry. What I am worried about is that even if Gu Er and the others win, I'm afraid they will suffer heavy losses. Next, the 10 tribes of Tiela will join forces to resist Xieli. Yinan is also very ambitious. If our tribe's strength is seriously damaged, I'm afraid we will be in danger. Now, we can only hope that the other tribes can quickly discover the battle at the foot of Mount Udeti and go to help. Guzong Jiming's heart sank. Because Qiguan Heli's worries were not without reason. According to the plan, the 10 tribes of Tiela will join forces to resist Xieli. At this time, if the Qiguan tribe suffered heavy losses because of this small conflict, then in the following uprising, not only would they have to face the threat from Xieli, they would also have to face their allies. For example, Yinan. Seeing that the Qiguan tribe was weak, it was very hard to guarantee that Yinan would not wait for an opportunity to annex the Qiguan tribe. After all, this guy's ambition was known by everyone. No matter what, since Shi Er's wolf cavalry has already encountered our people, then the news of the 10 tribes of Chela joining forces will definitely reach Xieli's ears very soon. According to the plan, the Qiguan tribe and Shui Yantua tribe will establish 2 lines of defense in the north and south, guarding and helping each other. The most important thing now is that we have to gather the other 4 tribes near the south to the Qiguan tribe as soon as possible. This way, we will have the strength to fight against Xieli's thunderous fury. Chapter 2187. Aren't these monks from the Puguang Monastery? Why have they come all the way here? So many monks. Are they going to hold a Dharma assembly? If we go any further, we'll reach Jianan Square. That place hasn't been very peaceful in the last few days. At the 3rd quarter of the afternoon, a group of monks wearing yellow monk robes appeared on the street to the northwest of Taiyuan City's Shoren Square. This group of monks was heading west, and a carriage was in the middle of them. As the wind blew through the window curtains, one could vaguely make out a dignified middle-aged monk seated within the carriage, his hands clasped together. The common folk on the street couldn't help but begin to discuss this procession. Shuoran Square was located in a very strange location. Kong Chang'an and Zhu Shiqing had been pursued by the government and the Wang clan, so they had been hiding in the 5th residence on the east side of Shuoran Square. Moreover, after walking a short distance from Shuoran Square to the west of the capital, there was Jianan Square, and Tongfuan was nearby. Taiyuan City had been sealed off for several days now, and anyone with a brain could tell that something major had happened in Taiyuan City. It wasn't just because the government wanted to capture a Turkic spy hiding in the city. There had to be something else that the common folk did not know about, or else the government wouldn't have sealed off the city gates for so many days. Moreover, Li Junxian had sent his army yesterday to surround Tongfuan in a radius of 1 li around it. He had ordered all the shops in the area to help seal it off, and only the common folk of Tongfuan were allowed to enter. As a result, the area around Tongfuan had become a restricted zone, and ordinary people found it very difficult to enter or leave. Tongfuan was the largest inn in Taiyuan City, but it had not received any guests in the last few days. Moreover, it was rumored that Tongfuan had been occupied by an unknown group of people. Thus, the well-informed people of Taiyuan City knew that Tongfuan was not peaceful at the moment. However, very few people were able to explain exactly what kind of unpeaceful situation it was. Some people speculated that the spy the government wanted to capture was hiding in Tongfuan, but this theory was simply untenable. If the spy was in Tongfuan, why hadn't the government just sent an army to capture him? Some people also speculated that some important figure was living in Tongfuan, so the common folk were not allowed to get close. But if there really was someone of that level, they wouldn't be living in an inn. All sorts of speculations. I heard this morning that the Puguang Temple is going to hold a Dharma assembly in the small market west of the Tongfu Inn to preach to the people. What? Did the Puguang Temple want to hold a meeting in Jianan Square? This was a rare opportunity. Who doesn't know that the eminent monks of the Puguang Temple have profound Dharma? That's right. The Puguang Temple rarely holds spiritual gatherings, so we can't miss it this time. The Puguang Temple was built during the Jianan period of the Han Dynasty. It had a long history and was the most famous and largest ancient temple in Taiyuan City. There were many senior monks in the temple, and the incense was flourishing. Moreover, there were many believers among the common people. When Li Yuan was still the king of Tang in Taiyuan, he often took his wife to the Puguang Temple to offer incense. Later, old Li's family won the country, and the status of the Puguang Temple among the people was even higher. Usually, there was an endless stream of people going to the temple to offer incense. Occasionally, there would be monks from the Puguang Temple preaching to the people. Every time at this time, there would be no empty seats, like a grand event. I heard that for this Dharma assembly, the host of the Puguang Temple also invited a divine monk from India, whose Dharma name is Du Nan. It is said that this divine monk not only has profound Dharma, but also can help people who are seriously ill get rid of disasters, get rid of diseases, and ward off evil spirits. What? Get rid of disasters, get rid of diseases, and ward off evil spirits? Is it really so magical? Chapter 2188. Leader Yun Xia. There are suddenly many monks outside the square, as well as people from other squares. In the hall on the first floor of Tongfuan, a thin man dressed in tight clothes walked in and bowed to Yun Xia, who was sitting by the bed. Many monks? And people from other squares? Yun Xia frowned. He was now in a tight encirclement, and his generals Xian Yi and Sky Eagle had both fallen into the hands of the Taiyuan government. Therefore, Yun Xia was extremely sensitive at this moment. When he heard that a group of monks and people had suddenly appeared outside Jianan Square, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He seemed to smell a conspiracy. He quickly stood up, looked at the subordinate in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Why are there so many monks for no reason? Are they sent by the government? Do they want to take back the king of Wei from the inn?" It was no wonder that Yun Xia liked to think blindly. Their current situation was so precarious that if they were not careful, they would lose everything. As a secret agent of the Wolf Guard, it did not matter if they died, but what about their families in the grasslands? One could foresee that if they did not complete their mission and died in the Central Plains, then what awaited their families would be a very miserable fate. Therefore, Yun Xia could not be careless. "It's the monks from the Puguang Temple. I heard that there will be a Dharma assembly in the small market west of the inn in the afternoon. The people from other squares all wanted to hear the monks from the Puguang temple preach the sutras, so they came here. The Turkic spy hurriedly replied. Obviously, he had done some work before he came back to report to Wuxia. The Puguang temple is going to hold a Dharma assembly here? Wuxia muttered suspiciously. Then he said with a sullen face, "No. Why would the Puguang temple hold a Dharma assembly at this time? And it just so happened that they chose this place to hold the Dharma assembly? There must be a conspiracy behind this. Could it be that there are experts from the imperial court among the people who came to listen to the Dharma assembly? They want to use this opportunity to sneak into the inn and rescue the king of Wei? Huh. These officials are really despicable. Brother, I will bring people to chase away those stinky monks from the Puguang temple now." Not far away, Twilight Flood Dragon heard this and immediately glared. He rolled up his sleeves angrily and was about to go out to fight. "Stop!" Cloud Scorpion hurriedly stopped Dusk Wrm when he heard this. Perhaps Dusk Wrm wouldn't listen to anyone else, but it was a different story if it was Cloud Scorpion. Dusk Wrm stopped moving when he heard this, and then he turned around to look at Cloud Scorpion. Cloud Scorpion frowned and said, "Get a clear understanding of the situation first. If you rush out so recklessly, you might fall into the trap of the authorities again." Most importantly, Li Tai was now in their hands. As long as they held tightly onto this trump card, no matter what the government was up to, they would be invincible. Cloud Scorpion added inwardly. Therefore, although Cloud Scorpion felt that the monks of the Puguang temple had come here to hold a Dharma conference, he did not panic because they still had a trump card. A very powerful trump card. Yesterday, the government sent troops to surround all the residential areas near Tongfu Inn and strictly limited the access of the people. Now that so many people have suddenly come in, there must be a problem. Let me ask you, are there any officials among the people who entered the workshop? Tell me in detail about the situation at the gate. Cloud Scorpion glanced at Dusk Wrm and asked the Turkic spy who reported the news. Chief Cloud Scorpion, among the people who entered the workshop, there were no officials or people from the Bing province barracks. However, before those people entered the workshop, they had to register at the gate. After registration, the guards at the gate would let them in. Chapter 2189. Adjunct Li, may I know why you called us here today? In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan sat at the head of the table. On his left and right sat Zhang Shigui, the lieutenant of the A camp, Gao Gong, the lieutenant of the C camp, Lu De, the lieutenant of the D camp, and the lieutenant of the E camp, Sun Jiping. Zhang Shigui took the initiative to ask after seeing that almost everyone had arrived. He was the most senior here. The others might be afraid of Li Zishuan's power and favor, but he wasn't. Therefore he could only ask. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, Gao Gong, Jiping, Lu De, I called you here today because I need your cooperation on two things. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. After yesterday's army fighting competition, as the biggest dark horse, the Wu battalion won against all the other battalions. On one hand, it proved the superiority of Li Zishuan's new drill. On the other hand, Li Zishuan's relationship with the captains of the 4 battalions had become closer. Therefore, he didn't address the 4 of them by their positions. He wanted to get closer to them. After all, he was an adjunct of the Black Armored Army. If he wanted to work normally in the Black Armored Army in the future, he couldn't do without their cooperation. Of course, this was mainly for Zhang Shigui and Lu De. As for Sun Jiping and Gao Gong, they had already followed Li Zishuan's lead. What is it? As long as it's within our power, we will definitely cooperate with Adjunct Li. Zhang Shigui's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said. His mind became active as he tried to guess what Li Zishuan was talking about that they needed to cooperate with him. Could it be that it was about the competition between the E camp and the B camp in 2 days? But that was a matter between the B camp and the E camp. What could the A camp and D camp do to help? Shaking his head, Zhang Shigui quickly denied this conjecture. That's right. As long as it's within our power, we will definitely cooperate with Adjunct Li. Lu De also clasped his fist and said. Even Zhang Shigui had expressed his support for Li Zishuan. He didn't need to get on Li Zishuan's bad side. He didn't have a deep hatred for Li Zishuan like Qiu Xinggong. On the contrary, he had a good relationship with Li Zixuan. In yesterday's combat competition, the D camp even do a favor to the E camp. Sun Jiping and Gao Gong also nodded. Although they didn't speak, it was a statement. The two of them were hardcore supporters of Li Zixuan. This was also the reason why Li Zixuan didn't invite the captains of the B camp. After all, the B camp was still under Qiu Xinggong's control. If they were called over, they would definitely oppose any of Li Zixuan's suggestions unconditionally. It would simply be adding to the chaos. Seeing this, Li Zixuan said, "The first thing is that I want to select a group of literate soldiers from each camp. After training, each camp will have a night class for 3 hours between the hour of Su to quarter of Haoshi. The main content of the night class will be for these literate soldiers to teach the other soldiers how to read." Teach the soldiers how to read. Hearing this, Zhang Shigui frowned and couldn't help but say, adjunctly, "Don't blame me for being straightforward. Most of the soldiers in the army only know how to wield spears and swords. Teaching them to read is harder than killing them. Besides, the main purpose of being a soldier is to fight, not to take the imperial examinations. Why do they need to be literate?" Chapter 2190. Special Combat Team? May I ask how many people there are in this special combat team? What is its purpose? Who will be in charge of it after that? Inside the tent, Zhang Shigui asked in a deep voice after hearing Li Zixuan say that he was going to transfer the elites from each battalion to form a special combat team. What he asked were the most important and crucial questions. According to Li Zixuan, the members of this special combat team must be the strongest in each battalion. Although all 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army belonged to the Black Armored Army and were loyal to the imperial court and the emperor, and Zhang Shigui never had the thought of having soldiers for himself as a general, no one would be willing to see their elite soldiers being poached to other places. This was different from when Li Zixuan had transferred the literate soldiers from the various camps to teach all the soldiers how to read. This had already touched upon the core interests of the generals of the various camps. Even if Zhang Shigui had a good impression of Li Zixuan, he wouldn't be so selfless as to hand over the powerful soldiers under his command. Therefore, regarding the ownership of the special combat team, Zhang Shigui had to ask Li Zixuan in advance. Gao Gong pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He was only the deputy general of the 3rd Battalion, and the current lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion was Li Zixuan. No matter who the special combat team belonged to, he had no right to object. He only needed to listen to Li Zixuan's orders. As for Sun Jiping, although he was Li Zixuan's loyal follower, he was still hesitant about this matter. After all, this was already related to his core interests. If Li Zixuan took away all the elite forces of the 5th Battalion, how would the 5th Battalion fight in the future? As for Lu Da, although he had the same concerns as Zhang Shigui, he didn't ask about it. He only looked at Li Zixuan silently. Brother Zhang, that's a good question. Li Zixuan chuckled. In truth, he was already prepared for Zhang Shigui's question. Or perhaps it could be said that when he had gathered Zhang Shigui and the others for this meeting, he had already predicted that they would encounter this kind of question. First of all, regarding the number of people in the special forces, I plan to select 30 agile and powerful soldiers from each battalion for the first batch of members. They must be the most elite and powerful soldiers in each battalion. As for whether or not the special forces will expand in the future, that will be another matter for the time being. Secondly, what was the role of the special forces? As the name suggests, the special forces are specially prepared for special battles. After each battalion has confirmed the members of the special forces, I plan to gather them all in one place and train them together. In my opinion, everyone's potential is limitless. Although the daily training in the new drill is very heavy, for some of the elites in each battalion, it is more than enough for them to handle the daily training. We need to squeeze out their potential and explore their limits. Therefore, the daily training of the special forces will be many times more than normal soldiers. They must endure pain that normal people can't and complete tasks that normal people can't. Only then will they dare to fight battles that normal people don't dare to fight and win. This is the role of the special forces. Many times, 100 elite special forces team can reduce the number of casualties by thousands or even tens of thousands. In terms of attacking and ambushing, the special forces team can achieve unexpected results. Actually, Li Zixuan had the idea of forming a special forces team a long time ago. However, at the start he only wanted to select from the Wu Battalion. After all, in the entire Black Armored Army, only the Wu Battalion was willing to follow him. However, Li Zishuan's military career in the Black Armored Army was unexpectedly smooth. Currently, in the entire Black Armored Army, other than the E Battalion, the other 4 battalions didn't have any ill feelings towards him and had all accepted his new drill. Under such circumstances, if he endure pain that normal people can't endure, complete tasks that normal people can't complete, fight battles that normal people don't dare to fight. Hearing this, Zhang Shigui couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He licked his lips and praised. Chapter 2191. You're saying that Li Zishuan gathered the generals of the A, C, D and E battalions for a secret meeting? In a corner of the Black Armored Army drill ground, Qiu Xingong was inspecting the drill ground. Sun Tao, the lieutenant of the B battalion, hesitated for a moment before telling Qiu Xingong what he knew. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong frowned. At the same time, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. After a moment of silence, he frowned and asked, "Do you know why Li Zishuan gathered them?" Sun Tao shook his head and said, "Li Zishuan's men are guarding outside his tent. Our men can't get close, so we have no way of knowing what they are discussing." Zhang Kongnian had been beheaded, and now Sun Tao had become Qiu Xingong's #1 general, as well as the only general. Even so, Sun Tao did not feel any joy. Instead, he felt a kind of sadness at the end of his road. Right now, he was reporting this to Qiu Xingong, but it was just a routine matter. It was not that he wanted to target Li Zishuan. The day after tomorrow is the competition between the B and E battalions. He gathered the generals of the other battalions at this time. Could it be that he wants to ask for help from the other battalions? Qiu Xingong rolled his eyes and quickly thought of a possibility. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was close to the truth. Thus, he said to Qiu Xingong, "Send more men to watch over the E battalion. If you discover any experts from the other battalion sneaking into the E battalion, report to me immediately." From Qiu Xingong's point of view, Li Zishuan's sudden abnormal action on the eve of the final battle was definitely to cheat in the competition with the B battalion. As for the method of cheating, it was very simple. It was to ask for help from the A battalion, C battalion and D battalion. The Black Armored Army had 1,000 men in each battalion. Among these 1,000 men, it wasn't that eye-catching to have a dozen experts mixed in. However, in the competition, it was very likely that the addition of these 10 experts could change the outcome of the battle. Li Zishuan is an upright person. He wouldn't use such a despicable method, right? Furthermore, during the competition, His Majesty and the officials of the court will be sitting in the celestial lantern to observe the battle. If someone from the other battalion sneaked into the E battalion, it should be easy to find out. Why would Li Kanjun take such a big risk? Hearing Qiu Xingong's guess, Sun Tao did not take it to heart. He did not believe that Li Zishuan was such a person. Qiu Xingong was instantly enraged when he heard that. What do you know? There are so many people in each battalion. If a dozen or so people from the other battalions were to sneak in, who would notice? Li Zishuan definitely did not have the confidence to win against the second battalion, so he decided to take the risk out of desperation. As long as we can get hold of his weakness, our second battalion will be able to win this competition without having to fight. Follow my instructions and keep an eye on the Wu battalion for the next 2 days. After Li Er's warning yesterday, Qiu Xingong indeed didn't dare to secretly cause trouble for Li Zishuan anymore. This was because if Li Er were to find out, he would very likely be expelled from the royal court, or even lose his life. However, Qiu Xingong thought that if he couldn't use underhanded tactics, it didn't mean that he couldn't use overt tactics. Once he found evidence that Li Zishuan had secretly asked for external help to cheat, and exposed it, Li Zishuan would no longer have a foothold in the Black Armored Army. By then, even Li Er wouldn't be able to say anything. Li Zishuan could only leave the Black Armored Army with his tail between his legs. However, what he didn't know was that Li Zishuan wasn't even worried that the Wu battalion would lose to the second battalion. He had even completely ignored this matter and was planning for something more long-term, the special forces and the signalers. On the other hand, the soldiers of the 5th Battalion didn't care about the competition the day after tomorrow. Everyone was eating and training as usual. It was as though everyone had forgotten about the competition with the 2nd Battalion the day after tomorrow. Or it could be said that they didn't care about this small matter anymore. Yes, Sun Tao clenched his teeth and wanted to say something. However, in the end he didn't say anything. He just responded and turned to leave. He knew that even if he said something, the obstinate and self-opinionated Qiu Xingong wouldn't listen to him. Since that was the case, he might as well not say anything. Actually, even though he didn't say anything, he didn't really care about Qiu Xingong's guess. As the lieutenant of the 2nd Battalion, he knew his own situation. In the past, Sun Tao was very confident that the 2nd Battalion would win against the Wu Battalion. However, now, after experiencing the martial arts competition the day before, he didn't dare to underestimate the Wu Battalion. Even though he didn't understand how the Wu Battalion could improve so quickly, it was an indisputable fact that the Wu Battalion and the A Battalion were equally matched in the arena. This meant that the Wu Battalion now had the ability to challenge the A Battalion. As for the 2nd Battalion, even if the 2nd Battalion was at its peak, it wouldn't have the chance to win against the A Battalion. Not to mention the 2nd Battalion that had already lost all morale after the martial arts competition the day before. On one side, the morale was high and their abilities had increased tremendously. On the other side, the morale was low and their abilities didn't improve at all. When these two sides fought, it was obvious who would win and who would lose. Hence, Sun Tao didn't think that Li Zishuan would invite reinforcements from other battalions. It was completely unnecessary and superfluous. It might even be risky. However, Qiu Xingong insisted that he send people to keep an eye on the Wu Battalion. What else could he do as a tool? He could only do as he was told. Actually, Sun Tao didn't like Qiu Xingong's way of doing things. Previously, there was Zhang Kongnian, who was a bootlicker. The dirty and tiring jobs that Qiu Xingong had assigned to him were all done by Zhang Kongnian. Sun Tao didn't actually participate much in it. However, Zhang Kongnian was beheaded for inciting the soldiers to mutiny. Hence, the dirty and tiring jobs that he had done could only be taken over by Sun Tao. This was something that he had no choice but to do. Sun Tao had also thought of leaving Qiu Xingong and joining Li Zishuan or Duan Jishuan. However, Qiu Xingong was the founding general of the country and had great power. Furthermore, he was indebted to Qiu Xingong. Even if he joined Li Zishuan or Duan Jishuan, the other party wouldn't dare to accept him. Hence, he could only join Qiu Xingong for good or for ill. Cough cough, no, it should be that he could only fall and not be honored. From Sun Tao's point of view, in the battle between Qiu Xingong and Li Zishuan, Qiu Xingong had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. There was no way he could turn the tables around. The battle between the 2nd and Wu battalions the day after tomorrow would most likely be Qiu Xingong's final battle. After this battle, Qiu Xingong would most likely have to leave the Black Armored Army for good. As for him, Qiu Xingong's little brother, he could only follow Qiu Xingong's battered ship and sink to the bottom of the sea. Little Ku, did something happen in Taiyuan? The academy, Yen Silu's office. Li Ku had thought that Yen Silu had called him back to the academy because he had something for him to do. He didn't expect Yen Silu to throw such a deep water bomb at him the moment they met. He didn't even have time to salute and greet Yen Silu. Li Ku's forehead was instantly covered in a layer of cold sweat. Li Tai had been kidnapped by a Turkic spy in Taiyuan. Not many people knew about this, and certainly no one in the academy knew about it. Although the academy had a telegraph and could contact the Yanhuang College teachers and students in Taiyuan at any time, Taiyuan had never reported this matter to the academy. Every time the academy sent a telegram to ask about the situation in Taiyuan, Iron Egg would always reply to the academy with "everything is fine" and "everything is going well." This wasn't because they didn't trust the academy, but because Iron Egg, Mo Chue, and the other teachers of the academy had considered the matter thoroughly. Some of the old teachers in the academy, such as Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others were too old. Previously, when Wu Jie broke into Yunshan Mountain alone, Mr. Li Gang was so shocked that he almost died. Fortunately, Li Zishuan and Xian Qing rushed back from thousands of miles away, and together with Sun Simiao, they pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell. Although Li Gang was saved in the end after this incident, the old teacher's health was much worse than before. This matter had become an eternal pain in the hearts of the teachers and students of the academy. So this time something happened in Taiyuan. After several discussions, Iron Egg, Emochue, and the others finally decided not to disclose the news to the Academy, even when the news was passed back to the Imperial Palace. Of course, this decision was also approved by Li Zishuan. They even vaguely asked Li Er not to spread the news. In fact, there was no need for them to remind him. Li Er had no intention of spreading the news anyway, because if too many people knew about this matter, it wouldn't be of any help to the rescue of Li Tai. On the contrary, it would only attract more variables. They were worried that after the old teachers of the Academy heard the news, they wouldn't be able to bear it psychologically and would have an accident. It was said that having an old teacher at home was like having a treasure, and the old teachers of the Academy were all highly respected people. They were all treasures of the Academy. They used their profound knowledge, noble character, and rich life experiences to nurture the students. Losing any one of them would be a great loss to the Academy. Was it finally impossible to hide it? Or did Mr. Yan and the others know something? Li Ku smiled bitterly in his heart and couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect that after hiding it for so long, it would finally come to a point where he couldn't hide it anymore. However, he didn't understand where Yin Silu got the news from. Of course, this was not important. The question now was whether he should tell the truth to Yin Silu. No, he couldn't take this risk. Thinking about how Li Gang was in a critical condition and almost died, Li Ku shook his head inwardly and made a decision in his heart. Even if he had to lie and deceive people, he had to first stabilize Yin Silu. Mr. Konggae, everything is fine in Taiyuan. There hasn't been any accident. After a moment of hesitation and conflict, Li Ku calmed down and his expression returned to normal. He saluted Yin Silu and said. Yin Silu shook his head. He had caught the hesitation and conflict on Li Ku's face just now. This further confirmed his guess. After a moment of silence, he said, I heard that this morning you met with the 9 Hu merchants in Chang'an City. Immediately after, the Yanhuang Bank cut off all financial transactions with the merchants of the Yin Kingdom and the Kong Kingdom. Could it be that the 9 Hu merchants were also involved in the crisis of Taiyuan City? It was said that the older one was the wiser one became. Yin Silu had been in court all his life. What kind of people had he not seen? What kind of things had he not encountered? Although Li Ku was far more shrewd than his peers, he was still incomparably immature in front of Yin Silu. Although Li Ku didn't admit it personally and even flatly denied it, Yin Silu still concluded that something had happened in Taiyuan City. He didn't give Li Ku a chance to refute. Li Ku's little face was pale. He didn't expect Yin Silu to deduce so much from this little information. He also didn't expect things to develop to this point. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer Yin Silu's question. Something really did happen. In an instant, Yin Silu seemed to have aged a few years. If he had only been guessing before, now that he saw Li Ku's appearance, he could basically conclude that something had happened in Taiyuan City. Seeing this, Li Ku couldn't help but feel grief in his heart. Mr. Konggae? But before he could say anything to comfort him, Yin Silu waved his hand and interrupted him. With a calm expression he asked, Can you tell me who exactly is in trouble in Taiyuan City? Is there a way to save them? Don't worry, this old man's body is still strong. I can hold on. Although Yin Silu's expression was very calm, the attentive Li Ku still noticed that the old man's fists were clenched so tightly that his fingernails were embedded in his flesh. Because he was using too much force, his fists were also trembling slightly. Li Ku knew that the old man was forcibly suppressing his inner emotions. He also knew that he couldn't continue to be passive like this. Otherwise, if the old man were to make wild guesses on his own, it would probably be even more exhausting and unbearable. Li Ku took a deep breath. His bright eyes met Yin Silu's somewhat cloudy and moist eyes. At this moment, his childish face was far more mature than his peers. After meeting Yin Silu's gaze, Li Ku first cupped his hands and then said with a serious expression, Mr. Konggae, something has happened in Taiyuan City. Mr. Konggae, something did happen in Taiyuan. The reason why I didn't tell you and Mr. Wenji was because I didn't want you to worry about everything. Although you have guessed some things now, I'm afraid this student can't tell you the specific situation over there. However, this student can assure you that the crisis in Taiyuan City will soon be resolved. The Imperial Court and Yamacho have both taken action. I believe that the teachers and students of the academy will definitely return safely. Hearing this, Yin Silu's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. He asked with a nervous expression, "You're not lying to me this time?" Li Ke said with a look of shame. "I had no choice but to lie to you before. However, what I said just now is all true. The crisis in Taiyuan City is really going to be resolved soon." Yin Silu nodded. His body was finally able to lean back and lean against the back of the chair. He was also able to exhale lightly. After a long silence, Yin Silu regained his senses and asked, "Mountain Head, do you know about this matter?" Li Ke nodded and said, "Yamacho has always known. Moreover, Yamacho has also made some arrangements in Taiyuan City, so Mr. Konggue doesn't have to worry too much. Yamacho can still sit firmly in the army at this moment because the situation in Taiyuan City is still under his control. Otherwise, Yamacho would have already gone to Taiyuan City. Also, didn't Mr. Konggue notice that one person is missing from Yunshan City recently?" "One person is missing?" Yin Silu was startled when he heard this. After thinking for a while, he finally came back to his senses and said, "It's him? Yamacho is really making the best use of people. With him in Taiyuan, this old man can more or less rest assured." After muttering to himself for a while, Yin Silu came back to his senses and looked at Li Ke. "All right, since you don't want to talk about the situation in Taiyuan City, this old man won't force you. I'm sure there are still many things to do in the bank. Little Ke, you can go back to work." His tone was no longer as heavy as before. It even had a hint of relaxation. "Then this student will take his leave." Li Ke cupped his hands and then said worriedly, "I hope Mr. Konggue can keep this matter a secret, especially from Teacher Wenji." Yin Silu nodded and said, "Don't worry, this old man knows the importance of this matter." Li Ke cupped his hands and left. After walking out of the office, Li Ke realized that his back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He thought to himself that he didn't mess things up. Things were still under control. "Oh,